Okay, this is a video that's a preview of coming distractions. This is Anoni Nominon's Revelation 17 meter. In the video description you'll find a link to the Frank Forum thread where you can download it and play with it yourself. Before I introduce Mark 13, which is just stunning, I wanted you to see what Revelation 17 is playing on. Revelation 17 is playing back to and playing on Matthew 24, which is first, Ephesians 1 and Luke 21, which are second, because they were both published the same year. We can tell that from their dateline meters, which I'm going to go through on this one here so you know. And Mark 13, which was issued on Passover exactly 1 year before the temple would be taken down. Now, how do I know all that? Well, part of the reason I know all that is right here in Revelation 17. So we're going to go through it. John and other writers did it. The pattern actually started with Moses in Genesis 1. John doesn't necessarily wait until the text sevens to give you his dateline. The typical tradition that's in the scripture about how this meter works is that the very first paragraph that sevens is the writer telling you when he writes. But like any other kind of tradition or style, there are a lot of, as it were, variations from it. Okay? Because, you have a common thing, like you have red, but there's scarlet versus faded red versus purplish red, and they all have special names. So you have a base color, or a base meter pattern, and then the writers play with it to make variations on it. That's how music works too. That's how speech works. Okay, so when John does his meters, like Moses, he takes every single clause. Now, this first one, you can't break it except as Anoni Nominum broke it, because the words are too integral to what follows. Okay? So he just made the first, it seems like it's more than one clause. See, because you got ek here. Alright? So you can maybe say, kai elten eis ek ton heptangelon, ton echonton das hepta fialas. Okay, but it really doesn't work to break the clause here, because then came one from among. The tone is being used as a preposition. That's classical Greek. The 7 messengers, angels in this case, those having the 7 vials, V-I-A-L in English. This is where we get the word vial from. So you can't really separate the ek into a new clause. Alright, so he's got 19. And of course, if you're familiar with Sothic cycles, this is kind of a joke on those people who use the sun, the moon, and the stars to tell the future. Okay, which is a joke on Rome, because that's what Rome did. But the 19 has a very specific meaning in John that he uses in all of his letters. I don't mean 19 itself, but I mean the first clause. He always uses the first clause to date back to something he wrote, whether it's sevens or not. But here it's got triple value. It's not just 19, hi, I wrote you 19 years, I wrote the gospel 19 years ago. Okay, actually it's not even saying that. All of his dates, when he writes what he writes, is dated from temple down. He's following the convention that Daniel used when Daniel said his prayer in Daniel 9. And maybe in the other books of Daniel, but I haven't parsed those to know all of Daniel's datelines. So he's saying, hi, I'm writing you the 19th year. It's real important to say that. In the 19th year after temple down. Now, when he writes, and I've already done the meters on this, when he writes the Gospel of John, 1 John, he was always dating in terms of years he's writing from when the temple went down. So now he's writing in the 19th year from when the temple went down. But get this, here's the triple play. He's also writing 19 years after Mark's gospel. See, because when you go through John's gospel, he doesn't talk about any of that stuff in Mark 13. He didn't talk about it at all. Why? Because God was reserving the time when he would be on Patmos to cover it. And so he's covering it now. This is the alert. See, because in the day when John was writing, everybody memorized scripture orally by syllable counts. And they would have gotten used to his style of first clause that he writes. By the time you can actually break it, he's giving you a date line, even if it's not 7th, from temple fall. But they would have gotten Mark 19 years prior. He's writing 19th year after temple fall and 19 years, plural, after Mark wrote his gospel. So this is yet another proof that Mark wrote his gospel in 69 AD, exactly 1 year before the temple fell. Now, John is writing Revelation. He gives his date line so precisely in Revelation 1:1, I can say with reasonable accuracy that he's writing on the 4th of Kislev in 88 AD. Because of the way he splits his meters. He has a very distinct way of writing. He's not the only one in the Bible who did it that way, but he specializes in it. The 4th of Kislev is 21 days before the 25th of Kislev. The 25th of Kislev is what we call Christmas. So he's writing just before the Lord turns age 92. Just before it. So now the temple had fallen in August of 70 AD, and you don't have such a thing as a half a syllable. So it's really apt that he writes 19 years after Mark wrote, who also gave us a precise date of Pesach, Passover. 69 AD is when he wrote Mark's Gospel. So that's 19 years later. But, you know, Pesach was at the beginning of the whatchamacallit, a sacred year. Alright? Pesach is the beginning of the sacred year, and John is using Rosh Hashanah as his fiscal year. Okay? So it really is 19th year, but not 19 years after the temple fell, because it's 88 AD at the end of the year in a Roman calendar. But it's 19 years after Mark wrote, because Mark is writing based on the vernal equinox. Okay? So that's why this is so clever to use the 19th. Plus it's playing on the whole sun, moon, and stars thing, which is, a main, catchphrase in Matthew 24, Luke 21, and Mark. So it's cute. 19 years is a lunar cycle. They call it Sophic. That's what the Egyptians used to use. Okay, now watch. 19 years. We got to get a calculator here. I'm obviously using the 32-bit version of Windows while making this, because in the 64-bit you can't do what I'm doing now. Okay, he's writing in 88 AD. So now you add 19. So the 19-year period prophetically is going from Kai to Fialas and ends at 107 AD. Now that's important because the vial judgments, even though it's depicting literal tribulation, all prophecy is dual entendre, or sometimes multiple entendre. And the whole point of having a timeline that applies to history before the tribulation is so that you can be better informed about the character of the tribulation before it happens, so you won't be deceived. Okay? This is providing you a history of the attempts by Satan to get the rapture to occur. To get it to occur when he thinks he's got favorable conditions for his own arguments. He's trying to make it occur, and at the same time he's trying to delay it. which sounds kind of contradictory, but it is contradictory. He's trying both. At one moment, it seems like, oh, I need the rapture now. And in another moment, it's like, oh, I need to delay it. It's kind of like the Republicans trying to revise Obamacare. Okay. So we're at 107 AD, because he's writing in 88 AD by the time you get to the end of the 19. What was so important about that? Especially when you're saying, hi, one of the angels came up to me who had one of the 7 vials. The vials are the judgments for the last half of the tribulation. So he's connecting a year in the present, soon present, 19 years from when John writes, to that future. He's drawing a parallelism so you understand better why there were going to be vial judgments. This is really scary when you connect it. In 107 AD, one of the primary things that was happening is that everybody was rejecting the Bible amongst Christians. One of them in particular, actually there were 2 of them, but one in particular, a guy named Justin Martyr. They were rejecting. When you reject the Bible, you start to reject the Jews. And there was a brewing anti-Semitism along with a brewing what do you want to call it, rejection of Scripture, which is why Revelation 1 through 3 read as they do. It's addressing the apostasies that were occurring during the very same time that John was on Patmos in 88 AD. So he's like, if we subtract that, well, it's 19 years, from 88 AD, he's saying that, hi, the apostasy that you saw covered in Revelation 1 is going to go on. And keep going on. And, it gets really bad starting at 107. Even though Revelation had come out in 88 AD. In other words, in the 19 years after Revelation comes out, the Christians are still not going to listen. So vile judgments have to be put on them. But it's not the official tribulation, but it will be tribulation-like. And that's exactly what starts happening in 107. The Christians are so obnoxious that there start to be mob riots against them, starting here. And that's where all of our so-called church father writings start up. One of whom, and you can see just how bad it is Justin Martyr. Really vile guy. They're horrible. Really horrible. His whole thing is to be against the Jews. Trifo is one of the books that he wrote. And you can read it at ccel.org or any place else that houses the church father writings like earlychristianwritings.com. And just read how horrible he is. He's indicative because they preserved his writings. See, when you have the writings preserved by somebody, of somebody, supposedly whether it's really him or some other name, then that's telling you that a whole bunch of people favorably regarded those writings enough to preserve them. Because it wasn't easy to preserve writings in the ancient world. So somebody spent all that time and trouble to keep copying down what Justin Martyr wrote, which meant they agreed with it. Okay, and to this day, the Catholic Church praises Justin Martyr. I mean, Martyr isn't really his last name. Okay, it's a nickname. But that's when Christianity goes so bad that the vile judgments technically will become due against Christians. Alright, but that's not where he's actually stopping with it. But he's benchmarking it because that's when, it became necessary for Rome to pay attention to the Christians and start instituting various forms of judgment against them because they were so obnoxious. And the guy who was in charge at this time in 107 AD was a guy named Trajan. Okay? Now that's really important because Trajan, who's in the middle of his rule at this point, will end up dying 10 syllables later. So now we go Kai, well actually I have to do it Kai, La, Le, Sen, Met, Emu. Kale, Kai, and you don't elide it here. Okay? Kai elalesen, Kai elalesen, 5 syllables, met, with, and notice how he's got the apostrophe there. So he's definitely counting syllables. He doesn't want you to pronounce the A that's normally at the end. Okay? Kai elalesen met emu. Kai elalesen met emu. Legon. By the time you get to Legon, that's 10 syllables. That's 117 AD. And here's how you prove it. Okay, it's the 29th syllable. So you take 29 plus John's writing date in Revelation 1:1, 88, and you get 117. Now that's when Trajan dies. And the interesting thing about Trajan's death is he dies in the same month that the temple went down. So he's counting his years from when the temple went down, which was at the end of August in 70 AD. You should be able to confirm that anywhere you want on the internet. My favorite source for that story and the timeline is Military History magazine from December of 1995. Because it has a long article on the takedown of the temple there. Okay, but Trajan dies in August. Actually, he dies on my mother's birthday. In 117 AD. Now, the big story behind that, see, you'd have to know your history, but to see how witty this is, and remember, it's prophecy, and God knows everything, so he knows how to be witty, too, is that, of course, when you're dying, you're saying something, your last words. I don't know what Trajan's last words were, but supposedly, and this is where it gets to be so witty about using legon to indicate his death, the thing that's so remarkable about the story of Trajan's death is that his wife, I want to say her name was Faustina, his wife wanted Trajan to be succeeded by Hadrian. Okay? Hadrian at the time of Trajan's death was in Syria. That's why this word is going to be so funny when we get there. Hadrian was in Syria at the time that Trajan dies. There was this big question about who would succeed Trajan because he didn't have any kids. And his wife told the Senate that Trajan said, see, legon means saying. His wife told the Senate that Trajan said Hadrian should be his heir. It wasn't in writing. Okay? His wife said that's what Trajan was saying, legon, at his death. This is the kind of wit the Greek drama is famous for. And obviously, as you can see, and if you know the history, you're going to get a lot out of this. And the idea was that we would know how to count syllables from mother's knee, and we would know the history from mother's knee. But of course, people didn't care enough about Bible to pass this wit on. Legon. What was Trajan saying about his successor as he was dying? Well, his wife's supposed to know. She's there. And she goes to the Senate. This is historical fact you can verify like anywhere you want about the story of Trajan. Suetonius, for example. Dio Cassius, or anybody who's writing about it at that time. Okay, legon. Trajan supposedly said, and it was a debated thing afterwards, that he wanted Hadrian to be his successor, that he adopted Hadrian as his son. Now, people were disputing that because they gossiped that Trajan's wife was having an affair with Hadrian. But in any event, Hadrian was not there when Trajan died. Hadrian was in Syria. So now the second word, in case you were wondering, well, how do you know that interpretation is really what legon means? Okay, let's go look at the next word. Come here. Duro. That's what Christ said to Lazarus. Duro, exo. Come here, outside. The angel is saying that to John. Okay, but just like in the Tertullian play, Tertullus, okay, that I talked to you about earlier, about the wit of Greek drama and Roman drama in that case. Come here. That's exactly what was written to Hadrian in Syria. Come here, you're the new heir. Come here, I will show you. Okay? Come here. That's exactly what Hadrian got. You know, it took like 2 weeks. If you used imperial post, it might take 10 days. 10 days to 2 weeks by horse or by boat to get from Rome to Syria. Okay, because they had military posts and they had the imperial post, and they were both very fast. Okay, you'd ride a horse for a mile, and then you'd get off the horse and you'd take a rest, or you'd get back on a new horse and you'd ride for another mile, another mile, another mile, until you were tired out, and then some other rider would replace you, all carrying the diplomatic dispatches, or the military dispatches. Very fast. Okay? They also used carrier pigeons, but I don't know enough about how that worked in those days. But the point was it was fast. So within days of Trajan's death, Hadrian was getting notice of it. Duro, come here, you're the new emperor. Now, I don't know if it gets cleverer than this. And you say, well, how do you know that it's Trajan, and how do you know that it's Hadrian? Because that's what Matthew 24 focused on. That's especially what Ephesians 1 focused on. Okay? That's especially what Luke 21 focuses on. That's what Mark 13 focuses on. They're doing their timelines by kings. That's not all that their timelines cover, but they're measuring the time by kings, which is an ancient, very traditional in all cultures method of measuring time. Daniel did it for Israel's kings. His whole Daniel 9 is metered to the kings, the history of the kings in Israel. And he's getting that from Isaiah 53, which did the same thing, future, starting with David, going to the last David. So accounting for time by kings. So-and-so was king, and so-and-so was king for 10 years. You can even read this in the book of Kings. And so-and-so became king. And he was king for 10 years, and then he slept with his fathers. And then so-and-so became king. Alright? But it has a special application here in Revelation 17, since it's about the kings of the earth, the kingdoms of the earth. How many kings there are going to be? 5 fallen, 1 is, by the time we get down here. Okay? See, 5 fallen. And this is the identity of the 5 fallen is actually given here, I contend. 1 is, of course, that's still going to be some version of Rome. And the other one is yet to come. So it's all about kings, explicitly in the text. Alright? So it makes sense that the accounting years are accounting by kings. Alright? And so it's very witty. Oh, okay, Trajan, who wrote to Pliny saying, well, if they really insist that they're Christians, I suppose you have to kill them. But he really didn't want it. It was more like don't ask, don't tell. And then Ignatius, right around here, somewhere in here, comes to Trajan where he is when he's in the East and says, okay, I'm a Christian, you have to kill me. I covered that in my earlier videos, probably too much. And Ignatius then spends, 6 months instead of like 20 days, going from where he met Hadrian somewhere in Anatolia to Rome, saying, oh, I'm going to die for Christ, I'm going to die for Christ, oh, how holy I am, I'm going to die for Christ. Okay, he's the prototypical Christian of that day. You can see why there were rules against Christians. And that's what was being said to Trajan. So now Trajan was supposedly saying, and everybody disputes whether it's true, that he wanted Hadrian to take his place. So in it was like August 7th, 8th, something like that. Our boy Trajan, there's a letter dispatched to Trajan, which he gets about 10 days later, maybe 15 days later, saying, come here to Rome. Okay, so now the rest of this text is really very biting. I will show you the judgment of the poneros. You want to call it evil. We get our word for pornography from it. The really bad, gross things. It's really, poneros is a generic term. Great. On the one who's sitting on the waters. Okay. When you get to the end here, the judgment, the great judgment, that's 44 syllables. That's playing back to. Matthew 24, when it uses 44 syllables, because that's when, because of the temple being taken down. Alright, but at the same time, John is using his 44 for something else. You add 44, okay, to the 88 when he's writing, and that's 132 AD. And therefore all this text now, and that was especially true after Hadrian came to power, when he came to Rome, it's as if God was showing, how do I want to put this? No sooner does Hadrian come to Rome than it gets shown to him the judgment that's due on the evil of the Jews who are going through what's called the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which they had started their sedition early because they were already busy doing it. It's why he was in Syria. It was called the Kitos rebellion then. There was a sort of breather space, and then they started up again, and by 132 AD, where this 44 is, was the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Now get this. The Bar Kokhba rebellion is put down pretty quickly. Alright, it takes about 3 years to fully put it down. So now we got tes, ka, de, me, nes. So that's 32. Okay, depending on the accounts that you look at of the contemporary Roman historians, some say it took 1 year, some say it took 3 years to put down. Okay, so we got one syllable if it's 1 year. Okay, if it's 3 years, we got two more. Ka, te. Now, katemenes means sitting. Sitting. Now get this. This is so much a killer. Who, because he's using classical Greek, definite article as a pronoun. Who is sitting? Okay. Tes, ka, te, me, nes. Tes, ka, te, me, nes. 5 syllables. So if this was 132, then this is 133, 34, 35, 36, 37. You know, it was sitting on the Holy of Holies. By the time this word ends, a pig temple. A pig temple. If that's not the definition of a whore, a harlot, then what else is? A pig temple is sitting on the Holy of Holies by the time this word ends. So you get a real clear idea of history. And of course, there is still a harlot sitting on the Holy of Holies, only today we call it the Dome of the Rock. It's an Arab thing. See? So you're getting a real vivid sense of what it means to say the harlot is sitting on the many waters. See, that's a word for many, that's a word for waters. Okay, but as I explained before in earlier videos, the water is what you think. Water could be doctrine, Bible doctrine. It could be false doctrine, like, Islam. Or false interpretation of Bible. Or Judaism. I mean, not all Judaism is false, but like Christianity, most of it's false. Okay? Politics, the waters of politics is a primary meaning here. And it's very political, the Dome of the Rock is sitting there. It was very political that Hadrian put Aeolia Capitolina, a temple to Jupiter, a pig temple, because they used pigs for their sacrifices, on top of the Holy of Holies. Right here at the end of the word. So John is very much tying back to, and actually elaborating on, Matthew 24, Ephesians 1 especially. He's playing the game because this is Ephesians 1's dateline. Paul uses it twice. Okay. Sitting. Ephesians 1, Luke 21, published the same year, and Mark 13. Because this is Mark's dateline also. Okay? Both Mark and Luke use the 56 dateline. Alright, and what, it also tags Matthew 24 because the Matthew 24 datelines were 49 and 63. So he's sticking it right in the middle. Okay? Because there's a pig temple sitting, and it's a later year than what those datelines signified in the earlier books, but it's got the same value. See, 56 always means vote short. That's how Moses used it in Psalm 90 verses 16 and 17. He ends those two verses count 56 syllables because maybe the 70-year voting period won't complete, because maybe the temple won't get rebuilt. And since this is about the temple, now we got a whore sitting on it in the form of a pig temple later in today, the Dome of the Rock. You see how apt this is? On the waters of politics, on the waters of false doctrine, many waters. Now I'm going to stop it here because I wanted to just establish that yes, Revelation 17 is talking back to Matthew 24, Ephesians 1, Luke 21, Mark 13. It's literally playing on their words, but it's starting from a different time point. He's starting from 88 AD, so you've got to add 88 to each one of these numbers to convert to RAD and see the play. Okay? Now I'm going to go to the Mark 13 videos after this, because we still got to play with whether or not these elision assumptions are right, whether they're really Hebraisms or not. Okay, and I don't know. So this meter that you see here after this point is probably going to change, but we'll see. Okay? Oh, one quick statement. 91 is when Christ was supposed to, when the tribulation was supposed to start, but he's nearly 92. So the whole reason for John writing Revelation, which he establishes in chapter 1, is because the tribulation didn't start on time that everybody was expecting. And 35 and 14 is 49, diaspora, which is why it didn't start on time, because people didn't grow, and that's why the first temple went down, and now the temple of church is effectively down. Which is why he's writing and saying what he did about the whore. It is not strictly speaking about the future, it's talking about now. All good writing might tell a story that seems to be about something else, and actually is about something else, but it's also supposed to have an application to you now when you're sitting in the audience watching the play. Just like Hamlet. You know, the play in Hamlet about Hamlet orders a bunch of actors to tell a play about a king who dies because his brother kills him, and he's doing that in order to catch the conscience of a king. Well, that's the way all literature's done. It's supposed to apply to the watchers in one way, but the story is ostensibly about something else. Here, the story is about something else, too, that's really going to happen. And it has application to you today, not just in the future. And that's the whole point. Because sitting right now on many waters is the Dome of the Rock. And if that's not an abomination and a horror, I don't know what is. Peace out. Okay, this video is completely out of sequence from what's going to follow. The document of Mark 13 you see before you is online. You can download it as, and the link will be in the video description, Mark 13 meter R. You can download it as a doc or as a PDF. If you're going to download it as a doc, exactly what you see here is what you'll get. But you won't be able to read the Greek if you haven't also downloaded BibleWorks fonts. And the link that you'll need to download those fonts is also in this document in English. Okay, it's now divided into cute little sections. It's a lot more sophisticated than it was before. Here in Notes Matthew, the download link for BibleWorks fonts is right there. Okay? And it is made for Word 2003, which is exactly the version of Word I'm using. Every version of Word after this one tanked. And I do word processing because I do legal documents, a lot of legal documents and correspondence. And I can't have a word processor that don't work. WordPerfect went bad starting after version 9. And Word went bad after 2003. And it runs just fine in Windows 7. It runs just fine in Windows 8 and 10. I tested it. You have to install it after you install the operating system. That's the kicker. And it works just fine in Linux. I call it Linux. I don't think the right word, I don't think you should call it Linux. You know, you call it Linus, as in Linus Pauling, so you call it Linux. Okay? It works fine in Linux. I have it installed in Linux. Okay? It's not hard. It's the same software. And it works exactly and looks exactly the same way. I can make it look the same way. So, why do you want to use another software program for word processing? So much for the plug for Word 2003. Oh, by the way, most of the copies that I bought of this are brand new, still in shrink wrap. Always get the retail version, never get the OEM version, and they're at Amazon for like $50 or less. Okay? And all this stuff that you see here is customizable. Alright, you can change everything about what you see on screen as far as the window goes. You know, the options. And you right click to customize. And I can change any of these buttons. I can move them out. You drag them here to move them out. Or I can look at new ones and I can drag them in. Like if I wanted to drag in, let's see, nothing particular I want. But how about if I wanted to drag in background? I just left click on it, keep my finger hard down on my left mouse button, and then I can move it like there, or let's see there, or how about that? Nah, let's put it there. See? Now it exists. It's wonderful. I have no idea what that background thing does. Alright? And then you'll be able to read the fonts. And that matters a whole bunch because there's a whole bunch of things you can do in Word that you cannot do in a PDF. Okay, but the PDF version of this Mark 13 meter will also be available. Let me show you one of the things that Word 2003 does. It'll let me split the window. Now what that means is that the sections of the document now are independent of each other. So if I wanted to go to the notes to talk about Matthew and Mark in particular, I can just go here and read while I'm up here looking at the text. See? Now, it's pretty spectacular stuff. Let me get rid of the window split. I had no idea what we were getting into when we started this. You know, it was unknown who discovered Matthew 24. And if you're going to say that about Matthew 24, well then don't you have to look at the parallel passages? So we did, Luke 21. Well, here's the third one. And the amazing thing about this, there is conclusive proof that Mark is the third gospel. Even if you didn't know the meter, you'd know that because of the way he words his text. I did the Synoptics video series on that. It's in both YouTube and in Vimeo. But if you had any doubts left, they will be blown away now because all the metering that Mark does and the way he's using it to plot future history of the Byzantine Empire. He's aping the exact style Paul used. Even though it's a gospel, it's a prophecy. And what does he pick for his prophetic theme? And what does he pick for his prophetic style of writing? How many syllables? Why he picks that number of syllables? Why these numbers? It's based on what Paul did. Because what Paul did in Ephesians 1:3-14 is he plotted the future of Western Rome. What would become Western Rome to its fall, to Odovaker. And Mark does the same thing for the Byzantine Empire. He plots it one syllable per year, like all the Bible writers do, starting with Moses in Genesis 1. He plots it one syllable per year, and then he takes you all the way to the demise, the effective date of the demise. Not what we call the date of the demise, which was 1304, which was after the First Venetian War, which I explain here. Okay, you click on that link, you'll see it. Okay? That's what's so phenomenal about this. I didn't know this existed. I knew about Paul doing it for Western Rome 6 years ago. And I found that out by mistake. Alright? That's the first thing. He's mapping Byzantium. Alright? That's the first most important thing to know about what Mark 13's meter is. He's repackaging Christ, same words. Christ's whole Matthew 24:25 is for the whole world, going out to 3250 minus 7 AD. The minus 7, of course, is the tribulation, so he cuts it off there. Mark is doing the same thing for the length of the Byzantine Empire, but he makes sure that you know that the fat lady hasn't sung yet when he gets to the end, because remember, he's writing in 69 AD. He ends it at 1274 in the meter, which, if you were a student of the Bible at the time Mark wrote this, you wouldn't be able to see it in print. I mean, you could, but very rarely, because it was so heavy. It was on big smelly scrolls, or big smelly animal skin, writing on animal skins, moldy and stuff like that. So what you did is you memorized it. Well, you would, if you memorized it, you would know, because Daniel 9 is such a famous passage then and now, that the number of syllables in Daniel 9:24 through 26 is 224. And the 24 matters because that's his first dateline, an informal dateline. Hi, I'm writing you 24 years before the millennium was supposed to start had there been no church. And what all the Bible writers do is whatever their dateline is, they mimic it. I call it equidistance. They always mimic it somewhere. Moses started that pattern in Genesis 1 and Psalm 90, which he wrote in the same year. And all the Bible writers follow it. Okay, like when Paul does his meter, he's using 434 syllables, which is 56 left over, but Ephesians 1 verses 1 and 2 are also 56. They all play this game. So, because 24 isn't divisible by 7, he tries to figure out a way to sneak the 24 in there in a way that is divisible by 7. And he manages, therefore, to leave out Daniel 9:27, which is 7 years span. It's not 7 in syllable counts, it's 7 years in span. See how clever that is? I mean, this just, and it keeps on going. Let me show you how clever this thing is. Okay, 63 was when the millennium was supposed to start. Alright? So he keys that. This is every single one of these blepo. See, I've got, you can go look at it. The blepo anaphora. Anaphora means repetition. A word that's repeated in a particular way, in a skilled way, in order to make a point or make a bookend. That's exactly what the Bible does very often, starting with Moses. And that's kind of what equidistance does, it bookends. And Mark uses blepo to do that. Blepo means see to it, look at it, pay attention. Okay. Every time this word is used, it's marking the death of an emperor or somebody in the emperor's family. Okay? And it, because it's going to plot Byzantium, it's plotting the Byzantine emperors. But it's not all of them that it plots. Okay? Before there was Byzantium, there was just Rome. So this one is marking the death of Titus and the rise of his brother Domitian. And when Paul did the same thing with his syllable counts. Okay? And it's satire. Because look, if you're dead, you're not seeing anything. The word dead means see, look, pay attention. Yeah, you should pay attention because you're going to die. You should pay attention because now you can see, but there's going to come a day when you're not. This is the kind of wit that Greek drama was known for. Greek and Latin drama was known for. So, I mean, it's not unique to the Bible, this subtlety and this sort of snippiness. And so each one of these marks the death of a Roman emperor. But of course, once you got the split under Constantine, it's going to split to the Eastern Roman emperors. Alright? And it's 63 at the end. See, you got all these words afterwards. But just that word, just the first syllable of that word, is reserved for the death of Titus. Titus was the guy who took down the temple. See, not one stone left on another. That Titus did that. So now it's time for Titus to see that he thought he was seeing to it, that he was doing good for the Roman Empire. And if he didn't believe in Christ, he certainly was exposed to the gospel. He was there. And you ain't seeing nothing anymore. And everybody's seeing you be dead. Hint, hint. You know? It's really pointed. And it goes on like that. It's got very biting satire. All the Bible's prophecies are like this in the text, but especially once you know the meter, because now you know specifically who it's biting. Alright? Now I'm going to go a little bit faster. There's nothing here on 91. I don't know if this is a key word that's used. Samion is something you see. It's a sign, but I haven't tested it. One of the key things about these things, like this blepo to this blepo, a word, it's the distance between the syllable counts. From when this starts to when this ends, or from when this ends to when this starts, or between them, is 7. It's divisible by 7. And what does that tell you? That tells you as the writer is writing, he's counting his syllables to make sure that by the time you get to this blepo versus the one before he wrote, that it's divisible by 7. Now that's a handy thing for you as a reader or as a memorizer, because you're going to say, okay, wait a minute, the syllables aren't divisible by 7 in my memory. I must have forgotten something. And it's therefore very helpful in textual criticism, because one of the problems we got is we got copies that have a hole there. Well, did Mark actually write that hole, or did somebody else? Okay, well, if this is divisible by 7 without it, and the copyist didn't know about this function of the text, then Mark didn't write the hole. Or maybe he did, but then there's some other word in here that's going to have to be fixed, because this is divisible by 7 by the time you get here. It's like balancing a checkbook. God is very precise. I hope you're getting the idea that, wow, this is really the Word of God. We really have the original words, even though it's been 2,000 years in the interim. Yeah, because the scribes had no idea that syllable counts were used. And they didn't know the distance between this word and this word. You saw from my previous video, they just copied one letter after the next. And it was only Beza's copy that put this, amen lego humin hoti, on its own line, which tells me somebody used to know about syllable counts. But that's as close as we got. Okay, but if this is divisible by 7 to this, and you got all these divisible by 7s that are meaningful numbers that relate to the text, I mean, how much more proof do you want that, yeah, we got the actual words Mark wrote? Because the people who copied it didn't know any of this. Okay? And plus, you know, they were Catholic. And a lot of the stuff in here is so anti-Catholic, it's not funny. And they didn't know. I mean, Catholics don't know the difference between a high Sabbath and a regular Sabbath, which is why they call it Good Friday, and they can't admit their error even after 2,000 years. So, of course, God isn't going to enlighten them about this. You want to spit on my word? Fine, I'll take it to somebody else. Okay? Enough of the commercial message. I mean, because I'm not really trying to badmouth the Catholics. I'm very grateful to them, because if it weren't for the Catholics, we wouldn't have the scripture to look at. And I am not talking about them blessing what books are Bible. I'm talking about them copying it. If they didn't copy it, we wouldn't have it. They didn't know what they were copying. Okay, but they did, and it was a lot of hard work to do that. So God bless them all. Every anybody who ever copied a Bible or ever works in Bibles, you get paid $1 million a year. Okay? Because it's priceless as far as I'm concerned. Alright? So the distance between these anaphora is divisible by 7. Alright? On top of that, you'll notice that this one, this is a killer, Christ is basically saying here, and Christ replied, you see all these, he's being sarcastic, you see all these beautiful buildings, these great buildings? And it's 7s. And 63 means you're in trouble, Israel. You got 7 years left to get your vote right. And you ain't got it right yet. Okay, but it's a promise, isn't it? Sheba in Hebrew means 7, but it also means promise. Now, promise can be of something bad. Alright? But he's basically saying, look, I'm God. I'm the God-man. I'm making a promise to you. Take this as a contractual thing. You see all these great buildings? And he pegs it. This is what confused me for the longest time. He does his 7ing at the start of a paragraph as to create the first bookend. And then here's the actual promise itself. Not one stone will be left on another. It's a negative promise. Now, all of God's negative promises have benefits to them. They don't feel good, but they have real benefits that once you understand what they are, you're glad it hurts. Alright? And that ends at 91. 91 was the number, this is the kicker. It's real important to go through this. 91 was what Christ's age was supposed to be when the tribulation started. The stones being down, the temple being down, was what was supposed to happen as the kickoff of the tribulation. So he's keying what they know about the doctrine and what his age was supposed to be had there been no church, because this is all Old Testament prophecy. Okay? There was a whole schedule about when Christ was supposed to be born, would he be born on time, when he was supposed to die, would he die on time, how many years were left to pay back the credit because Abraham matured too early relative to the 2,100 years that was allotted to the Gentiles, 54 years were owed them. I mean, it's a whole accounting system that I've gone through in my How God Orchestrates Time videos. You can look it up yourself. And you don't need to know the meter for that. You just do the begats, and you'll know. Okay, and I did a worksheet called geneyears.xls that maps it all out for you. Alright, so everybody in Israel knew this guy talking was supposed to be dying at age 40, but he's age 33. Everybody knew to whom he was talking that what was supposed to happen is after he dies, 50 years were supposed to ensue for the harvesting of the Gentiles, then 7 years for the tribulation, and at the start of that 7 years, he himself was supposed to be age 91. And then, as it were, the millennium would have been a 98th birthday present to him. That would have been 4,200 years after Adam fell was when the millennium was supposed to begin. That was all mapped out by Moses in Psalm 90. Okay? When it says Psalm 90 verse 4, the day of the Lord, it says 1,000 years, that's the meter telling you what I'm telling you. It's real bald, but you have to know how to count the syllables to see it. And then it's a no-brainer to get to the Christ age. Alright? And the Talmud even records it in Sanhedrin 97 through 99. So I'm not the only one who knows this. They just have a garbled version of it today. They think it's 2,000 years instead of 2,100 apiece. 2,000 years for the Goyim, 2,000 years for the Jews, then Messiah comes. Yeah, and he did. And he had to die by the 1,000th anniversary of David's death. But he's here going to die earlier, which means he's dying 63 years before the millennium was supposed to start, rather than 57. Now that's the kicker. He was supposed to live another 7 years. So in Daniel 9:26, he's dying at the beginning of the 62nd week, not at the end. If you ran the Daniel numbers out using solar years, you'd realize that, oh, that takes me to 37 AD, not 30. Yeah. And the scholars get all nervous about that when they do that calculation, so then they come up with the ruse. Oh, but it must be lunar years. And my own pastor used to be dumb enough to do that. He's not dumb enough now. I mean, he was pretty smart on Bible doctrine, but you know, nobody's perfect. And he got that wrong. He used lunar years, just like Sir John Anderson in The Coming Prince. Everybody copying everybody's hearsay and nobody looking at the Bible. If you just did the Bible's numbers in Daniel 9:26 and you counted the time, you'd realize, oh, wait a minute, that takes us to 37 AD, not 30. Yeah, because David died 1,000 years before that 37 AD. In 963 AD. See? All the people listening to Christ talking here knew that. So it's a promise when he says, see. Of course, Titus isn't going to be seeing anything by then, but hopefully the believers will. See to it. Vote well. Vote now. Now here's the next thing. This thing. Amen lego humin hoti. In the Matthew version of the text. Do I have Matthew on here? In the Matthew version of the text. Same phrase. Here it is. Amen lego humin hoti. That's 57. Let me get them here. And now you got Matthew at the top. See? Amen lego humin hoti. Amen lego humin no hoti. Makes the clause equal 63. Mark is looking at Matthew's syllables. I don't know if you could ask for a bigger smoking gun than this. Mark is looking at Matthew's syllable count at 63 here. But he wants to make sure he gets to 91 here because that's his second date line. Because he wants to pun the date of Herod's rebuilding. Because the temple's going to go down, see? So he wants to pun Herod's rebuilding. Alright? So, because he wants to do that, and a lot of writers do, I mean, this is a real common selection, Herod's rebuilding the temple. Peter used it in 1 Peter, which of course, Peter's been dead at this point. Mark is writing to tag him too. So, Mark wants to hit 91 with that. So, in order to do that, instead of, he could have moved this text in front of blepete. Wouldn't matter. In Greek, the word order doesn't matter. But it does if you're careful about your syllable counts. So what Matthew had done is he used the same phrase so that he would get the 63 he wanted. And he wants the 57 to be a separate clause. See, he puts blepete first also. So that he'll hit 57 first because this is when Christ should have died. He should be dying 7 years later than he is. But he's going to die in the next chapter. So, to remind everybody, hi, when Christ is talking, he's 7 years younger than he ought to be at the time of death. This is not good. Alright? So, Mark is looking at that. I mean, you can practically, it's as if you're sitting with Mark when he's writing this. And he's saying, okay, do I want to have the blepo clause be 57, in which case I'm going to have to move this around. I mean, I don't need to say the word Jesus. I don't need to say the word kai ho. I could say kai apin autoi. Okay, so then I save 3 syllables there. Alright, so that isn't 51 anymore. That'd be 48. Well, no, 48. That's not very doctrinally meaningful to anybody. So I'll add syllables because he doesn't need ho Jesus in there. He could just say kai ipen autoi. That's all. Because everybody knows that he's the one being spoken to here. See, because it says here, didaskale, teacher. That's the vocative case. Everybody knows who the teacher is. Everybody knows who the disciples are. He doesn't have to say his name here. But he's doing it to pad the syllables to get here so that he can pad the syllables here. And you'll notice the syllables that Matthew's using are many more syllables. Okay? So either the Lord actually said it more than once, and he used also those exact words also, or it's a paraphrase called indirect quotation. It's very common in ancient literature, and we do it too. You know, well, Donald Trump said that he didn't like it. Well, the big question is what you're saying what Donald really said? If it's substantially what he said, but it's not the exact words, it's more than acceptable. All right, that's an indirect quote. So Mark is doing the same thing here, except that he's doing it so they can hit the syllable counts. So you'll notice he's coming up with a much shorter phrase. Oh, you notice all these great buildings. Oh, great buildings. Great buildings. And Matthew just says, you see all this? He doesn't have the word great buildings in there. See all these great buildings? Now, Christ might have said both things. And Matthew's only recording some of it. And then Mark is wrapping, because he likes to wrap his text around Matthew. He might be wrapping in these extra words. But he's doing it to get the same 63. Can you see how obvious that is? Now look at the amen lego homi. In Matthew, he uses it in order to get to his 63. But Mark is already at 63. Okay? He's not using this to get to 57. Because he wants to hit the 91. So he inserts amen lego homi next, and I realize, because your pure scholar is going to say, wait a minute, brain out, there's only one Greek manuscript where that exists, and that's our boy Beza, and Beza's manuscript was Greek on the left and Latin on the right, and yeah, the Latin says it too, but how do you know the Greek wasn't back translated from the Latin? Here's my answer to you. Here's how I know. Because the copyist or the translator would not know that the placement of the text is to fit Matthew's placement. And the people back in those days thought that Mark's gospel was first. They didn't notice this clever connection where the 63 is occurring earlier in Mark versus Matthew, and right after it occurs in Matthew. It gets inserted in order to 7 again at 91, because none of those people knew what I just said about Christ was supposed to be 91 when the tribulation was supposed to exist had there been no church. Catholic Church doesn't have any idea about that. It has no idea about the fact that it's 2100 years for the Goyim, 2100 years for the Jews, and then Messiah comes. You know why? Because they don't know anything about the Old Testament, because they're anti-Semitic. And I'm not trying to just single out the Catholics. The Protestants are anti-Semitic too. The dispensationalists. I'm supposed to be a dispensationalist. I have never, not even my own pastor knew, or that I know I've ever talked about, the fact that the Sanhedrin has this in it. And he didn't know the meter. But based on what he did know, I could spot it when I started working with it. See how deliberate this is? This is timed to end at 63. This is timed to begin at 63 in order to get to 91, using a slightly different tense of the verb. Can you see how deliberate it is? The wording is deliberate. Now, in case you have your doubts about that, or say, well, whoop-de-doo, or, oh, that's not important. Let's take a little ride in history to this future mark, 295. Meter is 295. You'll notice it's marked by a 7. And just as with Matthew, you have to add 30 in order to get to the AD. What is 295 plus 30? 325 AD. What happened in 325 AD? Oh, well, let's see. Our boy Constantine killed Licinius even though he promised not to. Okay, because I don't know if this is beginning or end of year. Okay. Killed Licinius, who was his sister's husband. Then Constantine killed his own wife and his own son. And then he started building new Rome, replete with the 7 hills. Ha ha, go look at Revelation 17 if you want to know who's being referenced. So why wouldn't that be called thlipsis? It certainly was for the wife and the kid and Licinius. And it certainly was for the world, because what was the worst thing about 325 AD? Council of Nicaea. Oh, we're going to decide what is and isn't the Bible. We're going to decide what the definition of God is. Honey, those guys couldn't think their way out of a paper bag. They didn't even get the Bible books right. They didn't know about the meter. Bible is self-identifying and self-auditing, as you can see here. If they were so good, if they were so holy, how come a brainout knows this meter and they never did? No offense, but I'm tired of people who have their little snippy, self-righteous, oh, well, you know, we're the experts. If you were so expert, how come you don't know this? All you had to do is count syllables. 5-year-old kids are taught how to count syllables in their native tongue. That's how you learn your native tongue. First, you have to learn what a syllable is. And A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, so this is where our boy Mark breaks into the Eastern history. Not the West, which everybody knows, but the East, which very few know. You almost have to be a Byzantine Christian to know anything about it. There's almost nothing about it in the media. Nothing. You don't have all kinds of movies about, you know, some patriarch of Constantinople versus, you know, the ruler. People don't make movies like that. There are a lot of movies about Caesar. There are a lot of movies about the popes in the West. You know, who doesn't know Michelangelo? Okay, but what about what's going on in the East? And I didn't know this, but I found out, it turns out that after Mark wrote his Gospel, supposedly, according to Greek Orthodox Christians and the Coptics, Mark went and did his ministry in the East. And they make up all kinds of goofy stories about him, just like the West makes up goofy stories about John. But he went there. It's pretty likely he actually did. Okay, so every one of these things from now on, honey, is going to be about the Eastern Empire. Alright? See, here's our next blepite. And, you know, see, the other one was here in verse 5, this one in verse 9. The distance, the syllable count distance between them is divisible by 7. And if you clicked on the note, it would tell you what the distance is so you can test it yourself. That's what the notes are for. You just click on these underlined things. Alright, so he's promising. It's another negative promise. Okay, this is the second time he's promising, and it's divisible by 7. This is 345 AD at the end. That you're going to be delivered over to the authorities. Now, I want you to see just how clever this is about the East. This is the word for deliver over. It means to betray, to deliver over to authorities. Like, you know, your mom tells you to come home, she wants to make you spaghetti, and you come home, and the police come over, because she's been wanting to get you in jail for a long time. That kind of deliver over. That's what paradidomi means. See, this is paradidomi. Paradosusin. They will deliver you over. You will be delivered over. Okay, see that right in the middle of the word? That's when Constantine dies. Now, Mark had to be looking at Paul when he decided what order to put these words in, because in Greek you can put them in any order and the meaning's about the same. Paul used the P word also. See, this is P, pi. Paul selected the middle of proelpikotas in Ephesians 1:12, the middle of the word, for the 337th syllable, which was the 337 AD in Paul's meter, which is when Constantine died. And you know what day he died on? First fruits, which is what proelpikotas means. In the middle of the word means you didn't complete the word. Get the pun? Complete the word, grow up in the word, complete the course. So he's dying in the middle of it. That was the way Paul used it in Ephesians 1:12. And the day that Constantine died, you check this on the internet if you want, was Pentecost. And the nickname for Pentecost, because that's not their name, it's not the Bible's name for it. The nickname for Pentecost in the Bible is first fruits, which is what proel pikotas means. At proel, Constantine is dead on Pentecost. Okay, so our boy Mark, picking the same event, uses a different P, parado. Instead of proel piko, it's parado. Constantine is given over to death. Because after all, he killed Licinius and his own wife and son, and who knows how many others. And then his son's going to turn around, and before 3 syllables are up, 3 syllables equals 3 years, one of those sons dies. But in the first 3 months after Constantine died, his sons all got together and said, okay, we got to kill all of our relatives now, because they might try to take the empire from us. Fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. So by this point, Constantine too is dead. Okay? And by the end, you gotta go 5 more syllables here. Kai, ice, soon, that's 3, 4, go. Again in the middle of the word. And to the synagogue. Yeah, that's what he's doing when he's dying. That's the second one. Constans. He's going because he can't get his breath and he's dying. That's when the second son dies. Beginning you get the wit here. And that's 350. And that's 355 at the end of the phrase, flaying. And that's exactly what was happening to the third and final son, Constantius, who at this point is sole emperor. He's being flayed by Julian in the west. But Constantius and his 2 brothers, they all die in the east. Okay? And that's where Constantius is too by 355. Julian is in the west, and the troops have just made Julian emperor, and he's not too happy about that. So he starts coming back toward Julian. I'm going to fight you. You were supposed to be my trusted friend. You're my cousin, the only one I didn't kill. And here you are, rebelling against me. And while he's on his way, because he has to fight Persia first, that's 6 more syllables. Kai, epi, that's 3. He, ge. Kai, epi, he, ge. No, we got 1 more because it's 61. Mo. 361 AD. He, mo. Oh. Mo. That's your last breath. Mo. Death rattle. And the word hegemon means leader. And he's dying in the middle of it. Do you get the wit? Please say yes. We're not done yet. I'm not going to go through all of them because there are too many. You have to know the history, though, to get the wit. Okay, see this word here? Do, u, you have to pronounce two G's like an NG. To, u, ang, ge, yon. You have to use yon. This is a liquid consonant. So tu, to, u, ang, gel. Ang, gel. And it's actually the G is a r, l, yon. Tu angelion. You know what that means? Gospel. You might hear it called the evangel or the evangelization. This is where we get the term from. Okay, this word here, to, is a definite article, you know, because you always have to put some kind of article in front of the noun. Greeks like that a lot. Okay, this is 398 AD. See, this is 371. Plus 30 is 401. So now you count backwards. To, u, angelion. 5. So 401 minus 5. Oh, well, it's actually in the middle, isn't it? Okay. So 401 minus 5. So that's 401, 400. We'll put that there. 399. 398 AD. Right at the beginning of gospel. Get this. Hopefully you're not yet. Don't be drinking coffee because you're going to spit it up now. Jerome was in the East at that time. And he had just finished his last gospel commentary on the gospels he translated in 398. You will look it up yourself at 4thcentury.com, Jerome's letters, or Fordham University. I mean, there are a lot of people who have copies of what Jerome wrote. It's just that I like the 4th century side is better organized than the rest of them. 398, right at the start of this gospel. So Jerome is finishing off his work on the Gospels, okay, at the very point where the word gospel starts. Now, get the context. And all of the nations first must have preached to them the gospel. Now, I don't know how much you know about Latin history, but very soon after Christ died, there was a split between East and West, and the West liked the Latin, and the East liked the Greek. And if it weren't for the fact that Jerome went east to get the original Greek and Hebrew, the West would have been stuck with what ended up being called the Old Vulgate translation. It was awful. It's awful. So, first, they got to get the right gospel. Yeah, so God dispatched Jerome, who, as far as what he knew Bible doctrine-wise, he was kind of a neophyte. But could he translate well? Oh, yeah. And so God's commemorating that right here, because you know what? For 1,200 years, that's going to be the only gospel they see. Your common man can't get it in the Greek and Hebrew. Yeah, because the Roman Catholic Church is kidnapping the Greek and the Hebrew. It wasn't until 1886 that Regalis even got the Vatican to relent. Okay? It's not that we weren't able to get them at all, but they had to be snuck out. Then you could get in a lot of trouble if you were caught with a copy. But everybody was allowed to have the Latin Vulgate, which after 405 was supposed to be from Jerome, but they kept using the old one too. But you see the kidding here? God foreknows that only the Latin's going to be available, honey. So he hires a guy, even though the guy was a dip when it came to understanding the doctrinal meaning. It was pretty good when it came to translating and being, anal about getting the words right. See? Ew, that's good. Ah! Now I want to say more, but my throat's giving out and it's too dark, so I gotta turn the lights on. So I'm gonna stop here. Okay, I turned the lights back on. Now I want to head this off at the pass because there's gonna be somebody complaining or objecting, saying, "Oh, brain out, that can't be true. That's too, that you have to really like eisegete to read that into it." No. You know how I know for sure? Well, because it keeps on repeating the same adroitness, keeps on repeating throughout all the rest of the references. You'll have to read the whole thing to see why, because the whole Byzantine history, I had to end up summarizing with links, external links to it, in each one of these notes. So when you read the history and you see what's being referenced in the keywords that are used for those rulers and that time, it's like there's too much satire that's biting and accurate relative to that emperor or that time to be, coincidental. But there's another reason, and it's really important that you know this. And you can talk to any scholar you want who knows something about Latin and Greek drama, or Latin and Greek plays, or Latin and Greek literature, or even Latin and Greek rhetoric. Okay? They used, and they specialized in and prided themselves on sound play and wordplay that was satirical and often bawdy. And an example I'm going to give you, you can look up or talk to somebody, they'll know of this. It's a famous example. The trouble is I don't remember for sure which emperor it was, whether it was Claudius or Marcus Aurelius. But one of those two had a wife who was playing out on him, sleeping with somebody else. This somebody else is the guy's name that she was sleeping with was Tertullian. Or Tertullus, I think. Tertullus. Something like that. And it was wide knowledge in Rome that she was doing that. And so one of the playwrights actually wrote a play, a comedy of mistaken identity and stuff. And there was one line where he was asked some question about who did this or who said that, and it was risque, okay? And the guy's answer is Tertullus. Okay, everybody hearing him say that line knew he was making a reference to the empress's lover. Everybody knew it. And I don't know if it's Dio Cassius who recorded that, or Suetonius, or who knows that. Talk to the scholars that you want to talk to. But you can even probably Google on it. Tertullian, or Tertullus. Ter means three. And it was a play on three in the play, but it was actually a play on the lover's name. So when I'm sitting here going, ooh, 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 or, and that's when Constantine II dies. That's actually a very common style in Greek and Roman literature. That's where I'm getting it from. Alright? I didn't know any of this existed. That's why I'm learning it. It's like this is like a jigsaw puzzle to me. And as it comes together, I'm like, oh my God, this is a killer. The very year that Jerome finishes his Gospels. Remember, Mark is writing this in 69 AD. Jerome didn't exist. The very year is being predicted here. And as if you've seen the Matthew 24 videos, every time the word kurios is used in Matthew 24 and 25, it denotes a Bible translation, a Bible teacher, a Bible reformer. for 2,000 years of history? And we're in 4 of those years right now. I have no idea. It means some kind of Bible discovery is going on. And maybe it's the meter. Maybe it's something else. Somebody's finding something really significant about Bible that'll be of historical importance. Or already has, and I just don't know about it. Between 2015 and 2018. Matthew 25:11, the two Lords signify that. And they signify other things too, as I've been saying. But this is the kind of sophistication here. Ew! Good! That's the prefix for good. Yeah, it's good to have it translated in Latin that's in the vernacular, because the Latin everybody was stuck with by the time this happens in 400 was 200-year-old Latin. And Latin, when an inflected language changes, that makes it much harder to read. Ours in English is not so hard. But it is pretty hard to go back and read the King James. It's not as hard as it could be, but it's like, ugh. Alright? So, and it just keeps on going from here. Okay, like, here. Valentinian III is killed 455 AD. That's the end of the clause here. Don't worry about what you're going to say. Why? Well, the implication, by just that clause by itself, don't worry about what you're going to say, means that you're going to be in front of somebody who has the power to hurt you if you say the wrong thing. And what would give rise to that? Well, how about the fact that Valentinian's own advisor assassinated him? If you were living starting in 445, because 415 plus 30, you would be very well aware at the very beginning of this, times are not good. It was a very, very bad time in the Eastern Empire. Everybody was killing everybody else. You had this woman named Pulcheria, and there was nothing beautiful about her, who was trying to run everything. Okay? And as a result of it, Valentinian III ends up getting killed. Assassinated. And then she marries, it's more of a story than that, because she's actually in the East, but the East sort of like helped the West get killed. The Valentinian get killed. And that's basically what he's saying here, Adelphos, Adelphon. In other words, the East was the brother of the West and delivered him over to death. This is actually marking, okay, at the start of this word here, the start of Thanatos, which means death. That very start, just before you say the ta, that's 476 AD, when Western Rome dies under Odovacar. Brother delivered brother over to death. The East wouldn't help the West. They wouldn't help. Well, they were thinking, oh, good, now, this is like the Democrats and the Republicans, okay? The East said, oh, well, if the West goes down, then we can take it over. And they'll be so grateful to see us, they'll pay higher taxes. So why should you help the West? Yeah. And there was a conspiracy to kill Valentinian III at the West, which Pulcheria was very happy to do. She was in the East. Okay? So brother against brother to death. And the word death is marking the actual death. The actual death of Western Rome in 476 AD. Can it get more pointed than that? Now, I'm going to leave it there, because if you don't notice that this is on purpose by now, then I don't know that any more words from you are going to help. Peace out. Okay, there are a couple more things I want to cover to show you how awesome this is. Again, we're on Mark 13. It's all the same document. I split the window. And what I want to demonstrate to you is just how reliable is the text we have at knowing that if it's, it's like 99.99% sure that the words we got are the words that the writers wrote. Because the technique that's used here to demonstrate that the people who copied these words didn't know. So how could they have copied so accurately if God didn't enable it, alright? Now let me give you a real good example of this. Here in each of these sections, this will take you to the notes. This will take you to the notes that I put about Matthew in Mark, so it'll be easier to cross-reference. But each one of these things is what's called an anaphora. An anaphora is usually a phrase, but here Mark is using each word individually. Paul had done that too. Christ did it first. But it's much more sophisticated and detailed in Paul, Luke, and Mark than Christ did it. He did it broad brush for the whole world. They're now taking out certain geographical areas. Mark takes the east, and Luke and Paul had taken the west. And I discovered Paul's doing it first. I didn't know about any of this until, 6 years later, which was last year. So, in mapping it, I'm like, okay, let's apply the same techniques, because I wanted to know where Paul got his style from, because everything's based on a precedent in the Bible. Alright? So here's the first one, blepo. And I just covered that. Every time you see the word blepo, see to it, look. It's going to stand for years during which some emperor that God wants you to pay attention to dies. And therefore, why did he die? What kind of ruling did he have? And the most important thing the Bible focuses on, was there interest in Bible or not? Did Bible get out? Did Bible get better known? Did the people learn it? And usually in the for the Byzantine Eastern Empire, the sad fact is no. And yet they're the ones who had more of the original text. The West only had the Latin. That's the big sad thing. The West had the Latin. The Greek text they didn't care about. They translated into Latin under Jerome, like I mentioned in the prior increment. And after that, they really didn't care about the Greek. Every once in a while, however, a few Catholics who were busy working on Bible manuscripts or whatever would say, oh, you know what? I'm not so sure our Latin translation is any good. Let's go find the Greek and see. And Jerome was one of those guys, and he actually traveled to St. Catherine's Monastery, and he was looking at the Hebrew there. He actually had to learn how to learn Hebrew. So he learned Hebrew, and he got a hold of the text from Jews that were, in the Palestine area. And then he's retranslating and checking against his Latin script, and he sees all these errors. And we know that that's what happened because he kept on writing Augustine about it. So a lot of letters back and forth between him and Augustine on what he was doing. And every time he'd finish a little bit of his translation, he'd send it out to his friends. And we got all those letters too. So we know what was happening. Okay, we know that the Latin was preferred. And Augustine didn't even want Jerome to retranslate it from the Greek and the Hebrew. Okay? But in the East, they had the text. They didn't have popes in the East. All the religious claptrap was held by the kings. Alright? So, the kings are tracked with blepo. And, come on, can you be more satirical? At the moment you die, blepo is the thing that's marking your death. See to it, you're not seeing anything when you die. And of course, that's the satire. Hi, king, I put you on this earth. I gave you this high position. I gave you all this control over scripture. And what'd you do with it? You didn't see it. So now you're not going to see anything, and everybody's going to see you die. It's that biting. And I also found the Teratalis link that I was talking about in the prior videos. I put it in part 3 of the Mark 13 videos that are up already. So you can go look up that link. It's Eam Tibi Dixiter Tullus is the line you want to look for. It's in Latin. And it's a play on Faustina, the wife of Marcus Aurelius. She supposedly had a lover named Tertullus. And so the line in the play is to make fun of her lover, but they have to be very careful how they do it because otherwise they can get killed. That's the way this text is written too. So it's sarcastic and it's pointed, and at the same time it's very subtle. Okay? So blepete is used to mark deaths every single time. So that's the blepo anaphora, and it's got other uses to it that are covered in the notes, but that's the header. And these are the verses that have either blepo or ide from horao in them. Okay? But I'm going to focus now on the next anaphora, kurios. Now, kurios is pointedly used. I've already done the videos on how Matthew uses it. Every time you see the word kurios, it's literally placed, strategically placed. The word order doesn't matter. So they're placing the word order of kurios in Matthew at the very time reformers, Bible translations, Bible manuscripts come out. That's not what Mark's doing. But he's playing on that same usage. So now for kurios, the anaphora, the first use of kurios, there's only two, is in verse 20, and the second is in verse 35. This is really a killer. I'm sorry it sounds so boring, but it won't be once you understand it. So here we go. Here's verse 20. First use of kurios. Alright? You'll notice that the clause just prior to it, which is hysterical, the clause just prior to it is 693. It's 7. So it's divisible by 7. The reason I say it's hysterical is at the very beginning of this word renete, which means sired. The very start of the word is when Leo III sires his son, who's going to be called Constantine V, as co-emperor. And at that moment, Constantine V is 2 years old. So, genete, me genete could have been put earlier in the sentence, but by putting it right here, it's playing on Leo III and Constantine in particular, Constantine V, when he was only 2 years old. Now that matters a bunch once you know something about the history of Leo III and Constantine V. Okay? Which you'll get to see when you go look at the blepo, the blepo references, because they reference these two guys. But his year of birth, his year of birth as an emperor, he's already born, but the birth of his emperorship is marked right here at the beginning of Yenete, the siring. It's usually translated to be born, but it means it really comes from genomai, to become. Okay? But it's got that sound play. See, sound play is a really big thing in Greek. It's got that sound play on genao. So, Mark took advantage of it. Or God had, Mark took advantage of it. I wonder how much these guys knew when they were doing their prophecies. Okay, but you'll notice it ends at 693, which is divisible by 7. So now we begin a new paragraph. This is the end of the old paragraph. It's divisible by 7. The history, as it were, is divided up into chapters and paragraphs. This one has just ended. And the text is saying that the upcoming tribulation is so bad, until now, it's never, been so bad. Okay, but it's also true paradigmally because at the time this happens. See, here's the word for tribulation, flips this. There are many different types of tribulation. And it's like a succession of, oh, this is the worst thing that could ever happen. It can never be worse than this. And then something else comes along. Oh, this is the worst thing that can be happening. It can never be worse than this. That's what's being portrayed here. A rollout of things that they shouldn't get worse. It's not possible it'll ever be worse again. And then a new thing happens. And it'll never be worse again than it is now. But it is. It's until that point of that particular tribulation, it's never been so bad. Until the next one, which is actually worse. And then it is the first place winner of it's never been so bad. Okay? Because that's what Daniel predicted in Daniel 9:26. That's why Christ said, wars and rumors of wars until I come. We're stuck in a time bubble because he died 7 years early. He didn't fulfill his time. So that's why church had to exist. Okay? And if you're not familiar with that accounting, golly, I don't know where else to tell you to go. It's real obvious from the numbers and the begats. But, talk to somebody or go see my How God Orchestrates Time Channeling video. Okay, I'm going to move along faster now. So now that it's 7th, we start a new paragraph. And since this is 693, this chi is syllable 694. Keep that in mind. That's verse 20. That's the first use of kurios, but it's not the last one. The last one is in verse 35. So now we go all the way down to verse 35. And here we are, verse 35. Gregorete. And basically, be alert. You don't know when the Lord is coming home. That syllable count ends at 1226. Now remember the first one? The first one up here was 694. Because we're ending the paragraph here and we're starting a new one. The second, it ends. It's just a whole clause, kurios in it, is 1226. Now watch this. This is a killer. 1226 minus 690. See it? 4. Where the chi is? That's 532. And guess what? It's divisible by 7. Huh? Ding, 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 ding. Now, you think any of the scribes knew that when they were copying? Huh? We know they didn't. Because here's this extra word in here, ekainos. And scholars say, well, how are you so sure that that word isn't really in Mark? Well, here's one way to know. If I go from 694 and then I count down to the last time kurios is used, like a bunch of Russian nested dolls, the last time it's used, like an envelope, and I subtract one from the other, it's divisible by 7. Now, if that had only happened once or twice, you could say, oh, it's a coincidence. Okay, but hello, it's divisible by 7 every time. It's divisible by 7 from here to here, to here, to here, to here, to here, between that one and this occurrence. Divisible by 7 each time. Each time. Same thing is true in Matthew 24 and 25. I mean, I've already done the mapping of those. Toguion to anthropos, 7 syllables, by the way. Ah, toguion Ton huian tu anthropo. Oh, that's 6, I'm sorry. Ton huion tu anthropo. I should say anthropo. I never say the words right. Ton huion tu anthropo. 7. What do you know? Ton huion tu anthropo. 7. Yeah, Son of Man, the real one. Daniel 7:13, not the other uses of Son of Man in the Old Testament, because that's not the proper translation. They should say Son of Adam. Christ is not a son of Adam. He was born of a virgin. And that was the last time she was a virgin. It's parthenogenesis. She wasn't immaculate, he was. Boy. Anyway, and it's divisible by 7 from the last time of Blepete to E-Day. And here's another E-Day. And guess what? Look at this. Look. E-Day, Ho Christos. Oh, that's 7 syllables too. So starting at the 8th one is the next E-Day. That's how come I know this little hay thing doesn't belong in there. Because everybody else is divisible by 7. Okay, oh, curiosity, that's divisible by 7. Every time you get to these keywords, it's divisible by 7. Now, doesn't that tell you something? The copyists did not know. And we got proof they didn't know, because sometimes they stick in stuff like this. And how do I know that these words do not belong? Because they would wreck the divisibility by 7. I didn't know that all these texts were going to divide by 7 when I did it. I didn't know. Paul usually likes to have his distances be 3. He likes to do things in multiple sets of 3. But this is precision, baby. 7 divisible by 7 divisible by 7 in all their distances. Do it yourself. And not only that, but hello, the sum. Even though the ending is not divisible by 7, 1226 minus 694 is 532, which is 76 sevenths. Now, do you think God can count? Is it maybe, just maybe, really more than maybe possible that, oh, it doesn't matter if we got these extra words in, because all we got to do is figure out where the anaphora are, and then when they go by 7, then we know what words don't belong? Do you think God went to a certain amount of trouble to preserve the original word in the original languages that the writers really wrote, that Jesus really said, that Jesus really read? Huh? Now, that's not all there is, but I'm going to start coughing. Now we come into the next increment, which is about the huios anaphora. I am building up to something that's going to blow your mind away, but I have to at least show you the parts first. That's the boring, well, I don't know what this leads up to. Well, you're going to find out, hopefully, soon. Okay, huios means sun, just like kurios means Lord, and blepo means sea. And that's a sort of preview of coming attractions. This is like Russian nested dolls. Alright? The outermost, earliest reference in an anaphora, other than blepo, the subject is kurios, and that's in verse 20. And then, in between, in verses 21 and 23 and 29, we have blepo. So, if you translated it, this would be God. This would be to see, so we say God sees. And then, huios. God sees the sun, like little Russian nested dolls. And how can we say that? Because that's verse 20, and this is 21, 23, and 29, and we are using all three of those because the kurios, the last time kurios is used, is in 35. In between, which is the topic of this video, is 26 and 32. So technically it would be 20, 21, 23, 26, 29, 32, and 35. In other words, we got little nested anaphora that are all like got their last prior connection point outside the inner doll, like little Russian nested dolls. So that the innermost part, okay, would have to be this last reference. So it would be from 26 to 29 to 32 to 35. You see that? That way all three of them are nested together. And you say, well, where are you getting that from? Well, I'm getting it from Paul, because this is what Paul did. And Paul, when you look for the nest like this, and you find the innermost part, which would be 26, 29, 32, and 35, then you're getting the historical period that is being prophesied as most important. Now, I just thrown a lot at you, so I'll let you sit for a minute and look at this. If you hear sound in the background, it's my heater. Okay. 20. Well, before I even get there, let me show you the huios. The huios is just two bookends at 26. Whoops. Wrong. I'm going to my own note. Oh, boy. Go here. Go to huios. It's 26, which is right here, in the top window. See, opsonte ton huion tuan tropu. Alright? And translating it. And then they will see the Son of Man. But this is not just any old Son of Man. There is no, how do you want to call it? In the Old Testament, there are a lot of phrases called the Son of Man, but they're all mistranslated. They should say Son of Adam. The only place it's not mistranslated is in Daniel 7:13. And in Greek, there's no mistaking what this is. In translation, everybody mistakes it, says, oh, it doesn't mean anything special. Oh, yes, it does. He's claiming he's God. The very title Son of Man is a claim of being the Ancient of Days, which is specifically identified as God taking on humanity and taking a seat. Only humanity sits. Now, I'm sorry that the Bible that God decided to make the Bible so clever that you actually have to think about the words when you hear them. But you see why that's used now and why it's important? So that's our first huios reference, and I'll let you look at this. I'm not going to go through the history now because you can just click on these links. I provided some quick links, sometimes to Wiki, but my more favorite, when I can get it, is at the DIR site. But you can click on the links while, hopefully you downloaded this already. You can click on the links and look at this while I take off for a second. Okay. So now, and then they will see the Son of Man, as in Daniel 7:13, the Ancient of Days, who's God-man, by definition in Daniel 7:13. Coming with, it says the N means in, with, in association with, by means of, the clouds. Okay? you'll notice that that's the 70. And it makes sense that it would 7. Okay, I mean, that clause can stand completely on its own. It's very poetic, it's very dramatic, and it's talking about him, it's talking about the end of time. This is 940 AD, and I do not know why 940 AD is so important in Byzantine history. I have to go look it up. Alright, that's dramatic language, so whatever this time period is depicting is going to be seen as if Deus ex machina, a savior is coming down out of the clouds. But it's also referring, of course, to the real second advent. Alright, but it's using the word huios right here. That's the first instance. The second instance is all the way down here at verse 35. It's 32. See, the very last clause. Huios. Alright? So if I go down to 32's note, which is right here, 32, here we go, and bookending. Okay? That tells you what time that is. Now, you can read the history again yourself. This is Manual 1. And then the earlier one is still in the reign of this guy. Oops. This guy. Constantine VII, who was still in his minority at that time. And his so-called head, because there was a whole slew of them, head regent, Romanus I Lecapenus. Okay, he was a kind of outsider. He married the empress, the Porphyrogenitas. He married her and then became emperor as a result. She didn't want to mess with the day-to-day affairs of ruling, so he did the ruling. At the point of the 26, here, 940, he's still alive. He's got 4 more years left to go, actually. He doesn't know that. He's going to die 4 years after that. And he was in the process of sort of consolidating the empire. But he had this problem. By 940, especially, the problem that he had was his sons didn't like him. And see, this guy is old enough to be on the throne, and this guy basically said, "No, you're not old enough. I'm going to be your regent." That's kind of what David did to Solomon, sparked the civil war. If you go read the story about it, it's in 1 Kings chapter 1 through 5, all the way to the end of 5. And because it sparked the civil war, David got up out of his near deathbed, because he was being sneaky with God at the time. He got up out of his near deathbed and had Solomon crowned a second time, and that ended this, what would have been a civil war. That's kind of what's going on here, except that this guy, Romanus, gets a conscience and decides, you know what, I've been sort of keeping Constantine VII from ruling. I shouldn't do that. And the minute he started having a conscience, his sons rebelled against him. Okay? So, maybe it's marking 940 because that's when the rebellion effectively started. It took them 4 years. They end up ousting their own father, aided by Constantine VII's wife, who was the daughter of this guy. So the daughter and the sons, well, I mean, it kind of goes both ways. The daughter helps want to get her father out, because she wants Constantine VII to rule, because of course that makes her empress. And her brothers want Romanus out, because they want to be emperors instead. So ridiculous, the story. Well, people just learn Bible and not work. I mean, what do you gain by being in power like this? I've never understood that. Anyway, so the boys and her, she sort of conspiring for a very different reason, conspired to get Romanos out. And their way of doing it in the Byzantine Empire was to get you discredited first, and then sometimes yes, sometimes no, they blind you. They put out your eyes, literally. And then they make you a monk. The monasteries were staffed with all kinds of discredited people. They wouldn't kill you. You stayed alive, and then they stuck you in a monastery. They tonsured you, which means they did a thing on your head, cutting your hair a certain way. And then they made you a monk. And then you died in the monastery. So monasteries were essentially prisons. Alright, full of political prisoners in those days. You see why God doesn't have a particularly good opinion of the Byzantine Empire. Alright, so as soon as the boys managed to get Daddy discredited and made into a monk, she was working behind the scenes to get her husband replacing. And that's what ends up happening by 944. This is the turning point in 940. So I guess I do know why it's done like that. So that seemed like coming in the clouds. It's a satire. Hopefully you can see that. Oh, finally my husband is gonna rule, and we're gonna get rid of those stupid sons. This is like the story of what's his name? The Tempest? Is it the Tempest? Or, the guy who had 3 daughters, and one of them was faithful to him, and the others were rebellious, and I forget the name of that play. Oh, it's a Shakespearean play. Ian McKellen played the lead guy, and I can't remember the name of the play now. It's not The Tempest, though. King Lear. That's who it was. The play's name is King Lear. Thank you, Dad. I have a very bad personal memory. Okay, so Romanus gets ousted, and Constantine wins the day, coming on his white horse with the clouds. Clouds always mean people. Okay? Coming on the clouds to save the day, Deus Ex Machina at the end of the play. Oh, 940, that's when the changeover occurs. Okay? And that's how they build it, because the whole thing about being an Oriental rule is it's always over the top. It's like Donald Trump's apartment. It's just ugly and gaudy and over the top and all this pomp and circumstance. Every culture has something in it, some things in it that are kind of yucky. That's what's yucky about Byzantine culture. So, God, foreknowing all this, reserves these words for this time. So that when the Byzantines come to this time and they hear all the cheering out about, oh, our Savior is finally saving the country from Romanus, they'll think, oh, that was satirized by the Bible, wasn't it? Look at that. Yeah, that's kind of like Matthew 25:11, which is our time, our years. Lord, Lord! Yeah, that's 2015 to 2018. 2015, 16, 17, 18, yeah. This is analogous to that. Only it's back in 940. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay? Now, that long-winded explanation is designed to show you that, hi, look at this clause, it's 7s at the end. It's got huion in it. What about the ending reference in verse 32? Right here. Oh, well, that's not 70. Well, it depends on which kind of 70 is being stressed. The clause before it is 70. And it's very cleverly 70 too, because Matthew 24 won't 7 this way. I didn't show it. But the Matthew 24 passage only goes to 11:10, and it's been driving me crazy because it should be 11:13 like this is. But Matthew's making a point about time being out of sync due to the Crusades. Okay, but the Byzantines weren't involved in the Crusades. I mean, a little bit, but not very much. I said, oh, fine, let the Latins have it. I mean, they were actually in charge of the area of the Crusades at the time. But they didn't care. They really didn't. They just evacuated. And the Arabs took over, and then they make some kind of peace and a trade deal, and then they'd end up coming back to Jerusalem. Okay? Nobody cared about the Jews, and the Byzantines were very anti-Semitic. So if the Muslims came in and they decided to destroy a bunch of Jews, fine, then we'll just leave and we'll wait till they do that and we'll come back. Okay? I mean, there were always exceptions. But they had control over the area when this happened. And that's the Crusade. That's 1143. That's just before the Second Crusade. Alright? And it's not like they never went or they didn't do anything about it. But it's like, it's already ours. We'll come back and get it later. Whereas the Latins were like, oh, we have to defend the cause of Christ. Well, actually, no, they were just defending their egos. Both sides were wrong. So the Arabs came in and plucked it. God saying, hi, get out of Dodge. I told you to get out of Dodge. This whole thing has been about get out of Dodge ever since. Ever since, way up here, remember, it says, right here, up here, where was it? Holding on, birth pains, don't worry about what you're going to say, because you're going to be into the Holy Spirit, you're going to be delivered over, okay? When you see the abomination, what are you supposed to do? Get out of Dodge, run to the mountain. And when was that? Oh, that's 523 plus 30 equals 553. Way before there were Arabs who existed as Muslims. This was way before Islam. Alright? So when you see the abomination, and what abomination was it? Well, this particular one, because it's been benchmarked in the other two versions of the same prophecy in Matthew 24 and Luke 21, this time he's stressing Justinian the First and his successors, because they're building a temple atop the Holy of Holies that depicts Christ. They're building a temple to Mary. They call it the Nea. You can Google on this. Nea Theotokos. They're building a temple to Mary atop the Holy of Holies. Does it get more abominating than that? Okay? So yeah, once you see them start building, and actually the building started in 527, but they didn't have the money, so they stopped. Then Justinian comes in 527 AD, and he starts the rebuilding off and on again. When you see that happening, and you got plenty of time to get out because they're going to stop and start and stop and start and stop and start. When you see the abomination that desolates, like bread is moldy, and you look at the mold and it's like, oh, can't do anything with this, just throw it out. The bread is desolated. Oh, then get out of Dodge way here before there are Muslims, and it's not due to the Muslims that it's an abomination. It's due to Christians. So now we come back down here again, and now it's 940 AD, and that the ruins of that abomination have been taken away. You know what's sitting up there now? The same Dome of the Rock you see on nightly news that shows Jerusalem. You can't even see a picture of Jerusalem on the nightly news without it showing the Dome of the Rock. That's where the Holy of Holies is, in case anybody forgets. Alright? So the sun, 910. We know what that is. I just covered that. Then we come back down here. And here's the second reference to the sun, the other bookend, ending at 1133. But what if I just stopped it here? So then I'd be measuring from this bookend, which includes all of the first one. see, because it's including Huias there, all the way down to just before the second one starts. That's obviously divisible by 7, because the end point is 1113, crusades between the first and the second, and nobody doing anything about the Arabs between, because they don't care. Minus 910, 203, and you know what that is? This is such a killer. This 203, I hope you're sitting down. This is the famous meter in Isaiah 53, at Isaiah 53:4, the end of the verse. At Isaiah 53:4, at the end of the verse, is 203 syllables. Daniel uses that in Daniel 9's prayer. The actual text of that clause at the end of Isaiah 53 says, Elohim umne, God violated. And if you counted your syllables from Isaiah the way I'd show you in the Isaiah 53 videos, that is 586 BC. Do you see how clever Mark is? He's tying the Second Crusade, the advent between the Crusades, to temple going down the first time in the same area where the temple is, that is also the focus of the Arabs and the Christians and the Jews at the time that this 1113 occurs. Held by, ostensibly, Byzantium, because it was sometimes Byzantium was in control of Jerusalem, and at this point you have the Latin kings of Jerusalem there also, Baldwin the First, that guy, what's his name, the really famous one, Richard the Lionhearted will be coming in, or is there. This was the heyday. It was just after the First Crusade had ended, and before the second one starts. Okay? So all the famous people that are the Latins are there too. And this is after the Great Schism between the East and the West. So now you have the Western popes who want desperately to control Jerusalem because the East has it. That's why you know this is the East. Alright? And the difference is 203, which means temple down. And who's the temple at this point? There's no physical temple. Why? Because the second temple, the temple of the body of Christ, is being created. And right now, the temple of the body of Christ is so busy with their stupid relics, and they're fighting amongst each other, and everybody hates the Jews. The temple is down, and the difference between 940, when Romanus goes down, I want you to see the historical play here. Romanus goes down in 940. I just explained that. By his own kids. Okay, that's like civil war. Okay, so Christians are in civil war over who gets to control Jerusalem. And so, the distance of the two parallel civil wars is 203. To remind everybody, hello, did you count your syllables? Isaiah 53 is one of the most famous passages in the Old Testament. Everybody knew it. And Daniel used 203 in his own prayer to tag Isaiah 53:4. So that mechanism of metrical tagging, which is all over the Bible, I just don't have time to show it all, is a reminder to the reader who, when they got Mark's Gospel, they would know that. Because 203 was famous. They would know. But by 1113:13, nobody knows what it is. Because we're all going to fight over the relics. I'm Santiago de Compostela, and I really have St. James's finger. Just one finger. And a sane person would say, first of all, how can you be sure it's St. James? And secondly, why would you want his finger? Why wouldn't you want his understanding? Oh no, we just want relics. So that's why they wanted to invade Jerusalem. So you grab a scrap of cloth and call it the Shroud of Turin, and then collect a lot of money by the stupid peasants who line up so they could look at the cloth. Oh, that was the cloth Jesus was buried in. Yeah, that's all the Bible they knew. It was a racket. It was a way to make money. Nobody was bothering teaching the true treasure of the Word of God, which the Greeks had in abundance. If you were to number all the copies of the manuscripts that we have from the old days, the Byzantine period, from like Constantine forward, is like 4 times as many, if it may be even more than that. Because what is the so-called Alexandrian text, which King James only has roll off their mouth as if that meant they knew something, that's all Eastern. Alexandria, Egypt, was part of the Byzantine Empire for most of the time. Okay? It wasn't until long after the Crusades that there was really any particular freedom of the Latins to go there. I mean, Jerome managed to get in there in the 400s before all this stuff heated up. But he had to travel there on his own. It wasn't like they had a setup. Okay, in the 200s they did have a setup. In the 400s they didn't. And after that they didn't, because after there was the split between Latin and Greek, the Greeks held the territory. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an Alexandrian text. I don't even know why people use the term. But then why do they say Good Friday when he died on Wednesday? And the Bible flat tells you that. 3 days and 3 nights in the grave. Matthew 12, verses 40 and 41. Can't miss it. Alright, so this civil war is sevened to what will end up being this civil war before this text. Now let's look at what the text says. We looked at what the text said here. Oh, he's coming in the clouds to save us. This is Deus Ex Machina. Yeah, that's Constantine 7. That's what they're going to say to cover up their civil war. And who won? With his wife Helena behind the scenes. And she's the daughter of this guy who she don't want ruling anymore. Because that way she can't be empress until he's ruling. That's what we saw this was. Big exaggeration, right? Okay, but when we get down here, 1113, okay, now we have this clause, and it doesn't 7. See? It's not 21. See? This was a 21. Part of me wants to say that my count is wrong, maybe. But, see, because if this was 21, this would be 1134, and it would 7, all by itself. But I was looking at all these words and the variants, and I can't find a way to make this increase 1. Maybe I'll find one. But unless it increases 1, then it's on purpose that it doesn't mean to. This is 20, not 21. If it were 21, that would be 1134. And with 7 to this, all by itself. But it's not. Why not? Why is it off kilter? Well, maybe it's intentional, because look at the text. Let's see. Neither the angels, ude hoi angeloi, and this word isn't in the text, being. It's just stupid. I don't know who inserted that. Okay. Udoi hoi angeloi, en, in, uranoi, heaven, ude, neither. See, this is neither nor. Neither the angels. Udoi hoi angeloi. En uranoi, in heaven. Ude, nor ho huias. Remember, because Christ is talking in 30 AD, he has not yet risen. He's not using his godness to foreknow the history. The Holy Spirit is feeding this to him as he talks. This is proof that, he's not cheating by using his godness, so yes, he can go to the cross. And now, this is an idiom. Eme literally means if not. But it ends up meaning but only. Okay? So it's ude hoi angeloi, neither the angels, and uranoi, in heaven, ude hohuias, nor the sun, this is really how you should say it, me. This is a strong A sound. Me, ho, and this one you'll recognize, pater. So it ends up meaning, but only the Father. Now, he's already said up here, but concerning those days, peri, da, tes, gemeras, ekaines, you have to say this really fast, it's one syllable, ekaines, tes, horas, udais, oiden. This kind of a sound play there. Concerning the days, the last days, those, I don't want to translate this. Being what hour? Horas means hour. Udais, oiden. Nobody knows. Udais means nobody. Oiden means knows. Okay, so now he's saying neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only Aime ho pater, only the Father. Now, since nobody knows, there's no promise being made about when it's going to be, right? There's only a promise made that it's going to be. I'm not telling you when. Surprise. So it's not 7th. Unless I find some way to 7 it, that's the only explanation I can come up with for why it isn't 7th. Is that nobody knows and it's not a promise. Because all these things end up being promises. Okay, a promise is a kind of contract. God is telling you something. He's promising that it's true. He's promising it'll happen, good or bad. But there's no promise here. There's a promise it's going to happen, but there's not a promise as to when. You cannot set the date of the rapture. Okay, so that's what makes this kind of a spunky thing. The only way it's 7s is if I go back to the prior clause and I leave this out, which I can do if I'm already including the count here. You see the point? He's coming in the clouds all right. Look at how this matches up so beautifully. Yeah, but then they will see him coming in the clouds. And it's satire on the Romulus thing, Romanus thing. But it's also real second advent. Because coming in the clouds is second advent. That's not rapture. Okay, so now he pairs it up with the rapture, which isn't 7 because it can happen any time. But concerning the day or hour when that coming in the clouds is going to occur, nobody knows but the Father. Isn't this clever? So one of the things that you find out about this is, when they're bookmarking, when he's using hohuias here, he's being very precise where to put it, and he's being very precise that it links to the prior reference, the prior use of it, to make a joint statement. See, this statement says, and then they will see him coming in the clouds. That's second advent. And so the, as it were, antiphonal reply is, but when is that going to happen? Because that was the clause here. But concerning those days, nobody knows the hour. Neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only Dad. Alright, so the day that he's going to come, the time when he actually, the real guy, comes, second advent, is not knowable because only the Father knows it. And the reason why the second advent is not knowable is because the rapture is not knowable. Once the rapture happens, then the second advent will be known. But not now when Christ talks. Because Daddy has to say, okay, it's time for the rapture. And that's Revelation 4:1, door open, door closed. And John represents church, and he goes up to heaven then. So it's like all of church is represented by John going up to heaven then. And then the tribulation starts. Now they all knew that. But he's reiterating it here, and that might be why this is 20 instead of 21. Okay? Now, I might reverse myself if I find some compelling reason, but right now this is where it stands. If you see something else, let me know. Now, here's the last thing I wanted to cover on this. As I started to say, if you look at Kurios, and you just need to look here at this menu item. Each page has this little set of introdoc links, so you can click on them and navigate around the document easily. Kurios is starting in verse 20 and ending in verse 35. So just as a little refresher, because we've covered a lot of ground in this, I apologize. This one, here's verse 20. What does it say? And all those days, if the Lord hadn't cut all those days short, nobody would have survived. Okay? Kai, eme, see, it's the same construction. But for, but only. Here we'd have to translate it, but for. Cutting short, and then the person doing the cutting is listed next to sort of stress. This is a Hebraistic way of doing things, to list the verb first and the subject second. And but for him cutting short. Who's him? The Lord. Those days, there's no kainos in there. Okay? The is acting like the demonstrative pronoun. There wouldn't be, uk means not, on means if, but it's another idiom. There wouldn't be. If it were true, there wouldn't be. If he hadn't cut the day short, there wouldn't be. Esoste, that comes from sozo, that means to save. Now you can save money, you can save your life, you can be saved from an accident, or you can be saved to heaven. There are a lot of different saves in the Bible. You have to figure out which one. He's now talking about physical life. No flesh. Sarx means flesh. There would not be saved any flesh. We'd say, it literally says all, but in English when it says not all, that means something different, and he's saying not at all. Not any flesh would be saved if he didn't cut short the days. See? Look. And if not, him cut short, the Lord, doing the cutting, the days, not, in that case, would be a good English translation, would be saved any, we'd have to translate that as any flesh. Or you could translate it, not, in that case, would be saved all flesh, not at all. Kind of goofball, flesh. So if he had not cut short those days, nobody would be saved. And it's talking about saved from the destruction, not necessarily saved to heaven. Okay? So that is the beginning of the kurios phrase at 20. Now we're going to do what we just did with kurios and go down to the end and see if it talks back to verse 20. And what do you know? What does it say? Well, see, if you knew that the Lord is cutting short the days so that you be saved, your first thought is, oh, well then what? What? Be alert, gregorite, therefore, uk, not, oidete, means be on the alert, therefore, and he's talking like dramatically, so you're not going to insert because. Be on the alert, therefore. You don't know. Ukoidate. They've got it in reverse order. We say don't know. Well, that'll work. You don't know. Therefore, when the Lord of the house of body of Christ, will come. So it's gregorete, uk, oidate, gar, pote, hok, kurios, and it's 3 syllables here, tes, oikias, ergete, when he's going to come. And they said they got ergete, but no, ergete. I just don't agree with the pronunciation or their diacritics. You don't stress the last syllable because the last syllable keeps on changing, so then you never know what the root verb was. So you stress the root verb. Okay? Erkomai means to come. Everybody says it. Erkomai. Okay, so keep the same stress. Erkete. Then everybody knows what kind of verb it is. Otherwise, you're going to, you say erkete, huh? Erketai. Really, you should say ai. Erketai. Erketai. It sounds like a second word. No. Erkete. Erketai. That would be better. You don't know when the Lord's going to come, so be on the alert. Why be on the alert? What do you mean about the Lord coming? Well, go back here to the prior bookmark in verse 20. What did I say in verse 20? Okay, if the Lord didn't cut short those days, everybody would die. Cut short what days? What do you mean cut short? Cut short by how much? Well, if that's the point, dummy, you don't know by how much. So what do you conclude? You conclude, be alert, therefore, you don't know, therefore, when the Lord of the house, body of Christ, will come. Because he's going to cut short the days, and you don't know when he's going to cut them short. And there's a 2 meaning to the cut short. He's going to cut it short so the rapture starts, and nobody knows when that's going to happen. And at the end, he's going to cut it short to exactly 7 years, just like predicted in Daniel 12, where you do know exactly what day it is and how long. But he's still going to have to cut it short to the 7 years, because if he doesn't do that, everybody dies. In other words, some ding-dongs are going to be fighting during the tribulation. They're going to come up with some massive nuclear weapon thingy. And he's going to stop everything before they manage to shoot it off. Okay? But you know exactly how long it lasts. And it's a full 365.25 days times 7 years. Daniel maps out the exact number of days in Daniel 12. That's the number of days for the tribulation. And it's split in 2 parts. Go see my revplay.htm if you want to see how. Okay? It's really obvious. There's a 45-day exit window when they go to install that stupid statue in the middle of the tribulation. You know, in Revelation 13. You're going to get an exit window. Alright? So, you are supposed to hear the kurios is telling you. Your master is saying, be on the alert because you don't know when he's coming. Yeah, and when he comes, He's coming to what? Cut short the days. He's going to cut short the days in the sense of church because that's when church ends. And if church went on one more day, nobody would survive that either. Because people won't believe. It's already starting. Any moment is like that right now. Okay, so be on the alert. And besides, your own days might be cut short because you could die today. What do you want to be able to say to yourself, forget being a good boy or girl? What is a waste of your time? If you were to die today, what would you consider to be a waste of your time? Because your days could be cut short today. So can mine. One of the reasons I'm doing so many videos is I always feel like I'm going to die today. And I want to be able to say, okay, well, at least I got that done. Okay, when you look at your life, what do you feel is a waste in your life? Now, there's certain things that seem to be waste, but aren't usually the things you don't like you'll call waste. Differentiate between true waste and the things you call waste because you don't like them. And a lot of things we don't like really are true waste, too. And say to yourself, if I were to die today, what would I consider to be a waste of my life? And then talk to God about how to get rid of that waste in case you live tomorrow so you don't have to repeat it again. And then just every single day ask the same question because each day is your last day. That's Hebrews 4. The day ends, it's dead. That's a famous concept in Judaism too. The day's over. The day dies. Today dies. So what about tomorrow? If I get through this day, what will I be happy about that I got through on this day? And what would I consider a waste? Because your sarks, your flesh, could be cut off today. And if you get to the end of the day and you say, oh, I forgot that, okay, resolve to remember it tomorrow. You know, it's like piano practice. You get it wrong mostly. And every once in a while you get the notes right. So you try to do it again for the joy of getting them right, at least sometimes. Okay? So, what is a waste in your life? Ask God how to find a way to stop doing it. Because He says, and you can even quote Him on this, you can go to Him and say, hey God, you told me to be alert. Because I don't know when you're coming. So what in my life is a waste versus what I merely don't like? Because maybe I don't like it and it's also a waste. And maybe I don't like it and it's really not a waste. And how do I get rid of the waste in my life? How do I reprioritize my life? Then you'll have a productive day. Because that's fulfilling the command here. Be alert. You don't know when He's coming. You don't know when He's coming for you personally because you die. You don't know when He's coming for the rapture. And you don't know, in this particular case, what was so pregnant about using this here is the Lord comes to you through the Word of God, and this was the time when the Bible was more popular than ever. This was a heyday of popularity of the Bible in Europe. Everybody had one. Everybody wanted to get one. They had little tiny Bibles. It was the first time that they had Bibles that looked like the Bibles we got now. So the Lord came to them through it. And you don't know what day or hour that's going to happen because maybe God will suddenly give you $350 to buy Bible Works. In those days, that little tiny Bible that they could get their hands on was the equivalent of having Bible Works. It had little study aids in it. It had little commentaries in it. It had an index of how to translate the Hebrew names. It was great. Everybody loved it. Because they believed Daniel 12 said the world was going to end in 1260 AD. And this is 1256. See, you don't know when the world's going to end. That's exactly what they were thinking at the time this is written and by the time the clause ends. Do you see how witty this is? So do you see the application to your life? I'm beginning to see it to mine, so I'm going to sign off now and I'm going to get real serious with God, okay? Okay, now we get into really the sort of climactic purpose of all this data crunching. as you're going to see in the lower screen, it's the history that pertains to verse 20. So you can see the satire of the language in verse 20 versus the history of the Eastern Empire. This is so biting, I'm really in a state of shock. And hopefully I won't cough too much. I have really bad allergies. I've had them all my life. And they're kicking up right now. Of course, that should be 8. Alright. We first start, well, the point of what I'm going to say, I should say first. This is preview of coming distractions. Okay. Kurios, as you'll see, starts the earliest, because we're ignoring the E-Day things. I'll tell you why in a minute. Kurios starts first, at verse 20, where we are now. The next time and the last time it occurs is in verse 35. So everything between verse 20 and verse 35 has this connotation of God's overseeing it, because the word kurios is used as a bookend. The Bible has a lot of ways to bookend the text. They didn't do what we do. They didn't use paragraphs. They didn't use chapter numbers. They used keywords. And that's what we're looking at here. That's why I'm calling it an anaphora. And I'm going to explain what that particular keyword means in a minute with reference to the text. But just know that, see, this is the widest spread of time. Text and time. Alright? The synonym for it is huios. Alright? And that is in between the kurios. That's real important. Like nested Russian dolls. Between the two references to huios are in verses 26 through 32. Or just 26 and 32. So the technique with these anaphora, which I learned 6 years ago from Paul, from parsing out Paul, took me a long time to figure it out, is that they use these keywords anaphorically in order to focus on a given portion of the time, and all the time before it and all the time after it is due to what's in the center. Okay, and that's Greek drama. That is the central thing that Aristotle taught in his Poetics. That's why when it says the day of the Lord, you know, we can dispute whether Aristotle invented it or somebody else, but when you see the phrase day of the Lord in the Old Testament, and then you see Revelation, which is the revealing, that's really the day of the Lord. All the Greek plays and ancient drama too, clearly, you know, Hebrew as well. It may be first, I don't know. They had this habit of, when they did their plays or their literature, they focused on one central event, and then the story was about what led up to that event, the idea being that it was sort of planned by the gods for this purpose, for the event. And then what comes out of the event is like the result. So that when you get done with the play, you're like, oh, this one thing that happened in the center is the reason why time was what it was prior to, and the reason why time is what it is after. And you can talk to any literature scholar you want about Greek drama and how it's organized, and talk to them about Aristotle's Poetics. And Aristotle specifically said what I just told you. And I mean, you can just Google on Aristotle Poetics and read it yourself. It's a series of like little principles about if you're going to write a Greek play, because you could get $1 million if you wrote a good one. If you write a Greek play, here are the rules you got to follow. And then every year they would have something like an Olympics for plays. And whoever wrote the best play won the award and got like the millions of dollars. Okay? So it was a big commercial thing in the ancient world. And it wasn't just Greece, but Greece was, you know, most popular for it. The Romans had their own version. Because, you know, in the ancient world, if you were a writer and you did plays or music or whatever, you had to have somebody pay you for it. Okay? I mean, you had to have what was called a patron, and the patron was usually a king, or a prince, or a duke, or some really rich person. And then they got their kudos for sponsoring you, and then you had to do the work of the play, and then they would put on the play, pay all the expenses to put it on, and everybody would pay admission. Sometimes, many times, especially in Greek Empire, it was free and compulsory. You had to go. This is how they managed the propaganda and the culture of their people. It was a really, really big deal. Okay, it's kind of like the way Hitler managed his rallies and stuff. Except that, we'd like to think that the Greeks did it for a more noble purpose, but it really wasn't. Okay, that's what this is playing to. The people who are receiving this text are Greek. The text is in Greek. So it's going to talk to them in their own language and culture. And it's not that different from the way the Hebrew is constructed anyhow, which starts back in 1400 BC when Moses first started writing Genesis. And there were a lot of Greeks around then too. In fact, that was one of the reasons they had to go into the land, was to get rid of the Greek marauders. The Greeks and the Arabs hooked up to each other, and they were killing and murdering and raping everybody they could. And so God basically sent Israel into the land in order to wipe out the criminals, so she would take over. That was the whole purpose for Israel to go into the land. I mean, immediate purpose. Forgetting the prophetic purpose. So, you have to think about this. It's all nested around a center. And then the storyline is like what led up to the center and what comes out of the center. Like the center of history is Jesus Christ. And everything that happened before he was born was structured, and the Bible repeatedly says this, for the sake of his own birth and life. And then everything that happens as a result of his own birth and life, okay, is obviously the stuff of history. Alright, that's what this is coming from. That's why I worded these introdoc links the way I did. I wanted you to see the centrality of it. So with the anaphora, what you always look for is you look for the center. What's the center point in history? When Christ did Matthew 24:25, or when Matthew packaged it, the center turned out to be the English Reformation. I've already done the videos on that. When Mark is writing, he's not writing about Western Europe. He's writing about the East. So now what's the historical center for the East out of which all the past was like directed towards, and all the future is going to come out of? Now, what that ends up meaning is that it tells you the trends of history, because these things are still happening. In other words, once you find the center, it's saying, hi, this is the play of history. And some version of that play, of that center, is happening right now. That's why this is relevant. Okay, so, Kurios, Lord, first and last. That shouldn't be too hard to understand. Getting the wit now? Huios, in between. Yeah, Christ was always God. And in the center of history, he takes on humanity. So he's in between. He was God before, he's God after, and of course he's still human now too, but in between, he takes on, he becomes human. You see the wit? Okay, because it's teaching a Bible doctrine lesson. Everything in these numbers always do. This isn't some arcane code. This is just using numbers to tell the thing, to help you understand the text. Just like we have chapters, they use syllable counts. Alright? Now, since this is 20 to 35, and this is 26 to 32, then you go back to blepo, and you look for what's in between the 20 and the 35. Well, between that is verse 21, 23, and 29. And they also, all three, happen to be inside, pregnancy, huios. Now, that means outermost, God. Innermost, the seeing, 21, 23, 29. Okay? And holding the seeing is Christ, humanity, the Son. Son of God, Ancient of Days, the guy who's going to come down at the end of the play and save everybody. Okay, so now think about what that means. You got 3 nested anaphora. This is the outermost Russian doll. This is the Russian doll inside the kurios, play on hypostatic union. And the Greeks in the East in particular would get that because they had a big argument with the Western Church over this very doctrine. Okay, what is the relationship of the godness of Christ to the humanity of Christ? Alright, really big deal. Lots of people got killed over it over the centuries, and they're still fighting about it today. Alright, but innermost are verses 21, 23, and 29, and they all use blepo. Or maybe one of them uses ide, we'll find out. Okay? So that's the center of the play. The very innermost Russian doll is about seeing. Seeing. So here's the Lord, always was, always will be, beginning and ending of everything, the first and last. And inside, as it were, of himself is his humanity, subordinate to his godness. Okay? Now, what illuminates the Son? The Word of God, Matthew 4:4. You will always live on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. So, that's verses 21, 23, and 29. Whoa. So that's the doctrinal organization of the material. It's not just, hi, so-and-so ruled this year, and another guy rules this year, and this guy did this good thing, and this guy did this bad thing. No. What lessons of doctrine are you to learn from the history? And bear in mind, this is prophecy, but once it's past, it's history. So you learn from it before it happens, and you can learn from it after it happens. That's the whole goal here. So we start now to look at our nested dolls, knowing that it's God on the outermost. Next doll inside is Huios, the Son. And the innermost doll is seeing. What illuminates? How did the Son get through the cross? Because of what he saw. And the Bible actually says that. It's Isaiah 53, 11. The last clause in it says, Yireh, he will see, is how you translate that. While he's on the cross, he sees. Yireh. And then the next word in Isaiah 53:11 is Yizbah. And that means he will be satisfied. And then the rest of the verse explains why. Batato yatzdik, by means of his truth knowledge, illuminating him, he makes righteous. Batato means by means of his truth knowledge. Yatzdik means he makes righteous. Tzadik abdil rabim, the righteous servant for the people. That's how Isaiah 53:11 finishes. Well, not quite. There's one more clause. Well, awonatam, and their twisting sins, hu yisbol, he took out. Or he took on would be better. See, if Bibles were translated with the same syllable counts as in the Hebrew, and they have been attempted ever since the 1500s, once you see those translations, it's like, oh, this is more memorable, it's more meaningful. Yeah, hopefully in the next 100 years we'll start doing that. So we got Kurios on the outside, Huios inside, next Russian doll, innermost is the seeing. Okay? So God, Christ, sees. Now, that's good Greek, but it's not good English. It means God sees Christ. See, the seeing is in Christ. The Kurios also means the Father. And Father sees the truth knowledge in the Son, and that's how our sins got paid. In other words, when you're reading this as a Byzantine Greek, if you knew how to do your syllable count, you're going to get really depressed. So once you see that, oh, these are the nested dolls, that no matter how depressing this history is that I'm about to go through, God is seeing his Son, which means everything really is going to turn out okay in this play. The play of history, the play of reality, the play of harvesting humans who want to believe in him. Because you can choose not to. Not a very good idea. But that's the play of history. That's what all history is for. God, the Son, sees. But what that means in Greek order, is God the Father sees the Son, the object. And of course the Son is, part of the Godhead. So the Father is seeing the Son see. See, it's got endless play there. Alright? All because of the word, the way they ordered the words. If they didn't order the words this way, there's all that doctrine that I just told you that you couldn't see in these passages. I mean, you know the doctrine anyway, but you wouldn't see how it is here. Which makes a big difference, because if you just read this in English, it's like blah, 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 and then blah, 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 and then blah, 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 and then blah, 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 and it's like, why are these words in this order? Yeah, well, we're going to find out right now. Okay, so we find out. We start with verse 20. We got verse 20 up here. Ding, ding, ding. Okay, and you've seen me go through this before. And if he hadn't, it's really hard to translate this. But for, cutting short the Lord. See, the subject is coming second. But for the Lord cutting short the days, no, we'll just call this possibility, surviving any flesh. It's really hard to translate in the right same order and have it make good English sense. Basically, if the Lord didn't cut short those days, nobody would survive. What days? See, this is the really important thing. We all know this is talking about tribulation. Yes, the tribulation is literal and true. But how do you know what it's gonna look like if you don't have some kind of frame or reference in advance? Because remember, there are going to be people alive who are going to actually go through this. It would be really helpful for them to understand what it looked like in the past, lower, smaller, baby versions of it. Okay? Because, if it's in the future, then it'll be passed to them, and they'll be able to look at that past while they go through it. Now that past starts 693. This is a new paragraph, starting here, talking about, he's sort of like introducing it dramatically. If the Lord hadn't cut those days short, nobody would survive. And then, the stupid scholars not all of them are stupid, some of them are stupid, get involved with, well, then it's not really 7 years, it's a shortened 7 years. It doesn't say that. It just means cut short. Like, cut short to 7 years. Okay? It's not a few days less than 7 years. He's saying unless he cut short those days. In other words, if he let the war go on longer, because it's going to end with a world war, that he stops. If he let it go on one more day, then everybody would have been destroyed. Like, maybe they're all going to fire their nukes. Okay, but he foreknows what day he's going to actually come back. And once the tribulation starts, you too will know, because you're given a calendar of every single day. And you're supposed to count those days down. Just like Israel had to do for Messiah's birth in the Old Testament, So you're going to need to do that when you're in the actual tribulation in the New Testament. So you'll know the exact number of days. But if he let them be one more day beyond what they will be, which exact number you will know from the start, if he let it go on one more day, everybody would be dead. Now, the only way I can think of where that could occur is if we had everybody fire their nuclear weapons. Okay? So, this period, therefore, starts at 694, which is 724, and runs to 716, which is 746. Now, I'm not going to go through all of that right now. What I am going to go through is I want you to see who this is, because that's the big story here. The word kurios, hopefully you know, means Lord. When Matthew uses it, or packaging the Lord's words, every single time this word occurs in Matthew 24 and 25, it means somebody who is a reformer. It means that during that period, 2 syllables or 3, depending on how you pronounce it, Matthew used 2 syllables. They said kurios rather than kurios. Alright, during that time, every single time, the word kurios occurs in the Matthew text, 3 things are happening. There is a reformer who, alone or with others, is busy collecting Bible manuscripts in order to create a better translation, or sometimes the first translation in a language nobody's ever done yet. Every single time that text is used, it starts in Matthew 24:42. There is one exception in that Matthew text, which is in Matthew 24:50, where the reformer is Charles I, son of James I, and his idea of reforming for the sake of Bible purity is to take away the people's right to have their own Bibles and decide their own way of worship. And what he got for his pains was deposed. So he was a reformer, all right, but he got deposed. And that's at the end of Matthew 24. So when you get into Matthew 25, which is really the same chapter in the Greek, the satire has already started about rulers trying to take over whether or not you have the right to study your own Bible your way. You got that? That's the meaning of it. And since Mark is writing on a repackaging of Matthew, one ought to expect that his use of kurios is going to be consistent with the way that Matthew's packaging works. Yeah, from the satire. In other words, the rulers, and this, you can just check this in history, and here's some links to see these people, okay, like Leo the First. This is Leo the First, Constantine the Fifth, Leo the Fifth. You read up on these people, and you'll find out that, oh wow, Byzantine history is really quite different. In each case, the Byzantine Emperor was, as it were, the final arbiter of what should be the worship and the faith. Now, technically, they build themselves out as being working in concert with the patriarchs. They didn't have popes, single popes. They had like groups. Okay, but the guy who was the patriarch at Constantinople, the capital, was the most important among them. So, quasi-pope. But the quasi-pope did not want political power. Okay? Directly. He didn't want that. Whereas the Western popes really did want that. The emperor, therefore, was supposed to be working in concert with the religious patriarch of Constantinople, and they would enforce their interpretation on the entire empire. Force it. The West didn't have that luck. People broke up early in the West. They were more loosey-goosey to start with. And the rulers did try half-heartedly, but it really, their heart wasn't in it. I mean, even from the very beginning, like Trajan, he just didn't want to, you go look at his letters with Pliny, you'll see what I mean. But here we're talking about defender of the faith. And when necessary, what these guys would do, these emperors would do, if they didn't like who was the patriarch, and the patriarch didn't agree with them, they just replaced the patriarch and make somebody else patriarch. So it was much more a deal of the ruler, kind of like a Charles I in 640 AD. It was very much in the East from the get-go. The ruler sets the religion agenda. The ruler sets the religious rules. And that's what Constantine I actually did do. So they're much more akin to the way Constantine set government up as a unity between church and state, so that he could have power over the priests, power over the prelates, power over the religion, so that they could never rebel against him. And that was a tradition that by the time we're looking here at 732 AD, which is, our word here, kurios, by the time we're looking at that, Leo III is in power. Now here's what's different. Why this is a watershed difference. Leo III kind of wanted, and a lot of people agreed with him, they were kind of sick of. Oh, the Pope sets the rules, and they were particularly sick of, not the Pope, the Patriarch, they were particularly sick of the whole idea of, oh, well, you carry these statues around. When it talks about the statue that's going to be erected in Jerusalem as an abomination in Revelation 13, well, this is why it's a statue. Because there are a whole bunch of people going to be alive then who they just, oh, this is a statue of Mary. You've seen those Mexican parades where the Mexicans put some 6-foot statue on a chair that has these long handles, 4 handles, and then the Mexicans support the handles with their shoulders, and they parade the 6-foot tall icon around the town in its chair as if it were alive. And that passes to them as holy. In their minds, what they're doing is holy. Yeah, well, that comes from Byzantine. Actually, it comes from other places. It was a pagan custom. It got passed into Christianity, and what people were doing, and they were going to get ready to do it even more after Leo. They were saying, oh, we made this painting of Jesus Christ. We made this painting, or this statue of Mary, this statue of some other, hermit or something. And it got to the point where they were basically praying to or carrying around the statue. Now, that was an ancient Roman custom. You did that with your ancestors. You made little wooden statues. They called them lares, L-A-R-E-S. That's what the Saturnalia festival was about. And you see it in the movie Gladiator, where the guy's kissing one of them. Russell Crowe is kissing one of them. Little tiny wooden statues. And you carried them everywhere you went. And then when you were camped for the night in your Roman legion, you lit a little candle and you took out your little dolls and you put them around the candle and then you prayed to them. That's what this led to. That's what was going on at the time of Leo. And he and a whole bunch of other people were saying, nope, this is wrong. Okay? Just wrong. So that's the closest to like a back to the Bible movement, a kind of reformation, a kind of rejection of ecumenical religion that the East ever got into. And it didn't really start with Leo, but he was a big proponent of getting rid of that stuff. Okay? So that's why, this text is being started here. I mean, it's really pointed that it's Leo, because this word here, Zenidai, the birth of his son, who's going to be a lot like him even more, is marked right there where I'm clicking my mouse. That's marking the birth of his son, with the play on words, because Ginomai sounds an awful lot like Ginao, and so like the son is going to become something. The son is going to be born. Well, he's already born, so that's why it's using Ginomai instead of Ginao. He's 2 years old, and that's when he's going to become. This is the play on words now, because this is Ginomai in Greek, and it means to become. He's going to become the next emperor. He's crowned right here at the beginning of this word at age 2. And you can look that up yourself, because see, that's where I got it from. The link there. That's where I learned all this. See, crowned at age 2. You can go look it up yourself. These are all independent links. Okay? And I picked easy ones that are easy to read. They're short. You can read a lot more in other things, but this gives you the essential information. So here's Leo. Same website. And you read about him, and you read about Constantine. Okay, that's what kicks off the center. Remember, the center starts with Kurios on the outer layer. Think of concentric circles if you don't like Russian dolls. Outer layer, outer circle, verse 20 through 35. Next inner circle, verse 26 through 32. Innermost circle, light, seeing, verses 21, 23, and 29. We've just sort of set up 20, and I'm sorry it took me so long. And when I come back, we'll get into the next occurrence, because after Kurios, okay, the next occurrence is actually going to be about the seeing. Alright? So I'll come back next. Back again. We're still at verse 20. And we're getting ready to go into verse 21, but in order to lead into that, I have to do some backstory. Verse 20 starts at 693, so it's 723. And this whole period is covering Leo and his son Constantine. Okay? Having set it up here, when Constantine is crowned at the ripe old age of 2. Now, because that happens, the question is, why is God saying that unless the Lord cut those days short, no human life will be saved? What does that have to do with Leo? I understand what it has to do with tribulation. What does it have to do with Leo? Leo is therefore being expressed as a prototype of what the tribulation will be like, by means of setting up the association between the actual historical period, because of the syllable counts, and the doctrine of the tribulation. In other words, if you're going to be in the tribulation, it'd be really helpful if you are as informed as much as possible about what it's like. Okay? Because it could seem nice, and in fact the first 3 years of the tribulation are going to seem very nice. So you need like, how are you going to know that it's actually the tribulation, okay, if it's nice? Not everybody's glued to their TV sets. You could be out in the forest, you could be, on the road. In this day and age, that's kind of hard to imagine, but, a lot of people live very isolated lives. How are they going to know? Okay, the Bible's telling you how to know. It's paralleling the future actual tribulation with a period that to us is past, but was also future at the time Mark wrote. That period is 732 to 734 AD for the word Kurios in particular, but it spans the period from 723 all the way to 746. You see how I got that? So from 723 to 746 it's tribulation quality, but it's lasting for a whole lot longer. And unless those days, whatever days they will be, were cut short, everybody was going to die. Well, that's a pretty dramatic thing to say. How do we know how true that was? Well, let's look at what time it was. 732 AD to 734 AD is the span of the time for Kurios. And it's kind of important if we want to look there first. Okay? Well, what was that? Well. In 732 in the west, specifically between France and Spain, which is where I come from, in the Pyrenees, genetically, okay, I was born here. So were my centuries of my ancestors going back to before the founding of the United States. Okay, Battle of Tours was 732 at the borderline between, nearly the borderline between France and Spain. What was that battle about? Well, the Arabs, after Muhammad died, his last speech, which they won't tell you in English, was, I want you to go up to Jerusalem and take it over, kill the Jews. Okay. So he dies, and they do that. And they not only do that, but they spread all along the underbelly of Europe called North Africa, and they come up from the other end of it, in the west, go through the Strait of Gibraltar and enter Spain. And they take over Spain, and they're pushing north, and by the time they get to the borderline between Spain and France, there's a guy named Charles the Hammer, aka Charles Martel, waiting for him. And they fight. It wasn't just one battle. They fight, and they fight, and they fight, and they finally get defeated enough in 732 that they don't want to try and invade France anymore. Now, why was that important? Because all the monasteries and most of the Bibles were in France. That was where everybody was most interested in Bible. There was a sort of, it was France, it was Germany, it was Italy, it was Britain, and they go back and forth in how interested they are, but their interest kind of was stable. If the Arabs had gotten in there, what they do is if you're Christian or Jewish, you're Untermenschen, and you got to pay a head tax, and anything you do, if an Arab doesn't like you and he kills you or he maims you or he steals everything you got no recourse. Even though you have to pay a tax, you got no recourse under the law. And they don't like your Bible, so they destroy them. They don't like you, so they destroy you. Every dollar you make, they take. That's what life in Arab countries is like. And especially then, in the beginning. They got sophisticated later, but in the beginning, they were just animals. Alright? So Battle of Tours is what preserved your ability to get Bible and basically preserved Europe. That's how important it was. And talk to anybody you want to know about the importance of the Battle of Tours. That was 732. Similarly, in the east, the Arabs who had taken over Jerusalem started moving north and north and north, and now they're running into Byzantine territory. And in 740, our boy Leo stopped the Arabs the way Charles Martel had stopped them in Spain. So Leo kept them back, and I don't remember exactly all of how he did it, but he did it so well that they just didn't want to invade after that. So he cut their days in his land short. So that's why this is so cute to portray, kind of like an epitaph. What was the importance of Leo III in God's eyes? That's pretty important, because there are more Bibles in Byzantine Empire. There are more Hebrew texts, okay, because, it's including Jerusalem and all that. And there are more Greek texts. In the West, what they basically had were Latin texts. They had the Greek texts, but they were all chained up. And even the Latin text, you had to like have $1 billion in order to get one. So most people, if they want a Bible, what they do is they become a nun or a monk or a slave girl, washerwoman to a monk or a nun, so that they can at least glimpse the Bible and hear it chanted at meals. It was really, really hard to get scripture in those days. You were lucky if you saw, like, part of the Gospel of John, or you saw part of a psalm book. They cut up the Bible in little books. Alright? They cut it up. So having a full Bible wasn't. It was just starting to become desirable at this point. So that's why the Arabs are coming up to prevent it from happening. Okay. Satan always rolls out the Arabs every 430 years. 638, 1071, 1517, 1941. You can call it 47 if you want. Both are true. And 120 years then elapses, and then the Arabs go back under the floorboards like the cockroaches that they are. And I don't mean all Arabs. I mean the Arab Muslims. They're cockroaches. Total, utter cockroaches. And the rich ones, of course, are a little more refined, but they're funding the cockroaches who actually do the jihads and the terrorism and all that crap. Alright? The Arabs have always been like that. Christ predicted that, or Moses, wrote about how God told, Hagar, mother of one of the half of all the Arab troops, your kid Ishmael's going to be a wild donkey of a man. Yeah, that's them. They got to argue over everything. They got to fight over everything. If they don't have an external enemy, they'll fight themselves. And I heard that myself from the State Department in a lecture in college. My professor was real on good terms with the State Department, and so they came and gave us a little lecture about the Arabs, because we were in the middle of the Yom Kippur War at the time. Okay? So, 740, he stopped the Arabs. That's a big deal. You wouldn't have your Bible, maybe, likely, if you didn't stop them. Okay, so he cut their days short in his land, and therefore the flesh is saved. Yeah, how can you be saved if you don't have a Bible to know what the gospel is? So then your flesh is useless. See the point? It's really cute wordplay. You see it? Alright. Now, our boy doesn't live much after that. His purpose is over. Okay? So, this is really biting. This stands for 746 AD. Okay, so watch. 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. At the beginning of Saved, Leo dies. The year after he stopped the Arabs, his purpose is done. So now he goes home to heaven, and he's saved. Isn't that cute? See, once the meter is right, it's like all these little biting things come into play once you know the history, and I didn't know the history. But you see how it plays now? Now you're going to have your own fun with this, I'm sure. But see, here's the link you can look up with Constantine. Here's the link you can look up with Leo. I'm sure there are other books that you can find to read them. But that's how our story of the Nexus time, the day of the Lord, as it were, the centerpiece of history for Byzantium, that's how it opens. Stopping the Arabs, cutting their days short, else no flesh would have been saved, and then he dies, his purpose done, and he's saved, dying right here. Is that cute or what? Alright, this is where we stopped. Leo III died right here, very punny. Okay? He's followed, of course, by Constantine V, who's a lot like his dad. What do you want to call it? More, maybe charismatic. Okay? And the thing that's neat about this guy, who lives until 775, which is right here. That's really cute. Okay, so he's starting here at Esoste. I can't ever say that right. Esote. Esote. See that little mark that's going up? The little accent mark going up? That's what your voice is supposed to do. Or actually, that's where, when you say the word O, you're supposed to say the word O so that the sound ends at the top of the roof of your mouth. It's Mandarin is close. It's called second tone in Mandarin. So esote. It's not necessarily that your voice goes up. It's that the sound of the O goes up to the roof of your mouth. Esote. I can't do it right. Maybe I'm not Greek. And then his life ends at Tis. That's 775, and that's going to end up being really, really important. Okay, for what happens, because the satire here is just biting. And complimentary, too. So, our boy Leo III dies here, 741. He's saved, and he saved Byzantium. So, the text here is really very witty. You know, if the Lord hadn't cut all those days short, no flesh would have survived. Yeah, he stopped the Arabs. The Arabs are really bad, okay? Their history is being whitewashed by everybody. Mostly because of, well, I'm not really sure why, but it wouldn't hurt to speculate that it's due to fear, because there's like 2 billion Muslims. But the Arabs are really, really bad, okay? They all talk about, oh, the golden age of the Arabs, and oh, we were living in peace with the Jews and the Christians. That's not true. What happened was the Arabs came in roughly and brutally into an area, and then after they got there, they were changed by the culture that they replaced. So the culture ended up finally winning over them, and they civilized as a result of the culture that was there that they replaced. That's what happened, especially in Spain. Okay? So to stop the Arabs from taking over was really important, because this is where, you know, the bulk of the Bibles were. So that's why this language is so important, and this is something I want to stress. Just like Matthew uses the word kurios to depict people who are pro-Bible, reforming it, translating it, finding manuscripts, you'll notice how bald he's treating this. And if you know Psalm 138 too, you'll understand why. He's putting the word above his own name. If his word, this is something I'm not learning as well as I need to. Wherever his word resides, no matter how small, how ugly, how bad the location or the person in which it resides, his word is there, so he is there. Get that straight. This is your greatest and strongest way of knowing that God will protect you. If his word is in you, he's there. And he honors it. So you can be the worst person in town, and a lot of teachers are. I don't mean to single out the teachers, because in a way they've got the worst job on earth. But wherever his word is, he is. Now God is omnipresent, okay? He's technically speaking everywhere. But you can be in a room and be thinking about something else as if you're not even in the room. Have you ever sat at a bus station or in a car, and yeah, you're physically in the car, but your mind is a million miles away? Okay? So you are there, and yet you're not there. Where his word is, he wants to be there. And his word was in Byzantium, actually in many cases more than it was in the West, because the West was using a Latin translation for the most part. I mean, 99.9% of the West was using the Latin. They weren't really using the word. They had, for the most part, you know, off and on again, but mostly, they didn't like the Jews. And so the Jews had to move successively westward, eastward, and southward. And then they ended up running into the Arabs. So they often would cut deals with the Arabs in order to just be able to keep their own life. Okay, so Byzantium ended up becoming something of a protection area for Jews. Okay, so now the manuscripts, the Bible, the Lord, therefore, is present there. And had the Lord not cut those days short, no flesh would survive. Yeah, because if His word isn't out there, then where's the juridical reason for Him to be in it? It's a profound doctrine that I keep on forgetting because I'm thinking, well, I'm benefiting from the word, and yeah, it's in me and I love it, but you're not benefiting from me. And His answer is, look, you got my word in you. I mean, He does love me anyhow. But I keep answering Him, well, you shouldn't. Well, but now here's why He should. His word is in my head. I can't tell you how important that is to survival. And that's exactly what He's saying, is that the survival, the thing that saves, esote, is the fact that the word is there. And all the more so because the guy, in this case Leo III, dying at just between the E and the S, Leo III was adamant about getting back to the Bible. So now his son, Sote, Pasta Sarx, his son is now going to be saving all the flesh in Byzantium too, because his son Constantine V, right here, is next. And he too, like his dad, is a reformer. But he doesn't want to just force them to stop worshiping icons and get back to the Bible. He wants to reason it out. So by 754, okay, that's 9 years after this. Okay, so let's count 9 years. Allah dia tous eclectus us. Okay, Allah, but dia, because of. It can also mean through. Tous, that's how we know it's because of, because this is an accusative case. The OUS ending is your tip-off to accusatives, generally speaking in Greek. Okay? So dia, tous, eclectus. Because of the elect. See? Tous. If you got an accusative, that's the definite article. The, sometimes used as a pronoun on its own. And then eclectus, the elect. Now who are the elect? Anybody who believes in Christ. Okay? God elected to make a rule. Anybody who believes in Christ is saved. Okay, so once you believe that rule, once you believe it, you are saved. And you are elected in Him. It's a major theme of the New Testament. Calvinists get it backwards, but that's the way it goes. Okay? Us. Another accusative. Tous eclectus us. Who? This is Greek word hos. That's the accusative plural. Okay? And because of dia. Alright? Ex elexato. The ones who... See, these are the... This is so cute. The elect who are elected. Okay? And the elect has this connotation of, like, think of a bowl of Skittles. You stick your hand in the bowl and you're taking out a handful of Skittles. The Skittles you're taking out of the bowl are the ones you elect to take. It's that kind of election. Okay? Or if you don't like Skittles, think of M&M's or peanuts or whatever's your favorite food. You're electing to take that handful of those peanuts, of those Skittles, of those M&M's. Election is the idea of grabbing something you want and taking it out of a bunch of others you could take but you don't choose to. It's real important. So it means to grab and take out of from a group only certain ones. Okay? And then here we go. Ekolobosten. Cut short. Tas himeras. Okay, so translate from the beginning. Allah, but. Dia, because of. Tous, the, electus, elect, us, who, ex elexato, are elected. Ekolobosin, he cut short, tas, the, hemeras. Now you'll notice this is the, and this is the. But the word hemera, if you know any foreign language at all, you know there are female gender words and male gender words. Hemera is a female gender word, means they. Okay? So it takes a female gender. In this case, it's genitive. I think it's genitive. I don't bother to learn the case endings except in Bible works. Let's have a look. 20. What is this? Mark 13:20. I don't know. Mark 13:20. Let's have a look at what it is. See? That's accusative male. Feminine plural. Ah, it's accusative. See, I'm wrong. It's not genitive. It's accusative. I used to learn the old-fashioned way where you learn conjugations and you learn case endings and stuff like that when I was in school. You know, that's how I learned Latin. Okay, well, it's much easier to use Bible works. Okay. So, hemeras. That's accusative, plural. Alright? So, tas has to be accusative, plural, because it's the definite article going with it. Alright? So, that takes us to 769, and that's where a change occurs. In 769, Constantine V, now ruling, how do you want to put this? He married the first gal and had a son that we're going to find out about named Leo IV. He's down here. And then she died. And then he married another gal, and she didn't have any kids, and she died. And so he married a third gal named Eudokia, which is really hysterical considering Paul uses that as part of his anaphora in Ephesians 1. And it's usually translated something like a good pleasure, okay? Well thought of, well spoken of, well considered. In other words, people would look at her and say, oh, Eudokia. In other words, they're expressing their approval. Okay, so he married her. She had 5 kids. Okay, so here in 769, what happens was Leo of the first wife, Leo the fourth, right here. He's already been crowned. Okay, as the successor to Constantine the fifth. He's already been crowned, and they're practicing the ancient Egyptian practice of you name yourself after somebody famous, and then you alter the name with somebody else that's famous that's in your family. And you go back and forth. So it's like Constantine the Fifth, then it's Leo the Fourth, because it was Leo the Third as his grandfather. I hate that system, because it's so confusing. I'm getting everybody confused as to which Constantine and which Leo, but, they thought it was majestic and respectful. 769, poor old Leo now has 4 brothers and 1 sister. From Constantine V, his dad, his third wife. That's always a problem. Okay, wait a minute. Sorry, I have a lot of allergies. Okay, so in 769 what happens is Constantine V's third wife is finally crowned Augustus. I don't know why it took so long, but she was. And all of her kids, therefore, get little posts that say, if Leo IV dies, because he was always supposed to be first, if Leo IV dies, well, they have he set up an order of succession. But the kids, being of another mother, age-old story, right? The kids being of another mother, they're not too happy with the fact that the firstborn son is going to inherit. They want, okay? So there's a little conflict that starts right here in 769. But Constantine V is a pretty strong guy. Alright, so he manages to maintain the peace. But he ain't going to live forever. So his 769. So now we get, oh, this is so cute. Kai tot ean tis. That's how much he lives. He dies at the tis point. Kai tot ean tis. 5 more years. 769. Oops, there's one more year after that. 769, 770, 771, 772 in the middle there in the red. So it's 770, 771, 772 in the red, 773. At the on. 774 is tis. 775. Now, you could call it 774 here at tis, or you could call it at the U of Huming, depending on what kind of fiscal year Mark has in mind. My suspicion is that Mark's fiscal year that he has in mind, okay, is running from the sacred year, because he's writing on Pesach of 69 AD, but that might not be it. Okay, he might actually be running it on a calendar year, or on the Messiah's birthday year. I haven't figured that out. So, one side or the other of 775, we could say that Constantine V dies at Tis, or we can say that he dies in the first part of U. Not sure which one. Alright? Either way, it's kind of cute, because if anyone tells you, now, tells you what? Well, that's left out. If anyone tells you. Now, what has Constantine V been doing all this time? He's been, like his dad, holding back the Arabs. Okay, see, right up here, saving the flesh. He's been holding back the Arabs. He's been trying to get it back to the Bible movement, accepted. He was an avid reformer, but he holds a council to reason it out. He doesn't just decree all icons be banned. He wants to reason it out. He wants everybody to think about it and talk about it and agree to it. Okay, now he does get a little snicky at times. Like, well, a lot snicky, especially in the 1950s. And he gets really upset with the monks. Alright? But, how do I want to put this? He started to go the reasoning way, which is, hi, let's go back to the Bible and not force or just say icon worship, icon worship, icon worship, since that's not really God. Okay? But like anybody else, I mean, he has moments where it's like, oh, damn it, we should just get rid of those icons. And so he was mad at certain monks and monasteries for being so stubborn to say no, to still do icon worship. They shouldn't have done it. That's just like, idolatry. Alright? And he was really mad about that. So his record as far as being reasoning about banning them is on the nice side here, because he's holding a council. But a little later on, he's going to get a little nasty and just like execute or torture or do really nasty things, and therefore become as evil as the people he's trying to crusade against. That's a problem. When you realize something's wrong and you get mad about it, and I have this problem in spades. When you realize something is wrong and you get mad about it, a lot of time, yeah, you can be reasoning about it and say, well, everybody should have this freedom to say no, but here's why it's bad, like highlighted in black now. But when you see the stubbornness and you see it keep on being bad and you see people keep on being, what do you want to call it, apostate, you end up, like, in the anger, reflecting their own stubbornness and apostasy, and you want to, like, hurt them. You want to do something that overrides their volition. So he had that problem. And so did, of course, the people on his side. He had a lot of, they call them iconoclasts. That means to break the icon. They had a lot of them. There were a lot of them that agreed with him. It was politically popular to stop doing the icon worship thing. Well, of course, the people who were still doing the icon worship thing, therefore polarized. And then it got nastier and nastier and nastier between both sides. So this niceness here of holding a council to go through the doctrinal reasons why icon worship should be banned. First of all, they shouldn't be talking about banning it, but they were. But at least to have a discussion about it. That part was good. Alright? But then when the discussion didn't work, he got crusading. And that was bad. Alright? Even so, is, as it were, God's epitaph on him is, and then if someone, you, just the first half of you, someone you, and this is the word says. So if someone says to you, but he dies here before saying anything. Of course, you're dead, you're not saying anything. Alright? So it's a sort of neutral or even complimentary epitaph on Constantine 5 that the wording stops here in a 9-syllable Trinity verse. Okay? I think that's pretty significant. Now, inheriting after him is going to be Leo IV, and he's the one with the really nasty wife, who his dad picked out for him. So Constantine picked out the wrong woman for Leo IV. But he didn't know that at the time. And historians puzzle over why he picked the gal. Alright, her name was Irene, and we're going to be seeing a lot about her in a minute. She's a real bitch. Okay, like Pulcheria. One of my two least favorite people in history are these two. She was in the 400s in Western Rome. And she was in, upcoming. So, Leo IV is going to inherit right here at Tishu. Tishu. Anyone? To you. Okay. So, we're going to cover Leo IV next. So I'm going to get something for my cough. Okay, so now we're at Leo IV. And he didn't last too long. The question about, how he dies, and the way he dies, and all that other good stuff. Because he has a bitch for a wife. Okay, he starts here. So you could argue that he's really starting here. So all of humi and ete. Now this is if, here's the thing. And then if someone to you says. So if someone tells you, and then the next clause is going to be what it is they're going to allege, whoever that someone is. Ide! Look! That's our next keyword. Ide! So now we're in verse 21's keyword. So now we go to verse 21. It's real important to see the sequence here. If someone, see, ide comes from harao. And the e ending is, they call it vocative. It means that they're telling you something. So if I said, didaskale, I'm calling you a teacher, and I'm calling at you, teacher. Alright? To get your attention. It's like calling you by your name. Okay? Ide, look! This is so funny. Ode, here. Ho, the Christos, the Christ. Now watch, it's got a cadence to it. It's really kind of funny. Ide, ode, ho Christos. And then the next, that's why I know this word is not in Mark's text. And then here's the next occurrence of it. Ide, eke, me pestuete. Pestuete. Okay, this is Christ. Christ is actually saying this. Okay, so it's really cute. Mark omits the he. That means or. Okay, so listen to it again. Ide, ode, ho Christos, ide, eke, me pestuete. See, Ide, Ode, that's what they're saying. Oh, here's the Christ. Look, here, the Christ. And then, again, look, there. And then Christ stops it and he says, don't, may, prohibition, imperative prohibition, pistuete, don't believe it. Don't you believe it. In other words, they're going to say, look, here's the Christ. Look, there he is. And then Christ stops the quoting and he says, don't believe it. That comes up because here, see, this is 778. Alright, our boy dies. Our boy Leo dies in 780. So he dies at Ide. Look. And you see the width of that? Look, he's dead. Said by people who are alive, standing there looking at him dead. But what is Leo looking at? Well, he's dead. So he's looking at the Lord, absent from the body, face to face with the Lord. Isn't that cute? Now, here's the other problem. The minute he's dead, his icky wife, Irene, who you can look at her up right here. Okay, well, wait a minute. We gotta go back to verse 20's note. Because verse 20 is in the Kurios section. Okay, you can look her up. See, she's right here. She doesn't like what her husband was doing. She wants to worship the icons and all that other crap. So she's like, oh, look, he's dead. Now I can get what I want. So it's burlesquing her. And you can see how it's nicely burlesquing Leo, who just died. And this is what the very thing she's going to embark on at this point. Because when you do an icon veneration, what ends up happening, it's supposed to be, as anybody will tell you, the whole idea of icons, whether it's icon as a picture, or icon as a relic, or icon as a statue, the reason why they adopted those things was because it helped the people sort of get a more tactile understanding of the reality of God, the Bible, Christ, and all that. That was the intent. But that's not what happens. What happens is that the people who want to make money say, oh, see how good and great and important this icon or this painting or this relic is. Because then they can get your money because you admire it so much that you want to come see and play and talk with it. So it's no longer God. It's the relic. And the people who make money off it have a vested interest in getting you interested in it, which means your interest in God goes down. That's the problem with all the iconisms. Alright? I'm dead certain that when they started inventing these things, they did not intend it to become a substitute for God, but that's what it became. Catholic Church did not mean for all those little rituals and everything they came up with to be a substitute for God, but that's what they became. And then when the Catholic Church started to make money on those substitutes, well, what could they do? They just kept them up. The same thing was true in Byzantium, and it continues to this day. So it's a pretty important period of history to understand. And if you were living in it, this would be a really important warning. Ide, hode, ho Christos, ide, eke me pestuete. You were living there, and you actually were one of the few remaining humans on the planet who actually understood how to count the meter, and you're seeing your Leo, the fourth dead, just here. You're like, uh-oh, what's coming up is going to be bad. Yep, it sure will be. It sure will be. Because now enters Irene. Irene, the I don't know what to call her, just power mad woman. Power mad. Okay? And she comes next, and that'll handle it in the next increment. Okay, we stopped at Leo IV's death. I didn't tell you very much about him. He only ruled for 5 years, starting here through here. He was like his dad, Constantine. So we now have 3, this is really important, we have 3 generations. Leo III, Constantine V, and now Leo IV. 3 generations of rulers. And if you'll notice, it started, see, this is our period of starting, because we're gearing up to get here. We started at 723, which is, very close to when Leo III started. And we've gone from 723 till now, when we're at 780, right there. We're at 780. Okay, 723 to 780. That's our end point. 723 to 780. That's 57 years. Does that ring a bell? 57 years is, when its 7th version is 56. But 57, like 56, is evocative of the distance between Passover and Pentecost. There's actually 56 days between them. If you count the days, they will be 57 if you count the holiday. Alright, instead of just measuring between the 2 dates. And you'll notice that's pretty much how this whole thing has been going, is because the text between these keywords is divisible by 7, but is it divisible by 7 counting the first syllable of the keyword? Or counting the first syllable of its bookend? Or measuring only the distance between the 2 keywords? Alright? Like, for example, here. Alright? Blepo is the keyword. Ide is its synonym. And where we are now, this right here, Ide here, is at 749. See, because that's 748. Next syllable is 749. And it's repeated twice. So which of the 2 do I measure for the 70? Well, first of all, notice that there's a distance of 7 between them. Ide, ho Christos. That's 7 syllables. Ho. Ide, eke, me pistuete. Ide, eke, me pistuete. That's 9 syllables. So isn't that cute? 7, number of perfection, 9, Trinity. And it's a member of the Trinity telling you, don't believe it when somebody tells you that I've come back. Look, here, the Christ. Look, there. And then he truncates it. Mark truncates it, because Christ had more to say in the Matthew discussion. Matthew it's like inserting a couple of dots. It's just don't believe it. Because Mark's gospel is always written in a hurry, because there are troops surrounding Jerusalem when he writes. So he's going to spare words whenever he can. Alright? But you'll notice he didn't bother to spare that. He could just say, Ide, hode. We all remember Matthew. But no. It's 7 syllables. And there's another reason why he includes it. When you find out what that reason is, you're going to die. Because it has to do with marking Irene. Irene is presenting herself as a false Christ. She does that after her husband only ruled for 5 years. He was co-emperor with his dad long before, but he was alone ruling for 5 years. Humin aipe. Tis humin aipe. Because you could say that he died here or here. So he's a someone to you. Says. Okay, well the someone to you saying at this point until here is Leo IV. Leo IV, like his dad, like his granddad, wanted to go back to the Bible, 3rd generation. Wanted to go back to the Bible. Didn't want iconoclasts. He was a little nicer to the icon worshipping people than his dad or granddad. He was a little more reasoning But he felt the same way they did. Okay, but unfortunately for him, his dad, Constantine V, married him off to a bitch who, as soon as she's crowned, calls herself Irene. Irene to you. See, here we go. Here's the bitch, Irene. And there's a link you can read at romanemperors.org. I love that site because they have really good, pithy summaries of the emperors. They give you the right kind of information in short formats. It's really good. Okay? So, here we are at verse 21. And she's about to come into power because our boy Leo IV dies. Now, for the 5 years that he had ruled, he continued the policies of his dad and his granddad. So the people who were going back to the Bible now had 57 years of positive volition back to the Bible. It's really, really important thing to say, because we're going through the exact same period of history right now in the United States. They started 57 years prior to his death. 57 years prior to when I'm talking to you right now in 2017, the pro-life movement started. There has never in history been a pro-life movement, ever. Because everybody who's sane and reads the Bible knows that there's no human life until birth. God has to breathe the soul into the body when it exits. That's Genesis 2:7. But the pro-lifers don't care about what God says. They want political power. So starting in 1960, Jerry Falwell Sr., Pat Robertson, and all the other jerks who are so prominent today, they started saying, "Oh well, the Bible doesn't matter. We need to be the silent majority. We need to be the moral majority. We need control of Congress and make this a Christian nation." And that whole pattern of thought now calls itself Seven Mountains. You can Google it. You can go on YouTube and type that name in and hear them talk their shtick about taking over the government in order to make this a Christian nation so Christ will come back. They think they can make Christ come back. They're just as bad, and they're actually the Christian version of the jihadis in Islam, because the jihadis are doing their little jihads because they think that's going to make the Mahdi come back. And guess who they think their Mahdi is? Jesus Christ. That's in the Quran. Iran is sponsoring those people because Iran belongs to a sect of Islam that thinks you can cause Allah to bring the Mahdi back. Doesn't matter that the Quran says Allah has no partners. They're going to help God. Yeah, well, that's what our poor Leo IV's wife thinks she's going to do. So Leo dies at 780. And she immediately capitalizes on his death by saying, this guy who was the head of iconoclasm, okay, which means no relics, no icons, no worshiping, none of that crap. She makes up this lie. Irene, peace. You know, Islam is peace. She makes up this lie that, oh, well, see, Leo got a fever and died because he wanted to wear the crown in Hagia Sophia, which is a church. Hello, he's the emperor. He has a right to wear a crown. That should have been the first answer of the people to her. So what? He wanted to wear his own crown? Excuse me? God wouldn't punish him for wanting to wear his own crown. God gave him the crown. That should have been the answer of the people. Second answer would have been, why would God kill him for wanting to wear a crown? The crown is not important. The crown at best represents recognition of the grace of God that you have the crown in the first place. So yeah, he can wear it. In fact, he should wear it. It honors God. But they didn't answer her that way. Or if they did, they kept their mouths shut. Because what she next does is add a bunch of pearls to the crown and make this big pretentious show of taking it back to Hagia Sophia as if it had been stolen. And of course, making a big stink of that so all the people hear about it. And that was a way of announcing, hi, icon veneration is back. Hi, we're going to worship icons now, and the first one we're going to worship is the one I'm carrying, so now I'm more important because I'm carrying an icon. See how far away from God that is? It's really embarrassing, huh? So, she's the one now saying, as a result of his death, Ide hode ho Christos, ide eke. And what the people are supposed to be doing is, me pistuete, probably a better way to say it, pistuete, me pistuete, don't believe it. Ide hode ho Christos, ide eke, me pistuete. See how rhythmic that is? Be real easy to remember. If you were alive during that time and you knew about this meter thing, you would be completely forewarned, forearmed, for everything about what this woman was trying to do. Okay? Now, this is 780, not 787. She's real slow and nice about it at first, so-called. Well, I caught my husband saying that he wanted to touch that crown and wear it. And then the next day, this fever just happened, so it must be that it's due to the crown. And so maybe it wasn't so right for us to turn away from worshiping icons. Maybe God wants that, you see. And then over the next 7 years, so we got Ide ho Christos, right here. 7 years. At ho Christos. Maybe our Christ should be worshipped better with the relics instead of the real word he used and thought and wrote. Replacing Christ with an icon made of wood. What did Isaiah 44 say about that? I think it was Isaiah 44. Oh boy, the guy who's going to cook his dinner uses part of the wood to cook his dinner and part of the wood to fashion an idol. And then after he's cooked his dinner and he's fashioned his idol and he has to, secure it with chains so it won't topple, he bows before the idol he made. That's what Irene is doing here. Oh, Christos, here's a statue we're claiming is that of Christ, and you voodoo, 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 bow before the idol, bow before the idol. Not good. And then, of course, they're carrying it to the next town, so Ide, Eke. Look, there's the Christ. This little block of wood that you're putting his name on. Not good. Okay? Not good. So this is where that 787, right here at Christos, you can count the syllables yourself. Ide, ho, Christos. Well, Ide, ho, Christos. There you go, 7 syllables. So that's 787. And she restores icon worship because she spent that 7 years saying, well, maybe we need the icons back because that's why Leo died. And by the time 7 years had elapsed, since she's empress now and rich and probably pretty, they all go, oh yeah, that must be true. Let's bring back the icons. So that's why this is so witty. You see why this is so satirically witty. Hey, there's the Christ. Yeah, he's in parade. He's going down 5th Avenue. Let's all go there. Oh, the Christ is now on 7th Avenue. Let's go there. Ide, Eke. Enough to make you scream, huh? So this is the next 4 years. Ide, Eke. And then, me pistuete. Ide, Eke, me pistuete. Ide, Eke, me pistuete. 9 years. So for the next 9 years, anybody who could have read this meter, and they could all read the Greek now, did they preserve the knowledge that this thing is supposed to be parsed in syllable counts by clause? Then they would know, and they would see an exact satire like you're seeing now. They could have been saved from her, especially in the East where Greek was still the language. Okay? Pretty shocking, huh? Now we haven't come to her end. This is 794 at the end. But we'll handle that in the next increment. Alright. Now we're still continuing with Irene the Evil One. And as we saw in the last increment, she really starts here when her husband, Leo IV, dies. Right there. In the context of burlesquing her and satirizing her and warning the believers in Byzantium if they had bothered to learn the meter, which it's very likely somebody did, because this was native text to them, is the burlesque here. Ide, ho, ode, ide, ode, ho Christos, ide, eke, me pistuete. Or me pistuete. Probably the latter one. Me pistuete. Now the one saying ide, ode, ho Christos is her. And she starts saying it right here. Now, the reason why it's kind of ironic, he's dead. Leo IV died. Right here. Okay, so she's going backwards in time to say, well, see, he died because he wanted that crown. He wanted to wear it, and God zapped him for that. But she didn't just come out and say it that way. It's like, well, you know, what happened was, maybe there's a connection. He got the fever after he told me he wanted that crown to wear it. We women can be real bitches, okay? As every man knows. And when we want to get our way, we will use our wiles to do it. And we'll be soft, and we'll be nice, and we'll seem to be deferential, and we'll stick the knife in. One reason marrying was not something I felt out how to do. Okay, so, Yide, look, my husband died after wanting to touch the crown of Hagia Sophia, wanting to wear it. And so I feel really bad about that. So see, I'm going to add some pearls to it and make a big stink of a procession to the Hagia Sophia to bring the crown back, so that I too won't be tempted. Therefore, insinuating that icon worship was valid, but him saying against icon worship and then wanting to touch an icon, which was the crown, was wrong. Ignoring entirely the fact that he's the emperor, he's the one guy who's got the right to wear that crown. And the people bought it? Well, no, half the people didn't buy it, as we're going to find out, because there's a sizable rebellion that starts to brew against these wiles. But it doesn't brew right away because she's so soft about it, see. Oh, here's the Christ. Oh, well, maybe we should bring the icons back, because maybe that was a judgment against my husband. So now all those who want to do the icon worship start to support her. And something like, but not necessarily, a civil war brews between the ones who don't and the ones who do. Because remember, Constantine was the guy who fostered that, council in 754. Saying, we ought to ban it. And he had a lot of support for it. But it wasn't everybody. And then he got nasty. Okay, so now our girl, Irene, is going to have to sort of like recast all that past time. So it takes her time. But by the time she gets to 787, Ide, hode, ode, ho Christos. Yeah, now it's an icon that you're parading around the streets. And of course I'm wearing my best robes and I'm looking real pious and everything. So I'm a Christ. Yeah, and she was, because the word Christ means anointed. Anointed to be the king. And if you want to see how vile this is and how important it is that you know about this old past history, now, go into YouTube. You're in YouTube if you're watching this. Go into YouTube. Type in Ted Cruz anointed. Type in Donald Trump anointed. And look at all the videos of everybody drooling. And what they don't know or forgot or are lying about is the very word Christos. That's where we get the English word to christen. The very word Christos means anointed. And if you know anything about christening, the priest takes some little dot of oil, puts it on his thumb, and then puts it on the kid's head. They also call it baptism. There's two different concepts, but this is the connection between them. To christen means to anoint. Anoint means to put some oil on your thumb and then put that anointed thumb, usually by a priest, onto the front head in the center of the forehead of the person being anointed for some kind of really important office, like a priesthood or a king. Christ means anointed. So when you see all those videos on YouTube saying Ted Cruz anointed or Donald Trump anointed, they're calling those people Christ. You get that? It's a very dangerous time we're living in. I haven't seen Christians do this. 57 years after Jerry Falwell and his jerks. Okay? 57 years after. Alright? So, here we are, the same situation. And that's 787, see? So by 787, she manages to get enough agreement amongst the officials and the people running the empire who are getting the, feedback from the people. Oh yeah, we want icons again. So she restores icons, monks, and hermits. So now everybody's venerating them in the name of Christ, the name of Christ. That's the anoint part. Stos. That's the ted part. Christos. Anointed. Alright? She wins them over by ear. So now they're saying, Ide o Christos, as she, or an icon, or a statue, or some monk, or somebody who's anointed, goes through the streets. All in the name of God, but not really Him. So, now that continues for the next 4 years. Ide, eke, look, He's there. And Christ is busy saying, Me pistute. And if you were reading this in the Greek and you knew about the syllable counts, you know what year it was, and you know, oh boy. Of course, if you could actually read the Greek and know the meter, you wouldn't be interested in those stupid icons anyway. This is so much more beautiful. But I digress. I gotta stop here because of coughing. So now we're back, and I basically introduced our villainous Irene, who, as soon as her husband dies here, at Ide, she's actually the one saying, Ide ho Christos, in order to get, everybody to want to worship icons again instead of the real God. So that's why she's being mocked. Don't believe her. Is how this section ends, and it ends at 794 AD. Now what I didn't cover is, what about Leo himself, Leo the Fourth, during his 5 years, starting here and ending here? What did he do? Well, he was like his grandfather, and his father before him, he was into Bible doctrine. I did say that much. What I didn't say, and I need to say, is like his grandfather and father, he was used to cut short the days of the Arab invasions. He was a little cleverer in certain respects, because obviously God prospered the empire during this time. And what he did was like, okay, we don't want to incite the Arabs into attacking us. All right, we just don't want them in our town, in our territory, in our empire. So he decided, let's just do the de minimis that we got to do to keep them at bay. And the one big thing with the Arabs you always have to know, and it's an aphorism actually, is that they're money hungry. They're always money hungry. There's this old aphorism I learned it 40-some years ago in college, that Arab negotiations go like this. First, the Arab steals your stuff, and then he negotiates with you as to the price to buy it back. So if they don't have to kill, they won't. Just give money. And since in a lot of cases, especially on a larger scale, it's cheaper to give them money than to fight and kill them. That's what Leo started to do. He fortified everything. He really did hold them at bay. But it wasn't like they went out to destroy them. It was just keep them at bay. If you can buy them off, buy them off. And if you have to fight them, fight them. But basically he reverted to a defensive position because his dad and his granddad had already done enough fighting to create, as it were, a buffer territory so that they would be held at bay. And there were certain things that happened that, I don't know, some people wouldn't call it that, but I would call it something like a miracle as to how the Arabs were held off. Because you have to understand, this was the time of Arab expansion. Alright? They were expanding all over. They were all over the underbelly of Europe, the northern part of Africa. They had taken over the Middle East. And the Byzantine Empire kept its priests there, but it pretty much gave up rule to the Arabs. Alright? So the Byzantine Empire is kind of the cause of the problem, the Arabs staying there. They didn't wipe them out the first time. It's kind of like the Exodus. God said to Israel, as soon as the Exodus happened, I want you going into the territory. Very first year of the Exodus, God said to Israel, I want you going into the territory and just wipe out everybody that's there. And the reason why he gave that order is because everybody that's there had the same kind of practice of just killing people and raping people and stealing from people. And they were disrupting the entire economy that was going between the three continents, not to mention the fact that they were rude, crude, nasty, and horrible people. And I know that, a lot of people say, oh, but a lot of innocent kids were killed. You're not innocent by the time you're 7 if you grow up that way. I mean, just go look at the videos on YouTube about Arabs teaching their 2-year-old kids to stab Jews. Alright? Stab, stab, stab. Search on that. In YouTube. And they post, the mothers post live videos of them strapping bombs on their kids, of teaching their kids to stab. When you're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old, you don't know any better, that's true. But what you do know, you don't know how bad it is, what you know. You got the Hamas Bunny, go look at that on YouTube. The Hamas Bunny is a children's program that's aired in Palestine for children, teaching them to kill Jews. And then you have the interview that Diane Sawyer had with a couple of Palestinian kids. I don't remember the name of the program, but I want to say it was back in 2005 or so, where she's interviewing them about what they learned in school today, and they proudly told her they learned to make a bomb. See, when you're 5, 6, 7 years old, you're the product of what your parents teach you. And that's all you know, so that's what you do. Alright? So if your parents have taught you to kill, and you're 7 years old, you think, oh, I must kill. So no, they're not innocent. I mean, they're innocent in the sense that they don't really understand how bad what they want to do is. They don't have any moral values. They've been taught a wrong set of values. So when you're 7, you can't just adopt a 7-year-old kid who's been raised that way. He'll think the first thing he's supposed to do is set your apartment on fire. Alright? So God in his mercy and wisdom knows this. And he's going to have, truth be free or it's not truth. He knows they're going to grow up this way. So if he ordered the Israelites in the Exodus to go and just kill everybody, alright, sometimes he made exceptions, but usually not, they're going to go to heaven right away because they're too young to know right and wrong. And that's, you see that from David. When David's firstborn dies, he says, I'll go to him, but he won't go to me. You can search on that verse. Search on those words. Find the verse. It's somewhere in Samuel. I'll go to him, but he won't go to me. Alright? So they go to heaven. Well, that's a really good thing, because how else are they going to go to heaven? Because their minds are so screwed up by the time they're 7 years old. Alright? And the same thing was true for North Vietnamese kids. That's how they were raised. They were raised to be criminals. And when you're 7, you don't have any kind of defense against such bad values. Alright, well, that's what's starting to happen here under Irene. And what hadn't happened until Irene is that, Leo IV, just like Constantine V and Leo III before him, they held those Arabs at bay. And those Arabs were just as bad then as they are now. They're a criminal people. Now, there's always exceptions. But they're really screwed up, okay? Now, if you got the right kind of upbringing, you're not going to be screwed up. If you got the wrong kind of upbringing, you're going to be screwed up. So it isn't just the Arabs, but it's historically true of them. Alright, so Christ is basically saying here, starting here, to save all the flesh, you got to keep those Arabs out. So by Leo IV's day, keeping the Arabs out was a mostly defensive movement because his dad and his granddad had set it up from a, more offensive position. So all he had to do was keep together what his dad and his granddad had set up. So that's what he chose to do. So that's his, meaning. So now look at the cuteness of this. E-Day. Look. Yeah. That's when our boy Leo IV dies. And who's he looking at? God. Everybody else is looking at him being dead. And Irene takes advantage of that because she wants everybody to look at her. So she's saying, oh, the Christ, over the next 7 years for icons. And she actually disparages her husband. Alright, she either instigated the lie or she took advantage of it, one of the two, take your choice. That, he wanted wanted to wear the crown jewels at Hagia Sophia. Why anybody would buy that lie, I don't know. But if you're negative to God, you'll buy anything. Look at what happened with electing Trump. You cannot be a Christian and using 1 John 1:9 and vote for Trump. Can't. So apostates elected him. And this is the same kind of apostasy happening back here when in 780 when Leo dies. The same kind of apostasy there as is happening right now in the United States. And you'll notice that the distance is the same. Okay, look, 57. Alright, we got 780 minus 57. 723, that was right here. This is where Leo III, he's just gotten into power. He starts. And by the time Leo IV dies, 57 years have elapsed. That's a vote critical number in the meter. Okay, Moses first used it that way. And it keeps on being used that way all the way through to Revelation. Okay, vote critical, and Byzantium is not voting the right way. So that's why the warning is so important. Don't believe it when some idol is being paraded through the street saying, oh, this is the Christ, fall down and worship. Oh, bow down. Which is what she started as soon as her husband died. So what you see here during these 16 years, okay, what you see here is a profound change of direction in the Byzantine believers who decided, oh yeah, icon veneration is a good thing. Now, there was always opposition, and there were always the iconoclasts, and they remained the problem for her, which means that there were some faithful left, which brings us back to this verse up here. But because of the elect being elected, he, Christ, cut short the days of the thlipsis, the tribulation of the Arabs hitting them. And he used the rulers to do that. And then, of course, they get their prosperity during that time. And they start to think, oh, icons delivered us, which is a big problem in Byzantine history. They were real fond of saying whenever there were a lot of sieges of Constantinople, okay, and they were really fond of saying, well, we just waved the robe, claiming it to be the robe, of Mary Theotokos. We had Mary's robe from back in the 1st century AD, and it's miraculously preserved, and we just waved it at the enemy, and they went away. Alright, so, that kind of evil grows in prosperity. So that's what happened. That's what happened in the United States too. So that's why this sudden switch to negative to Bible and positive to idols went forth, calling an idol a Christ. And she's making herself a Christ by doing this. And it's real important you know that, because now we're going to get to her death. Okay? So you get this much. So by 794, she's converted everybody, and she's managed to, pogramize or otherwise discredit the people who really wanted Bible. And she's feeling real good about herself. Meanwhile, she has a kid. After her Leo IV dies, okay, she has a kid named Constantine VI, who is technically the emperor during this time. But he's like 10 years old. So she says, well, I'm the regent for him, so she's actually running the empire. Where have we heard that before? Alright. But he's not 10 years old by 794 AD. Okay? He's older now. He wants to rule on his own, without her. And during that time, okay, during this same period, the people who were the iconoclasts, who wanted to go back to the Bible, they found something of a, hero in him. But he's real young. So when he becomes of age, he starts fighting with his mommy. And she don't like that. And there's something of a civil war that goes on during this time. See, me pistuete. Don't believe it. Don't believe in her, believe in him. Okay, but everybody's got to decide that, so it ends up being something of a civil war. Alright, so by 794, remember you always add 30 to get the AD. By 794, this thing has really come to, like front and center in their politics. Alright? So what word does the Bible use to explain that? Oh, the rise word. Son, tight. You always sort of swallow the I at the end of the ah. I. I. So, go, de, son, tai. When you say they, you don't say it. The scholars differ over this, but I maintain what the classical scholars say. It's not. You don't have a lot of breath there. Say. No, it's de. De. There's no breath. You just put your tongue at the back of your front teeth and you say de. You try. It's like a th, but there's no breath. Da. De son tai. All right. So you're making the t sound only with your tongue at the behind your front teeth. Ta. All right, but no breath. No. You're not breathing through your teeth. You're not pushing the air through your teeth. Ta. Okay, so ger, te, son, tai. Now, that means to rise. Iro. Take Iro. Okay? E, ke, de, son, tai. 5 syllables. So, 794, that covers the next 5 years. Alright, so 794, that means in the next 5 is 795, 96, 97, 98, 99, 799. Okay, well, our boy Constantine VI doesn't live that long. He goes, so this is 64, so this is 65, so we say 95, 95, 96, 97. He dies right at the day sound. Now that's kind of cute, okay, because there are several words that come to mind to a Greek person when they just see those 2 letters, te. And the writers of the original scriptures that we have, they use this as an abbreviation. It's theos for God, telema for will. Alright, God's will. It was God's will that Constantine VI die right there. He was fighting his mother his whole life. He dies young. And it's kind of suspicious the way he dies. Because she wants to be in power, so it doesn't matter. Even if she sacrifices her own son. Now he had his own, as it were, fans, his own loyal people behind him. But it was back and forth who was loyal to him, who agreed with him. And the reason why they went to him is because he was the actual legal emperor, and she was in effect usurping his power in the name of him being too young. And the people who backed him went sort of back and forth about backing him. Leo IV up here had extracted a promise from the groups of, the army and other groups around Byzantium, that they would only recognize Constantine VI once he came to power, versus the other siblings that he ended up having, because his dad's third wife ended up having 5 kids. Alright, so he wanted his kid recognized, and they did. They went with Leo IV's recommendation. But, it's back and forth, and if you get money or you get goodies or you're threatened or something, your loyalty will falter. And that's what was happening here when he dies. Alright, so once he dies at Te, which is kind of a compliment to him, Sontai. Sontai is a sort of like, is a compound noun. And the Sontai ending makes you think of Aimi, meaning to be, being. Okay? So there was a being, there will rise up, technically is what the word would say. What the text says is there will rise up, therefore, false Christs and false prophets. Alright, so if I read it in Greek, in my bad Greek, but not so bad, you can't get the cadence. Egerte sontai pseudo Christoi, kai pseudo prophetai. Okay? And that covers the period from 794 to 810. Thankfully, Irene doesn't live that long. She lives until 803, which is right here. Isn't that cute? In the middle of pseudo Christoi. You see the wit? She was the one that started the icon thing with, oh, this is the Christ. Yeah, but it's not the real Christ. You're not supposed to believe in him. So, God's the only one who can kill you. So she dies right in the middle of pseudo Christoi. Pseudo, false anointing. Okay, isn't that cute? It's really cute. She's a pseudo-Christ, yes, and she dies in the middle of pseudo-Christ. So if you were alive and you're reading the Greek and you actually knew this meter stuff, and you're reading this at that point, the year she dies, 803, you're like, or 802, late 802, some say August of 803. It's a little dicey exactly when, because she gets thrown out of power in 802. Alright. So she gets thrown out of power here at pseudo. And that's even funnier, but I'll get to that in the next increment. But she actually dies here at Crete. So she's falsely anointed. Alright? And that's where she dies. And she dies in a convent. Because she gets thrown out of power by the next guy who's also a pseudo. and he exiles her to a convent. And so she ends up really dying as a nun at Crete. See? If you knew the meter of this while you were living in Byzantium at the time, or a few years prior, and especially afterwards, and you go look at the meter, see how meaningful it is? See what a satirical commentary it is? And aren't you learning doctrine from it? The doctrine of the false Christ. The doctrine of don't you use some kind of icon as a replacement for me. Read my word. That's the real me. See, God is in His word. Remember? God is in His word. And every time kurios is used in Matthew, it stands for a Bible person. Carrying the word, translating the word, finding the word, teaching the word, and trying to reform the apostasy that's there in his own area of the world, wherever he is. Yeah, and that was what was happening in Byzantium too. But they weren't listening. They went for false Christ. So the lady who sponsored that dies right here as a false Christ. Now, if you were reading Bible and having second thoughts because everybody around you was talking about icon worship and you knew this, wouldn't that help you live your life against them? I'll come back in the next increment. So we have now come to the end of Irene. There's a couple of things that I didn't quite say that I need to mention. Remember back up here where it says, because of the sake of the elect, the Lord is cutting short those days. There were two basic enemies, the Arabs and the icon worshiper people. So you got enemies without and you got enemies within. The other important thing to say about this period is that this, in France and Spain, a similar thing is going on, except it wasn't icon worship so much as the interference of the papacy. They had, therefore, the two enemies, one without and one within. The enemy without was the Arabs in France and Spain, but they were held back at 732 at the Battle of Tours. So they were in Spain. But within, there was still the battle with the papacy. Now, during the same period, Charlemagne is emperor. He'd been emperor already for about 30 years. He actually, they wasn't called emperor then, but he was king of the Franks, but I want to say it was somewhere around 760 or something. So, the rise of the Franks was going on. And the thing that's important to understand is that Byzantium sort of, in parts of its territory, was like neighbors with the Franks. So there was a certain amount of commonality of purpose there, and so there's a certain bonding that occurs. There's tension and there's bonding because there's always been tension between the East and the West due to the papacy. Because the East pretty much rejected the papacy from the get-go. They were nice, and then after about the 400s or so, they wanted to develop their own thing, and they didn't like what the orders were coming from Rome. Okay? Because they didn't want the papacy having an independent power base over their people. They wanted to, therefore, be the voice of God to their own people. The Franks didn't have that problem. But the Franks did have and did recognize from the get-go that they didn't want the papacy they didn't want to be beholden to the papacy for anything. And they also didn't want the people to be beholden, but, that's kind of a dicey thing because you had all those monasteries and they were producing Bibles, and there was interest in learning and living on Bible during that time, very strong actually. They were goofball in their doctrines, but, you can't get ungoofball until you've studied Bible long enough. So they were studying it and they were learning it. And just like Leo and Constantine V and Leo IV, Charlemagne was something of a reformer. Okay? He wanted art and literature to thrive. He wanted learning to thrive. He felt that the best way to have his polity, his kingdom be, prospered was to have people learn. And he also wanted them to be independent of the papacy, but at the same time, if he just orders, like a later Henry VIII is going to do, if he just orders the papacy out, that's not good. So he's walking a thin line there. Whereas with the East, they had just outright rejected the papacy at this point. Alright? They were trying to be nice. There wasn't a formal schism until later, but they were going their own direction, and the papacy basically let it happen because what could the papacy do? Papacy in itself at this point is extremely weak. It's being overrun by the Lombards in Italy. And basically what happened, and this was really good for Charlemagne, is that the papacy appealed to Charlemagne to help them. As a result of him helping them against the Lombards during this time, what's going to end up happening in 800, which is coming up here, what's going to happen in 800 is that they decide to, ingratiate themselves by crowning him, king of the Holy Roman Empire. But that hadn't happened yet by this point. So we're talking, 794. And I got to the point where I said, that our boy, Constantine VI, dies here. And then his mother, just takes over. But she herself is deposed right here at Pseudo. And then she dies the following year. Well, there's some debate about that chronology. Alright? But the connection with the Constantine, with the Charlemagne Empire was in fact growing. And that's kind of important because when it comes to describing what is going to happen next, you need to know that there was support for throwing her out, for throwing Irene out, that's coming from outside the Byzantine Empire. Okay? She herself, during this time of rule, she has her problems with the Arabs still. And she has her problems with other invading peoples. And because she's so power mad, she gives really bad advice. So she starts to lose the support of the people who are even going for her icon thing, because to the Byzantines, the thing of empire was all important. Okay? And that's one reason why they started to respect Charlemagne. Okay? So there's a sort of cross-pollination of ideas, political and otherwise, going on between those two areas of the world. And at the same time, you have a certain anguish, a buyer's remorse by the people who were pro-icon, because she was losing battles against the people trying to encroach. And they were starting to need the support of Charlemagne, just like the papacy did. Alright, so that's all ripe conditions for a revolution, and that's exactly what happens here. Because now we're in verse 22, so let's go to verse 22, which we sort of entered earlier, but I didn't show it. Oh, I don't have a note for verse 22. Let's go to verse 23. Okay, no, we don't want that yet. Let's go back to 20. Is it in 20? Yeah, it's in 20. I knew I had it somewhere. Start at verse 22. I should make that bold. Alright? That's where we are right now in the analysis of the history and why the Bible is using such satirical language. There's a guy who was employed by Irene long time before, who ends up being called, and it's a nickname, Nicephorus, the enlightened conqueror. Okay? He was part of the faction of, like, the civil administration and to some extent the military under her. And he was, employed by her, therefore on her side, sort of. But like I said, she started losing wars. She started losing battles. And the people who were still in the administration, who had, been in the administration under Leo III, Constantine V, Leo IV, and Constantine VI, okay, they were still largely, anti-icons. They were like, let's go back to the Bible. but they weren't strident. Okay, and they were serving in her administration, and as long as they seemed to be loyal enough, she let them stay. This is one of those guys. Okay, but when she starts losing wars, he's like, no, your time is up. So he's a pseudo. Hopefully you see that. He's a pseudo, because he's not the family. He's not the ruling family. He's an underling. He stages, with of course a lot of help, a coup d'etat against her in 802. And then basically they crown him to replace her in 802. Now here comes the twist. Remember I said up here that our boy Constantine VI was dead in 797? He was deposed then. He was sent to a monastery and blinded, I think by his mother. Well, apparently he didn't die. Or maybe he didn't die. It's not certain that he died. There's all kinds of, conflicting records. So he might have been alive as late as 806. Okay, so this is 3, 4, 5, 6. Notice how it's going from pseudo when Nicephorus takes over to pseudo when our boy, the real rightful emperor, Constantine VI, is still alive. It's not clear. I can't tell you for sure that he was alive. I can't tell you for absolute sure because of this thing that he actually died at the day. But if he dies even as late as pseudo, you see the wit of that as far as the Bible commentary is concerned. Because there's a pseudo who takes over because of a pseudo-Christ person, Irene, misrepresenting Christ. And if he lived until 806, in a way, I mean, it's a reverse funny. He's the real emperor, and the pseudo-emperor is over him. You see? So, it's pseudo-prophet. This is pseudo-prophetai. So, it's pseudo in the sense that he's the rightful guy, but he's dead. And the pseudo-emperor, Nicephorus, who is now officially accepted as the emperor since 802, is in power. Okay, now if you were living during those days, and you knew this meter, you'd be laughing your head off and crying at the same time. Okay? So that's pretty meaningful. So that's the twist in the story. Now, by the time you get to the end here, our boy Nicephorus, who does manage to reform the administration and do some good stuff to stop the Arabs and all that, the policy that he took, and what they should have done ever since Leo III, the policy that he took was, you know what, look, let's not fight over whether it's icon worship or not icon worship. Let's not do that. But in the context of the time in which he takes over, he basically is saying, let's fight against those who don't like icons. So it's neutrality. He's neutral. That's what they should have been in the start. You want to worship icons? It's wrong, but you should be free to do that. And basically by the time Nicephorus comes in, that's the policy that he installs. It's like, okay, we'll allow the icon worship, but let's not ban or be negative to those who think it's wrong. Let them have their own belief. That's what was good about this guy. Plus, he was pretty good in administration. He was good at keeping the Arabs at bay. Alright? So, on the one hand, he's pseudo, because he doesn't belong to the family, and he's allowing, he didn't actually oust Constantine VI, but he didn't restore him either. Of course, the poor guy is blind at that point. He didn't restore him either. So he bears some blame for that. He should have restored him and been his advisor or something. His eyes and ears. That's what he should have done. That's the bad thing about him, and so pseudo is kind of a condemnation against him for that reason. But by the same token, he didn't kill him. So if Constantine is still alive here and this is when he dies, then Pseudo is the best guy to be ruling. Now the other funny thing about Pseudo is that it's a pseudo acceptance. You know, pseudo means false. You think icon veneration is the way to be spiritual. So you think those who won't do that are false. And of course, the ones who want the Bible instead of icon worship are thinking the icon worshippers are false. Okay, so false is characterizing the time. And Nicephorus says, so if the other guy's false, he's false. That's his belief. Let's not have it be a political issue. Let's just be neutral. So it's false to false. Okay? Now that means that, of course, the icon worshippers, the false prophets of it, they continue to live. So this word has got that meaning too. Alright? At this point we're at 810, and our boy Nicephorus has only got a year left. Alright? So he dies the following year. I love this. I saw this with the Constantine kids and I nearly died. He dies at Kai. Now in Greek, Kaiser, that's where we get Caesar from. Okay, Kaiser means prince. Alright, and he's just a Kai. Because he wasn't the rightful ruler. He did a good job though, so we can call him Kai. Not Kaiser, just Kai. He's an and. He's a connector. He's an asterisk. He connected the two. He connected the false icon worshippers with the people wanting to go back to the Bible. And he connected the idea that, well, let's leave both sides alone and not make it a political thing. So that's a quasi-nice thing to say about him. Okay? It's not a complete, glowing report. But it's not a condemnation like it was of Irene right here, false Christ. You see the wit? This is the kind of thing that Bible prophecy has in it that we don't know about. We don't know about because I don't know why people didn't realize, oh, you should count the syllables. Everybody knows that Greek has a thing about counting syllables. So why didn't they look at the Bible for how it counts syllables? The Hebrews have a thing for counting syllables too. They call it Sefer Torah. So how come nobody bothers to count the syllables in the Hebrew? It's not like it's not there. It's not like it's not on purpose. It's not like it's obviously on purpose. So why didn't we do that? Why didn't we pass that on to our kids? Because isn't this rich and meaningful? Oh wow, every single syllable has some kind of meaning. Yeah, pseudo, and oh wow, the Kaiser dies, but he's just a Kai. In 811. Now, with that, we gotta go through the rest of verse 22, and I'm sorry I'm slogging through it, but I want you to see how witty this is. And the biggest reason to go through this is because as far as the Bible is concerned, it's making this the nexus of history. Kurios encompasses a nested doll of huios, haha, and inside that nested doll of huios are the C verses, 21, 23, and 29. So it's kind of important we find out why the Bible considers this the nexus of history. It would have to be because it says that this is, a historical trend. So I'm going to finish verse 22, and, because we've come to the end of Nicephorus, and then we'll get into 23 in the next episode. Okay, so when we left off, our boy Nicephorus right here died. Alright. And he died right here at the Kai. Even though it was Kaiser, he dies at the Kai. So he's kind of short. Because after all, he did a coup d'etat to take over power. God never favors that. Alright. But at the same time, you do a thing wrong and you do a thing right. And this the way Revelation 1 through 3 is worded. He said, I got this against you, and yet on the other hand, this is what you're doing that's okay. So it's kind of a half report card. Because Kai Alright, and he was I mean, it sounds like, well, that's just the word and, but it's bigger than that. He united. One of the big things that happened during his time was, like I started to say, a sort of warming up with the, newly crowned, as far as being an emperor is concerned, the newly crowned Charlemagne. Now, the problem was, Charlemagne was already a king, and while he was just a king, not Holy Roman Emperor, relations really warmed up between, the Franks and the Byzantine Empire. A lot. They had a lot of the same enemies, they had a lot of the same interest in Bible, blah, blah, blah. There was a lot of cross-pollination. I'm sure a lot of Greek manuscripts found their way over to the Franks, who were really hungry for them. So that part was good, but like I said, the papacy didn't want those relationships to be too warm, so it inserted itself. And Charlemagne, in deference to, I don't know, maybe he even believed in the papacy, but in deference to at least his people who did, he goes and helps the Pope when the Pope says, hi, the Lombards are killing us, please subdue them and free us. Well, Charlemagne did that. As a result of that, by 800 AD, the papacy is looking at Byzantines, and it's looking at Charlemagne, and both of them are really strong, and it's thinking, I want to have a voice in this. I want to be a kingmaker. And therefore, the Pope crowned Charlemagne head of the Holy Roman Empire. Now, that's when it started. They just called it Holy Roman Empire. Okay, well, the whole thing with the Byzantines is empire. I mean, even today, the whole mystique in Russia is that of being empire. Alright, so, everything that's happening in the period I'm talking about is still true today in a different form, updated form. So the Russians, the reason why Putin gets to have his way so much, not just because he's a bully and he's a tyrant, but people in Russia want the return of the glory of the empire. Okay, well, that's how they felt then, because they just undergone all that, 23 years with Irene, and because of the 23 years with the pro-icon Irene, they started losing against the Arabs. They were losing against the ever-invading Bulgars. They started losing ground, with the various sections in Italy that were always at their lower left flank. And they were feeling like, oh, we're not important anymore, yada yada. Yeah, their whole sense of national identity is empire. So when Charlemagne is crowned in a rival empire, Pope is no dummy, he knows what he's doing. That created a problem for Nicephorus. Okay? It's like, okay, well, we're friends, but I can't, see, we call ourselves empire. There can't be two of us. So he wouldn't recognize Charlemagne's crowning. And that was a real sticking point between the Franks and the Byzantines. Alright? So what ended up happening is that there was supposed to be, and this was another sticking point that had happened earlier, there was supposed to be a marriage between Charlemagne's daughter and Irene's kid, Constantine VI, and that didn't happen. When her husband died, she wanted to go pro-icon, and she wanted to pick out her own idea of who Constantine VI ought to marry. And so, it was like, screw you, Franks. We don't need you. Because she was all full of herself. She didn't understand. And she was starting to lose territory and lose control and lose all kinds of things right, left, and center. And that's why by 802, 23 years ago, it took that long, she gets overthrown by this Nicephorus guy. Because it's like, hi, you're ruining our empire, 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 empire. Our empire looks bad. Our empire is suffering. Everything with those people is empire and still is today. Okay? And it's kind of foreign for us Americans to think about it that way. Because to us, the word empire is a bad word. Alright? To them, it was a good word. And it still is. So even back then, in the 800s at this point, early, the beginning of the 800s. When Nicephorus is after post-Irene, he's taken over in the name of empire, sees this guy, Charlemagne, who he probably liked, I mean, I don't really know how much he liked him personally, getting crowned by the Pope. You have to understand the Byzantine Empire has from almost the get-go, been anti-Pope. Okay? It's like, oh, well, this is the worst thing you can commit. You're going to recognize as another empire a guy who's crowned by the Pope. Okay? This is ridiculous. And, and in the upper areas, the upper echelons of power, they all knew, as did Charlemagne, that the Pope is doing his little thing to try and stay relevant. It really doesn't matter. Okay, but the common people are ignorant and you can't explain all this to them. All they see is, oh, there's another empire besides ours, and the Pope crowned him. So you're kind of politically stuck. You have to oppose it. At the same time, Nicephorus didn't break off relations or didn't try to go to war or anything. But Charlemagne had certain territories in Italy and Dalmatia that the Byzantines laid claim to. And was going to be very happy to, give them back. Except, hi, the price now for giving it back, since you've already turned down my daughter, is going to have to be recognizing me as emperor, and Nicephorus wouldn't do that. This is real important to how the history goes after this. So that remained a sticking point in an otherwise positive Byzantine Empire that had just thrown away its icon drooling ruler. Okay, it was wrong how they got the power over her. Okay, she's going to die in 803 anyhow. You saw that. That's right up here. Okay. When you're going to die, you're going to die. It's God's will to take you. If you're not supposed to die today, then nothing can make you die. That doesn't mean you should go out and drink poison, but it does mean you should be pretty secure that if you die, it's because God says so. Alright, so they shouldn't have overthrown her. They should have waited for God to do it. Just like I'm waiting for Donald Trump. Every single day, I want God to kill him. And every single day, I know that's not the right thing to want because God will do it in His own time. I want God to kill me too. But I'm still here. Alright? So, the same thing. Nicephorus was not so enlightened a conqueror to understand that, no, you don't take over God's job. Alright? So Constantine VI was, sort of pushed out, not only by his own mom, but by the leadership who supported Nicephorus instead of him. That was wrong. So they sort of get punished for that. And why do they get punished for that? Between 802 and 811, see, this is 810. This is where he dies. They still have in the land false Christs. See, this is where she dies. There's still false Christs and false prophets, and those false prophets are busy saying, icon worship, icon worship, icon worship, icon worship. And there were also false prophets about who was going to rule the empire, who was right for the empire. There's a lot of civil war going on. And Nicephorus has a lot of people he's got to fight against internally. In addition to that, due to the weakness under Irene, the Arabs and the Bulgars have made some inroads, and he's got to fight against them too. It was not a happy time for him. His 9 years was not pleasant. After that, he dies basically in a battle against, I want to say it was the Bulgars. His son was with him. His son gets mortally wounded in that battle, lives just long enough to finally agree to a replacement named Michael I Rangabi. And also just long enough to sort of like settle, hi, are we going to be pro icon or against icon? And the answer was against. Okay? But it wasn't real strong because there were a whole bunch of pro-icon people they had to deal with. So it was kind of loosey-goosey and they were trying to live and let live because that was the policy that Nicephorus wanted. But the pro-icon people and this is true for the pro-lifers today too. When somebody makes an issue of something that isn't in the Bible, like pro-life, it's totally anti-biblical. When somebody makes an issue of something anti-biblical, they turn to politics to make that issue. Hi, if what you propose were really so godly, then why not pray to God for it? You don't need politics. If you don't like abortion, just pray to God to end it. You don't politic to Caesar. Caesar can't rule on when life begins, but God can. That's his job. It says so in Genesis 2:7. Only you become human at birth. Oh, birth. You only become human at birth. Well, if I ask God to stop abortion, he's not going to do that because you're not even human. And it should be a spiritual matter between God and the woman as to whether she gets the abortion in the first place, because what is God's will for that fetus? Should it be born? Should it be ruled out? Because after all, the woman's alive. Does God want her to become a mother? What if he doesn't? So you may be violating the will of God to not get an abortion too. The Bible makes a big stink about that, but I let it go. The point is, Ragambi was going to continue Nicephorus' policy, which he does. Okay? But then he gets pushed over because he's a little too friendly to the icon lover people who, politically, they're politicized the icons just like pro-life politicized a fetus, which means that they don't care about the fetus at all. If you actually care about the fetus, you go to God because he's the one who's got control over it, not to Caesar. Okay? So they were fake. They didn't care, about God. And the icon worshippers didn't either. They just wanted to, because they made money off all that icon worship. They got approval by the people, and they made money, and, So, you got in power by ousting, because that's what happened in Nicephorus too. Alright, so now you get in power by ousting. Replacing him by coup d'etat is a former general unrelated to the family, a guy named Leo II, who I should bold. Alright, Leo II. He's an Armenian. So, and I used the wiki link here because I can't find, my usual site doesn't have anything on this guy. Leo V, the Armenian. And he's iconoclast. So now, this was the wrong thing to happen, but when the pro-icon people make a political stink, well then you have to rise up against them. And now the anti-icon people are in power through political means over something that shouldn't be a political issue to start with. That's what's happening in the United States right now too. Is that in order to overthrow Donald Trump, we have to overthrow the pro-lifers. Well, they shouldn't be in office in the first place. Pro-life, not pro-life, those aren't even proper political questions. Those are questions you go to God about. It violates the separation of church and state to be on either side of that question. The whole abortion question and funding and all that should just not even be a part of our government. Okay, just not. There's all kinds of charity that you can give to organizations that do abortions. That's fine. Government shouldn't take a position pro or con abortion. They should stay the hell out of your personal life, period, on everything. But they don't. See, people politicize personal issues. They politicize faith issues. Because what they really want is political power, and they don't give a flip about the issue they're campaigning for. The people who fought against the South in the Civil War, they didn't care about the slaves. They thought, oh, now that free labor, we can get that low-priced labor, and we can take some land away, and we can make financial gain if we have this war. That's what they cared about. And, maybe Lincoln meant well, but it didn't turn out well, and he died the week afterwards, so he didn't help the blacks at all. It's the same story here. Yeah, okay, the anti-icon people who are back to the Bible and, oh yeah, rah-rah Bible, and they believe in it, and that's right to do, but they gain political power to do it. Now, in the circumstance, you can argue, well, they couldn't help it, and God bless Leo very much, actually, in being able to put down the civil war that was going on and repulse the Bulgars and repulse the Arabs who had made so many inroads. God really helped him. But at the same time, why should they have to go to political power in order to, get rid of the pro-icon people? Well, you can talk about that all day long. That's what's bad about it. You shouldn't have to politicize. But they did. So that's history. So that's the story here. Okay. And then he rules to 813 to 820. Now, the whole reason for giving you that background first is so that when I go through the scripture on that period, it'll make a little more sense. Okay, we had our boy, Nicephorus, dying here. Alright, so that's 811, 12, 13. This is when, see, it's Kai, and then the Do is his son dying. Really, he died also in 811. So it depends on what fiscal year we're looking at here. His son dies a few months later. Also in the same battle, mortally wounded. Okay, so then there's 812. We got a little interregnum there. And one person is on the throne. I forget his name and I don't care. Okay. It's in the next year, 813. Rangabi is there. So he takes over after Nicephorus' son dies. And then he ends being replaced by coup d'etat by Leo V. So this is 811, 812, 813 is when the changeover takes place. Now look at that verb, dususin. They will, it's usually translated in your English Bibles, and he will perform, it's really they will perform miracles, signs, that's a word for sign, and wonders, okay? But right now we're just at, and they will, and it's really give, okay? They will give. You're giving something, like we even say it in English, you give a performance. You're producing something out of yourself. Alright? They will give. Okay, they, Nicephorus, his son-in-law, then his son-in-law. And then they are given over, different verb, to Leo V, who's an outsider. Now notice what we don't have. We only have the death of Nicephorus and his son. We don't have the death of Michael Rangabi. We also don't have any words that are used for death. Blepete is the word that's usually used for death of an emperor in Mark. Because it's a play on it. When you're dead, you don't see, or when you're dead, you see God. Ha. Alright. He's given over, and actually what happened was Rangabi got sort of heads up that they were replacing him by a coup. So just before they actually come into the palace to take over, he contacted a monk and said, "Hi, make me a monk." Your way of escaping, I don't know why they were so fond of it. In the Byzantine Empire, when you were getting overthrown, they either blinded you and made you a monk, or you became a monk. And sometimes they castrated you, the idea being you can't have kids that can come back and take over the empire. So he just said, "Oh, okay, I'm not even going to wait for this." He called a monk, he said, "Conjure me, cut my hair a certain way, make me a monk right now." And so by the time that they broke in, he's like, "Hi, I'm already a monk, I've already abdicated." "Oh, okay, well then you can go live at the monastery." And they do. That's the common thread throughout the whole Byzantine history. It's the weirdest thing. And I don't know how to explain why they chose to do that. It means that there's a certain real attachment to God, and yet not so real, because how come they don't know His Word better? Okay, it's a very emotional attachment to God, I guess. Because they're not killing each other. They just become monks. And that rules you out from being able to be a ruler. That, you can go read the history yourself. It's really interesting, and there's a link to it. Okay, so Leo V now, who is not at all related to the other Leos. He was a general under Nicephorus and under Rangabi. With his compatriots, forms a coup d'etat. And he's now in power from 813 to 820. Alright, so now let's look at that. Come on, mouse. Alright. Right here is 813. So now we got the next 7 syllables. 8, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 7. So now we count 7 syllables. Se, my, ya, sign. Kai, hand. Se, my, ya, kai. That's 4. Te, ra, ta. That's another 3. So there we come to the end of our 7 syllables. This is the satire in this is so rich that you're going to die. Okay? So our boy came into power here, and he leaves power here. And the words that's depicting his reign, get this? The words that are depicting his reign are Samaya Kaiterata. If you study this guy's history, for the 7 brief years he ruled, and especially the wiki article which calls attention to it, but I don't think they know the meter, is that in 815, that's 815 right here. See, this was 13, 14, 15. If you go read the wiki article, I need to die now. One of the things that Leo had said to the people in 815, right where the cursor is, first sentence in Samaya. You got that. That's 815. The wiki article, you can read it for yourself, says, in 815, marked right here, that the people and him and the leadership all decided that all of their losses to the Arabs and the Bulgars and the Franks were a sign that pro-iconism is wrong. Do you get the wit there? God, the Holy Spirit, thought it important enough to time the word Samaya to the very time when Leo was going to say, on behalf of or in concert with all of his advisors, all of our losses to the Bulgars and the Arabs and the Franks, our losses must be because it's a sign that we shouldn't be pro-icon. Now look at the text of the verse. It's still talking about pseudo-Christs and pseudo-prophets. And they, the pseudo-Christs and the pseudo-prophets, will perform signs and wonders. And prosto is another way of saying in order that. It means in front of your face. And then to is like the purpose, to deceive if possible. And this word if is in the first class condition, so it means yes, it's possible. Kai doesn't belong there. The elect. In other words, what was going on in the time, and you can see this in Leo's own words, it's so hysterical, is that the pro-icon people were the reason why they got the money, and they got the attention, and they got the this and that and the other thing, is they were constantly saying, oh, and you can just read this in their literature, oh, I waved the robe of Mary Theotokos at the enemy and they went away. That was a sign from God. Okay, that was a wonder, a miracle from God. And they would say those things about, some finger that they claimed belonged to Mark or something. Mark was supposedly the apostle to the East after this. I don't know if that's actually true, but all the people in the East say so. They make up a lot of stories, so you don't know. But what if they had Mark's finger? Oh, well, see, I took Mark's finger, even though it was putrid and everything. I waved it in front of the enemy when I took it out of its special velvet box, and the enemy just died in front of my face. See, that was a sign. That was a wonder. That's the kind of things they were saying about all those icons. So it's really ironic that Leo is going to, officially say, Well, if you're going to talk about signs and wonders, how about the signs and wonders of the fact that we've been losing our empire? Our empire. Our empire is being shamed by all of our losses. Maybe it's due to you guys who worship those icons. Maybe we should actually worship the guy who wrote the Bible, since the word is the closest thing to him, since it's actually in his head, and he put it in our heads, and that's the kind of relic he wants. Maybe we should take that sign. All those losses are signs and wonders that we should not be worshiping the icons the way you do. So they returned to iconoclasm. So they returned to smashing idols. They went a little too far. Because, you know, if you're gonna smash an idol, then you're just gonna encourage the person whose idol you smashed to still be pro-idol worship. Right? But that's what they did here. So under his 7 years, from here to here, well, 7 years starting here, but ending here, signs and wonders. And obviously the pro-icon people are going to claim all these signs and wonders from their icons to avoid them being destroyed. And Leo's therefore countering with, hi, it's a sign and wonder that you guys are bad because we keep losing, and the empire is suffering. God is not with us because of you. And they're saying, oh, but see the sign and the wonder that the icon did, and they'll make up something. So isn't this a clever way to characterize his reign? Give signs and wonders. Now, you can read the rest of what he did, because he was pretty successful in keeping, repairing the alliance with the Franks, for example, in beating back the Arabs and beating back the Bulgars. You can read about him right there in Wiki, or, not just Wiki. Wiki's sometimes bad. Cross-check it with other sources. Just Google on him. That's his name, Leo V the Armenian. Alright? And, see what you think about this period. Now that you know what it covers, the Susin, Semaya, Kaiterata, gave signs and wonders. Okay? Peace out. So now we come to the dark side. Leo, obviously with good intentions, came into power in 813. And as I said earlier, he comes into power here, but he did it wrong. Nicephorus' son, Makarangabi, was overthrown. He was overthrown. He just happened to keep on living because he tonsured himself before they could actually, stop him. When you take power by coup d'etat, even if the person you're taking over is bad, like I would very much like a coup d'etat to take over Donald Trump, it's wrong. It's just flat wrong. We started to see that problem early with Nicephorus, okay, because Nicephorus more or less wrongly took over from Constantine VI, and therefore he himself was taken over wrongly, because Constantine VI might have still been alive at the time. He ousted Irene, and Irene was wrong. And they ousted her, but she died the following year. Why didn't they wait for God? It's a really important lesson in history. I hate this lesson, but it's true. God's right, we're wrong. Alright? So he wasn't such an enlightened conqueror, and he ends up being conquered himself by death, because he dies in battle. His son got mortally wounded, dies a couple of months later, and peacefully, his son appointed Michael I to take over. But Nicephorus, who took over the wrong way, dies in battle. Alright? Michael, who took over the right way, and whatever his good or bad was, alright, and it depends on who you talk to, okay? He was neutral to the iconoclast, just like Nicephorus was. that allowed them to flourish. So now you have side by side wheat and tares, the people positive the Bible and the people positive the icon worship flourishing side by side. Now, to some extent, that creates a sort of, political tension because the icon worshippers want political power. But on the other hand, they're supposed to be able to have the right to determine what, if they want to believe false doctrine, then that's got to be their right. But instead, there was a coup d'etat. Again, this time by the people supporting Leo V, the guy who became Leo V, who had been a general under Rangabi. Okay? Now, why am I leading up with all that? Because when his reign ends right here at Terata, you know how he died? And this is pretty, I can't say exactly unique, but close to unique in Byzantine history. He was hacked to pieces in a church on the altar. Some people pretended to be monks and they were really assassins, and they hacked him to death on the altar. That's not normal for the Byzantines. They like to torture you and make you a monk. Maybe blind you, maybe castrate you, which is brutal enough, but not kill you. They hacked him to death at an altar on the church. Now, I want you to understand that, because what that tells you a very important lesson in history. Whenever somebody's crusading in the name of faith, immediately you know their faith is bogus. That doesn't make God bogus. It means their version of their faith in whoever they call God, their version of their faith is bogus. Because, honey, if your faith is right, you don't need to crusade. You don't need political power. If he's a real God and you have the right spiritual life before him, you just ask. Christ said in the Bible, ask anything in my name and I'll do it. So if your version of your faith and the gods that you believe in don't have that provision, that you just ask for something, then maybe it's not really the right God, or maybe your faith is wrong. And that's the story of the pro-lifers. They are exactly like the people who hacked Leo V to death. When you get on your high horse, when you're in false doctrine, you have to keep feeding it, because it's a lie. You have to keep feeding it. So you have to keep telling yourself how right you are, how good it is. And then the next step is, well, if it's so right and good, you should fight for it. And then the next step is, if you should fight for it, then anybody who's against it is like the devil. And then you can start to justify violence. And this is why so-called pro-lifers are the worst. Okay? The only thing worse than pro-life is anti-Semitism. And this is how you know. I mean, this is how they justify killing abortion doctors. Oh, well, he's killing babies, so I should kill him. And in what universe and what Bible does it say that you have the right to revenge on your imagined claim that that person is doing something wrong, anything wrong? See? They're justifying murder on a claim of murder. And by calling abortion murder, they're calling the mother who gets one and a murderess. The Bible doesn't do that. Why are they? So now they're going to try and license murdering some lady or gal or who gets an abortion, or the doctor who does it. That's murder. Even if they make it a law, it's still murder. And the people who are killing Leo V here had an altar in a church pretending to be monks. It never dawns on them that that's murder? And in a church? No, because they're too far gone. Their self-righteousness is so bad, they're so hung up on their little political cause, they think that, oh, we're going to kill Leo V who sponsors iconoclasm. And that's a big victory for God. Honey, if God needed you to do that, he'd do that. This is why all the terrorists are wrong. The Quran says Allah needs no partners. Okay, well then he doesn't need terrorists strapping on bombs. And he doesn't need anybody going into airports and railroad stations and even mosques and setting off bombs in the name of Allah. God, if Allah wants to buy a mosque or an airport to blow up, He doesn't need the help of a human. He can just say blow up. You see, that's the problem. So all these crusading Muslims, or crusading Christians, or crusading anybody, the very fact that they crusade tells you that their belief is fake. And of course, once you start to study the actual contents of their belief, you realize how fake it is. Well, that's what's going on here. So now what are we looking at here? Signs and wonders terminates him. And it was a wonder that they killed him that way, because that's not normal. Okay? And the very word wonder means something so unusual, it begs you to look at it. Teras is the Greek word. It's only used in the plural in the New Testament. Terata. Oh! It's like you're standing on the street corner and you see two buses run into each other. That's the kind of meaning of wonder. It's like, oh, I have to look at this. Alright, well, you have to look at the fact that these terrorists killed Leo V in the name of icon worship as if it were holy in a church. They were that blind. So everybody hearing about it would be saying, oh, wonder, look at this, how he died. Now, that sounds really horrible, and I'm sure it was. He died defending himself. He used the cross as his weapon against them to try and defend them from the sword blows. Everybody hearing that story, you have to ask yourself, oh, they killed him. And on one hand, you can say, well, see, God was against him. On the other hand, you would be arguing very clearly, well, that's a sign that God was for him, because they're killing him in the church. And there's many of them, and only one of him, and he's using the cross to save himself, and by that cross he died. So that's a wonder. That's a story that people repeated over and over and over again. So Leo's name ended up living longer and harder and more, even though he came to power the wrong way and therefore died a bad way. Remember, the Lord said he who picks up the sword will die by the sword? Okay, so he dies by the sword. But the story is repeated. So what kind of sign and wonder was it? Well, the people who are pro-icon are saying, well, see, it's a sign and a wonder that God is for us because we were able to kill him. And that's the story they told pros. Pros is short for prosopon, which means to your face, or literally means face. Okay? So it ends up meaning toward. Signs and wonders toward. And then this is like a little phrase to say for the purpose of. To apoplanan. For the purpose of, deceiving. Here, let me show you. It might be easier to see it here. Okay? See this Bible works, same verse. Okay? To apoplanan. See, it's an infinitive. In order to. That's why I'm translating it that way. In order to. Pros can take the infinitive. Pros also takes the accusative. So he could have used different words. But he's trying to get the meter to match the ruling period. So he's using an infinitive here. It's a kind of unusual construction. Not totally unusual, but there are other ways he could have said. He could have used hina in the subjunctive. He could have done it other ways, but he wants to really get it across. In order to lead astray, if possible. And this word is first-class condition if. If and it's true. True, it's possible. They elect, and that's the accusative case. Of course, we've seen that before. Alright? So, our boy here is being used as sort of a poster boy of warning people. When they hear that story, it's going to be told to them by the iconoclasts, because that's what they're saying. Not by the pro-icon people, because the pro-icon people are going to be giving signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, the elect. Okay, well, the elect are hearing that. And the people who are, sort of like they don't know what to believe, they're thinking, oh, wait a minute, but they destroyed him in a church. How could that be God approving of them destroying him? Yeah, ding dong. Just like all those warnings we had about Donald Trump and his background. The way he lied right in front of your face. Here's a recording of him from 30 years ago. It's real obvious it's him. And he says, oh, that's not me. Honey, you got your hand in the cookie jar. Don't tell me it's not you. The guy does not know how to tell the truth. And yet look at all those people who were deceived as very possible the elect. A whole lot of Christians voted for Trump. It's just total deception. So it's the same thing. Signs and wonders in order to, you have to sort of translate this in order to deceive, idiomatically in English. If possible, yes it is, because the I means it is. Aeon would mean maybe it's possible, maybe it's not. Then you got other particles to show that it's not. So yes, it is possible, the elect, to deceive them. The word Chi doesn't belong there because it means even, and they're borrowing that from Matthew. Okay, and how do I know that? Because this is ending at a 7. Alright? I mean, it's possible that it's not, but I really doubt that, considering how the text is worded. But, you know, I'm going to be checking it over and over. Okay, this is the word that's in the Matthew account, but I don't think it's in Mark's. And neither do many scholars. Okay? So even if it's possible, the very elect. Okay, so that takes us to 845. So we're looking at a period here of 820 to 845 of a return to icon worship, promulgated and set up by violence. So, from 820 to 845, you got violence. And I'll cover that period next. Now we enter a dark period with the iconoclasts themselves. They go dark. And when I say dark, I mean that they get so hung up on their crusade. This is what happens when you get to crusade about religion. Even if you're right, you go wrong. Alright? They were crusading to get rid of the people who love the icons. And it's right to say that, you know, icon veneration is bad, but that doesn't mean you crusade for it. The minute you do that, you become as bad as the people you're crusading against. And that's the story here. First of all, we got, again, Leo V dying right here. I had, in the previous increment, I showed him dying here, but it's a kind of a toss-up because it's 820. And 820 technically stops here. The Ta would be 821. So, you know, word it as you want. I don't know what fiscal year Mark's using. You know, just because he's writing on Passover doesn't mean he's using the sacred Hebrew year for his fiscal. Alright, but in any event, even at the top, we got a coup d'etat occurring. And the guy who murdered him, the guy was actually in jail, but he actually blackmailed people outside the jail. Hi, you were conspirators with me in this, takeover, and I'm gonna say who you are if you don't kill Leo. Now, I'm sorry, but that's not sufficient reason. The guy's already in jail. So whatever he turns over or whatever he says, if you're willing to assassinate an emperor, why wouldn't you be willing to assassinate the guy who's already in jail and discredited with the emperor? Alright, so there's something funky about that story. The point is that the guy who ends up, taking over, who was in jail, is this guy, Michael II. And again, he's usurping power to take power. God doesn't like that. And so, as a result of him taking power that way, he who picks up the sword shall perish by the sword, and that's pretty much how it's going to end up going. Only in his case, it ends up going where he doesn't have military success. Leo had some military success, which is pretty remarkable, considering. But he started to have more problems with the Arabs than his predecessors, even though they're iconoclasts. Okay? It's like, hi, we're on the right side of history. We're on the right side of doctrine. We're doing this. Yeah, but you took over power the wrong way. You take it by coup d'etat, it ain't going to work. Now, that same future is for the GOP right now. After decades of standing up for proper values, they actually promoted and railroaded through, right through the convention. They railroaded Donald Trump into office. And basically every Christian value that they claim to espouse, they have proven they don't believe in. And they have pretty much just taken over. It's like a coup d'etat. All of the things that a government is supposed to be, they're just like railroading. Everything about them is railroading. Ever since they decided on Trump, and Reince Priebus was the guy who decided on Trump back in September, because he went to Trump to get a pledge signed. And ever since then, it's like there was never any contest about who was going to win the election. It's very fishy to me, I'm sorry. And I'm not a conspiracy person. I've just never seen the Republican Party just railroad like this. And they're doing the same thing once in office as they did during the election. Okay, that's the kind, and I'm not trying to politicize here. I'm trying to draw a parallel from past to present so you can see how this past relates to the present, so you have a frame of reference for the past and thus the text. Okay, Leo came to power the wrong way. The GOP is coming to power the wrong way. And once you do that, you might be doing some really terrific right things, but it's going to always be tainted what you do. And so Leo ends up dying the way he took power. He didn't kill to take power, but he might have been willing to if Mugabe didn't, just tonsure himself and become a monk. Alright? So, Leo dies as he was born. I mean, the same way. With much more violence. And he didn't deserve the violence he got. Okay? So what the Lord said to Peter, if you take those who take up the sword will perish by the sword, he's not talking about killing honorably in military service. He's talking about a coup d'etat or a revolution or, rebellion or murder. Alright? The American Revolution was not a revolution in that sense. The American Revolution was, hi, we want you to represent us properly, you're doing the wrong thing. And then what we did is declare our independence. We didn't start any war, but war was waged against us. That's not the same thing. It became a revolution because Britain warred against us, and, we can talk about that all day, but, people could, misuse words a lot. Now, here, revolution is something like the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution. That was all violent. They took over violently, and it was within their own country. It was basically a civil war within your own country, and you take over duly constituted authority. God doesn't approve of that. Go read Romans 13, see for yourself. So it comes back. What goes around comes around. It comes back. He had a bad end. So Michael II takes over. Now, Michael II is from an entirely different family. He was one of the co-conspirators with Leo for taking over from Mugabe. So he calls himself Michael II because that's Michael I. You always take on a new name as a king. I hope to be called Brain Out if I make it to kingship. And that's something only the Holy Spirit can determine. I don't know if I'll make it or not. But the point is that Michael II takes over. Okay? So now, when he takes over, he ends up ruling until 829. So now we're going to mark out the next 9 syllables here. Alright, we'll include that because that's, I guess, what you have to do. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Okay? 27, 28, 29. So ta, pras, to, apo, planan, a, do, na. Oh, that's too many. Okay. So if that's a 20, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, so I guess that is 10. Okay. Ta, pras, to, apo, planan, a, do, na. That gets us to the end of Michael II, which is down here. Alright? I don't think it's going to let that stay black if I click in the lower window. It won't. So that's Michael II. From here, like that. Now, what do those words tell us about his reign? Well, let's talk about the history and then see how the words fit. Basically, the problem with his reign was he had lots of people fighting and jockeying for position within the realm and without the realm. He had more problems with the Arabs. He had more problems with the Bulgars. He had more problems with the people in his own country who were both pro and con. Now, the good thing in his favor was that he was iconoclast. And he was sort of mild about it. So it was kind of like live and let live. Okay? But he had more trouble, militarily outside, and he had more trouble with, the populace inside. Yeah, because you come to power through a coup d'etat. That makes it okay to do that. So the next guy who doesn't like what you're doing is going to say it's okay to do that. That's what we're going through in the U.S. right now, too. It's a severe temptation to a lot of people, me included, not to want to do a revolution against Trump. I mean, I wouldn't, because the Bible says it's never going to work. Don't do it, and here's your example. But to break the rule of law, once you do that, once you break the rule of law, and you don't use the system of the rule of law you have, wait a minute. Once you break the rule of law, once you break the rule of law, it's easier to break it the next time. This is why the Bible counsels against divorce. You can do it, but once you do it, it's easier to do it the next time. Murder. Once you do it, it's easier to do it the next time. I mean, murder is just intrinsically bad. Divorce isn't. But, hello, it creates a mindset. Humans are weak. We need certain things to prop us up. And a coup d'etat is very destructive to the body politic. So, Michael doesn't have a good time. He just doesn't. Now, what are the words here? Let's take them out. Ta, pros, to, apoplanen, a, duna. Stopping right there. What does that mean? Well, it's the last syllable in wonders. Okay? To deceive, face to face with. See, this, in English, we can't translate this with the same. Toward is how most people would translate pros. It really means in the face of. Okay? Toe is being used like a hina there. Like it's a definite article, but it's being used sort of like a conjunction of purpose. Apoplane, apoplanao, means to deceive. Okay, it's a stronger word for deceive than just plain planao. And if possible, and then we stop here. Okay, if power. obviously, if he dies in the middle of it, his power to deceive the elect is not. But the flip side of what this is saying is that he himself was deceived with the purpose of deceiving. That's how he got into power. He deceived. He threatened to name the co-conspirators if they didn't kill Leo. That's a deception. He got into power through a deceptive method. Okay? Now, it turns out that when he dies, it's his son, Theophilus, who we'll get to in verse 23 because he's highlighted. Theophilus is the guy highlighted here. But even so, he was deceived. Even though he was an iconoclast, he was deceived, and he had like Civil War type conditions following him the whole time he was ruling for his 9 years. So you have to ask yourself, was it worth it? And of course the answer is no. And during a good portion of that 9 years, his son, Theophilus, will be next, was ruling with him. Because that's what they did. It was just like the ancient practice with the pharaohs. You have a kid, and as soon as the kid is weaned, practically, you crown him. And the idea is that everybody then expects that kid to be the ruler next. He grows up in the job, and that helps, make the empire more stable. Rulers have been doing that for centuries. Okay? So Theophilus grows up watching his dad, gradually learning what his dad did. His dad does not die a nasty death like Leo. Okay, he gradually loses his health instead. But his son takes over. Okay, and so it's a peaceful transition. That's a good thing to say about it. And his son was rather more rabid about, I am so cold, more rabid about being iconoclastic. So that's why we're going to go to the sun next. You've seen this, right? Okay, so this is our dark period. It's dark because it's the iconoclasts who are turning dark. And if the believers who were the salt of the earth are turning saltless, then there's no protection for those who are already saltless and icon worshipping. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, here's verse 23 now. We're going to start at Blepite. And it's so cold I got to turn on the heat. Wait a minute. Sorry for the delay. I don't know why it's so cold. Okay. Hopefully you started to see. This says ends the center nexus. What was the center nexus? That's where we just were. And I got to really kind of explain that. That's the center nexus. Starting at 732. Remember that was the first, the Leo the Third. Alright? So our period had started right up here, 693, which is 723, and the heart of it, the Kurios part, was 732. Alright, now we're reaching the end of what I'm calling, and I need to define better, the center nexus. What does that mean? Well, and this is really sophisticated, I'm sorry. But the way the way these anaphora work, they're designed to show you trends of history, what's the center of the history, and what comes from it and goes out from it. So, like I had started to say, you got Kurios on the outer, starting at verse 20. That's the earliest Kurios reference. And it runs to verse 35. Inside it are verses 21, 23, and there inside, Huios, 26 and 32, and also verse 29 is inside 32. So you have a nest. Here's the outermost ring of the nest, the second inner ring of the nest, and the innermost ring of the nest is right here. Okay? But What determines where the nest starts? Okay? What determined where the nest starts? That's the big issue here. Now, that's where we have to get a little sophisticated, because since we're talking about a center point in history that everything comes into and out of, if we say that this is the end point, then how did I get there? Okay, I got there this way. The distance from Constantine, this is the meter at which Constantine starts. The distance of Constantine is 511. So now I have to go all the way back here to Constantine. Alright. See, blepete. 296, 297, 298. That was the blepete, remember? That was the previous blepete. What happened here? What just happened? Oh, bloody hell. I don't know how I got there. Let's go back again. Back to verse 11. Alright. That was the first, the second, the third, yeah. There's first blepes. There's blepete. And here's the third one. Blepet, the blepo verbs occur 5 times. Alright? So the first question you do with these anaphora to find out the nest is you have to look at the main anaphora, which here is blepo, and find its own center. Since it occurs 5 times, and you'd have 2 on the right and 2 on the left, that's the center. Now, where does that center hook up to? Okay, where does it hook up? In order to find out where it hooks up, then you have to look at the next anaphora. I'm sorry this is so complicated. I learned it when I did Paul, and I was shocking then. The next anaphora after blepo. See, you're doing it in order. See, this is the first. What's the first keyword that's used? The first keyword that's used is blepo. So that's your first anaphora. What is its center? Okay, this is like GPS for scripture. The center is right here, because it's the third occasion. So it's the center one, physically center. Okay? And then you keep on scrolling. Okay, where's my next keyword besides blepo? Edite is another version of blepo. Oh, kurios. Yeah, and where does it occur? It occurs at verse 20, which is where we've been for the last few videos. Okay? So, verse 20 is the center for all 3 nests. How do I know? Because there's only 2 of them. And it's outermost. See, that's 20, but that's 26. That would be the next one, but there's only 2 of them. Bible does this all the time. Daniel in particular is the one I first saw doing it in the Old Testament, but I'm sure it starts earlier than that. So that's the earliest kurios. Okay, the earliest blepo, what the center, see, look, you got blepo, 1, 2, these are all, include all the edites, alright, but it's still center with respect to blepo, alright, it's not, here's the key, it is not inside verse 20, so there's a loop, as it were, between its own center with blepo occurrences, which are 5. That's the third occurrence of that center. Now you have to loop it from outside in order to loop it inside to establish causality of the switchover from blepo to kurios. Okay? And that's for our verse 20, which is where we are right now. So, so verse 9, you have to say, okay, well, what is verse 9? Verse 9 is about Constantine and how he killed his brother-in-law, Licinius, Okay? His own wife and his own son. He holds the Council of Nicaea, which was stupid because you don't need a council to tell you what's really Bible. All you need to do is read it. And he moves the empire. Everything, he just wanted to upend everything. Alright? That's the precedence. That's the point about this looping thing, is you're establishing precedence for this center of history. Yeah, okay, if it's the center, how did it get there? What caused it? Yeah, it's central. Yeah, it's center. Yeah, you can mathematically do it. That's what I'm showing you. But what's the cause of its existence? Alright? Well, the cause of the Byzantine Empire is Constantine. But I didn't find it because I know that from history. I found it just by doing what I'm showing you with the anaphora. You find the central anaphora. There were two blepetes. See, here's a blepo. Here's a blepo. Here's the third one. It's center. So that's like if you took a stake and you put it in the ground, and now you're stringing out twine. But you want to know where's your next point you're gonna attach it to. Okay? That's where you look for the next anaphora, the second anaphora, where it begins. Or its own center is where you're going to attach it. Well, there's no center here. There's only two of them. In Paul, he did 3 each time, so you roped from the first center to the second center to the third center, and therefore you found the center of all 3 of them. Alright? So that's basically what I did here. See, 298. That was Constantine. Now, 298 isn't 298 AD, you have to add 30. So it's 328. Alright, that was the outer limit of the blepete, because it was 296, 297, 298. So that's 326, 327, 328 AD. And now we look for the first occurrence. Alright, we had looked for the first occurrence of Kurios, which was at verse 20. Alright, so that's going to be the center nexus for all 3 nests. Everything's got to come into and out of Kurios. So that's its start. Alright, but where's its end? Right here. How do we know? Because it's also blepete. I think it's blepete. Yeah. It's still blepo. Actually, technically speaking, it's the end of the center of the center. We haven't done the outside circle yet. We're going to. So, the difference between the center blepete and the first one that occurs inside Kurios is right here. And it spans Theophilus, who is the son of Michael II, who we saw back up here. Michael II, who came to power the wrong way. He dies, as it were, peacefully of old age. He actually got sick. And his son is now on the throne, Theophilus. Theophilos. Okay? So he's the end of it. Now we can read up on him. He's more of an iconoclast than his dad was. Okay? And he comes to power peacefully now. His dad didn't, but he did. So he's legitimate. They started having all kinds of problems with the Arabs and all kinds of uprisings and stuff in Anatolia, which was the hotbed, the center of Paul's missionary activity, including like Cappadocia, which was kind of important. So believers would be most affected by any kind of unrest there. Alright? In particular, the Arabs were trying to get to Anatolia and take it over. Theophilus wins against them, and the way he wins against them is another kind of semi-miraculous Battle of Baraka kind of thing. Because what basically happens is the Arabs overrun the place, and he can't really fight them back. Alright? Theophilus really isn't in a position to fight them back. But they fight amongst each other, as Arabs always do. Okay? And Caliph al-Mu'tasim, he dies. So between the internal plots that the Arabs were having with each other over who gets what, and Mu'tasim dying in 841, that saved them. Okay? That saved them. So now we come back here, and to be at 842, we've gone way past 835, which is where we stopped. Alright? But Theophilus was already co-emperor with his dad during that time. Okay? The focus of our period is 839 to 841. So that's 835, 36, 37, 38, and here's your 39. Blepete. Now, I hope... Oh, thank you. It just threw a verse at me. Stand still and watch the deliverance of the Lord. The Lord will fight for you today. That's the kind of blepete. Oh, that's cute. That's the kind of blepete that's in view here. So Theophilos maybe really did love God after all. Actually means friend of God. But friendship, love too. Stand still and watch the deliverance of the Lord. The Lord will fight for you today. So that he wouldn't repeat the mistakes of his dad. It's really kind of uncanny story how the Arabs, it was like, okay, they're going to take over Anatolia, there's nothing we can do, and then all of a sudden they're gone. It's kind of like Sennacherib. They thought, oh, Sennacherib's going to take over Judah. Thank you. Sennacherib's going to take over Judah, and we really can't stop him. And they get up in the morning thinking, oh, we're cooked. And they walk out to see where the enemy is, and the enemy's all dead. Just overnight. Just gone, dead. And scholars have been wondering for years what killed him, thinking, oh, it had to be a natural occurrence. Honey, if he's God and you claim to be a Bible scholar, you're going to have to at some point admit God does miracles, okay? It's natural for him, but supernatural to us. He's a real person. It's easy. He just speaks a thing and it exists. We're not like that. And why would you bother to believe in God if you don't think he can do miracles? Because it's going to take a miracle to save you so you live with him forever. This body ain't going to handle it. You know, you believe God exists or don't. If you believe he exists, he does miracles alone. Does he do them every day? Well, technically, yeah. If you're able to understand me, honey, it's a miracle. If I'm able to understand Scripture, it's a miracle. But I was able to count these syllables. You have no idea how much I collapse when I do this. It's a miracle. Miracles are supposed to be the norm because God is miraculous by nature. It doesn't mean he's stupid, and it doesn't mean he does magic tricks. Okay, so the Arabs lost. I'm sure they caused their own loss too. But honey, only God can kill you. If God doesn't want you dead, I don't care if anybody's trying to kill you. You ain't dying. Alright, so God wanted it. So he died. From illness. Not from an attack. In 841. So now, the all-seeing God who told you in advance has keep on marking the deaths of rulers and reversals, but not always Roman emperors, huh? But Theo got to see that. See, he got to see it. See, that marks 841 right here. 940, yeah, 841. This is 839. I want you to see how clever this is. 839. Oh, fudge. I shouldn't have clicked on it, sorry. back where we were. Okay. 839 to 841. Theophilus is alive, seeing the victory over the Arabs that he did not create. He sees Al-Mu'tasim die, not necessarily literally, but he gets the information and he himself is alive and he sees the victory himself. Notice, he himself dies in January 842, just after he sees the victory. Can you possibly be more witty than this to specify and select blepete and put it there? Okay? All the believers are seeing that, and if any of those believers, and there could have been, in Anatolia anyway, any of those believers are busy counting their syllables and they get the blepete during that time, they're like, oh wow, is this clever or what? Theophilus, what a name, sees victory over the Arabs and he didn't create it. And then he dies, like almost right away. January of 842. Is that cute or what? Alright, and now look at the text, see? All the text says is, to you, look, see to it. I've told you in advance. See? Jumes de lepete. It's out of order too, so it's kind of like really going to hit you hard. Hey you, look. I've told you. Proereka. Humming to you. Saying it a second time. Everything. So in advance I told you. Here's to you. Panta. Everything. Ta panta. That's a nickname for Christ in the New Testament. I love that nickname. I use it in prayer. Ta panta. The everything. The all and everything, everyone, that every person, just everything that there is that should be or ought to be or is worth having or anything else, that's him. Ta panta. That's how you'd say it in Greek. He's the everything. Yeah. Notice it's 14. And notice that it's 7s. And it's 7s at the end of 849. So 8 more years after that. Now what's so important about this, really important about this, is that it's kind of like, a credit and a display to Theophilus. Because, by the end of Blepete, he's still alive. It's really sort of like in the pro. Yeah, he saw beforehand. He heard beforehand. He saw it before he died. That's a kind of nice epitaph. I got to see the will of God fulfilled before I died. I got to see God protect his people before I died. Wouldn't you like that as an epitaph? Well, here it is. Unfortunately, it's like Theophilus and maybe a few others are the only ones who saw anything, because his kid is Michael III. When Theophilus dies, seeing all this, he had a wife. Her name was Theodora. Obviously, Theo. And she really kind of wanted to be like Irene, go back to icon loving. And Michael III is really young when Theophilus dies. I want to say that Michael III was like 2 years old or 10 years old. You can look it up. His mom, she was just as bad as the original Irene who was before her. The Irene who was married to Leo. Leo IV, whose son was Constantine VI, who never got to rule while she lived, whose eyes got probably blinded by her. Well, Michael's in the same situation. So she's regent over him when Theophilus dies in January 842. So this verse takes us to 849. See? 30 plus. Okay, proreka humin panta. That was already told, already seen, already on display to her in advance about the defeat of the Arabs and about all the sort of things that was like Theophilus was having really good luck. Except it wasn't luck. They're like, why? So why didn't she learn the lesson? Why didn't she see? Well, it's not like it didn't happen in advance to Theophilus. So all that good stuff happening to an iconoclast, why would you suddenly get it in your head that you needed to be pro-icon? It was told you in advance, it was shown to you in advance, over and over and over again. Now this is what happens to humans. We see, and it's shown to us, and it's shown to us that there's just, it's like you couldn't ask for more proof before the election that Donald Trump is just absolutely bad in every way. Every kind of proof that you could ever want was provided. And people voted for him anyway. Well, that's the way it is with Irene. She's got unbelievable proof during her own husband's reign that, oh, well, iconoclasm might be a good idea, except that you don't just destroy the icons, you just don't use them. Oh, no, she wants to go back to icon worship. Yeah, because if it's icon worship and she sponsors it, then she can get political clout. And she uses her son to do that. Okay, so proreka humin panta. Warning's been given, I've told you in advance. And all during that time, she's not listening, and he's not listening, and apparently Byzantium's not listening. So it's a 14. Now 14 always means trouble. It's like double trouble. 7 is tribulation, quality, difficulty. 14 is like, well, how about a double dose? So that takes you to 849, and we'll pick that up in the next increment. Okay, now we go back into darkness. As already explained, our boy Theo died at January 42. So you can treat it as the end of 41, right at the end of Blepet Day, which is kind of a compliment to him. Okay? His kid, Michael, however, didn't have a good life. First of all, he was only a kid when his dad died. Secondly, his mother wanted to, do the Irene thing. And so he had she was effectively doing the ruling during this period from 842 until 849. And the Bible, like I said, calls this a troublesome period. And it 7's there, which bothers me. But I'm going to try and go through why it works. Alright? The whole point is to show what's the center portion of Byzantine history that sort of characterizes the whole, out of which everything comes. And therefore, the 7ing is not going to necessarily be what's expected. I expect it to 7 at the end of what we would call a textual paragraph. But if you're doing the history, the 7ing is going to work differently based on turning points in history, and that's what this is. It's a turning point because she's the regent for him, and therefore the whole country, given its history and given the way that they think about life and their reactions, it gets unsettled. They don't really want a woman at the helm. And the woman that they had at the helm ruined the empire nearly. Ends up being overthrown. Remember, that was in 803 by Nicephorus. So when a woman comes to power again in the same way, they're like, oh. So there's turmoil. That's why there's a 14. Okay? Put special emphasis on whether you really know and love God or not. Because if you do, you're going to wait it out. And it's not easy to wait it out. Alright? You know that from your own life. So by 849, she's already been doing her thing for 7 years. Haha. You get that. Humaister plepete, the 6 years. Proereka humin panta. Oh, 8 years, sorry. Alright? So that must be like the beginning of the year when he, well, it is the beginning of the year when he dies. Duh, see, look at this. Alright. So, she's in control at the point that this thing sevens, and I'm not sure why it's 7ing at 849 specifically. I have to do more research on her time, but I don't have the answer yet. What I do know is what happened afterwards. Alright? So this is covering 850 to 867. So what happened there? Well, first of all, our boy, Michael III, right here. You can read up on him there. And, go look at the citations, too. Because, don't just trust Wiki by itself. That just helps you get started. So, until 856, he's under her thumb. So it's Allah is 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 850, 51, 52, 53, 54. Now it's 55. Now it's 56. So at this point, our boy, Michael III, is getting his independence. He finally overthrows his mother. Now the problem with it is that in order to do that, he was encouraged by one of his, what do you want to call it, faction, to murder one of his mom's advisors in order to get power. And he agreed to it. And as I've tried to explain before, when you get to power in the wrong way, it always has a bad end, and it's really going to have a bad end for Michael. Alright? He's going to die exactly at this point, 867. But at this point, he's feeling real good. Oh, I've overthrown Mom, put her in a monastery, of course. And now I'm ruling on my own. Yeah, well, the text doesn't augur well. If he had known the text, which he could have read. Greek was his native tongue. Okay? Those days. See? But in those the days. Now there's, I don't like, it's like this, why is this listed twice, the kainos, and then we got a kainos again? That's not normal. But I can't find any manuscripts that disagree with it. So it's like, why is that being used twice? Because that's just not normal Greek and it's not normal Mark. So, assuming that these words are alright, because I can't find any copies that have something else, then you have but in those the days. That's a sort of convoluted way of stretching out the words. There's a special name for that in grammar, but I forget it. But when you say those the days, you're slowing it out. You could have said en tais hemeras ekainas. That's the normal way to put it. So for this to be in this order is kind of like, what? Now maybe that's on purpose to show that time is out of order, because it certainly is. He's just overthrown his mother by getting somebody in his faction to murder one of her advisors, which gives him the what do you want to call it, the switch in loyalty so that he can go and, put her in a convent. So his future after this is not going to be good. So it's the days. Now watch. After. Mena means with, but it also means after. Okay? The tribulation. There are many kinds of tribulation in life, just like there are many kinds of salvation. Alright, you always have to ask when you read one of these words in the Bible, which kind is it? That. So, but in those, the days, after the tribulation, that, meaning above, the one that we've already been talking about. And usually your English Bibles will say something like, but immediately after those days. But the word immediately is not in here, which is really odd because Mark, that's one of Mark's keywords, immediately. It doesn't actually mean immediately, it means next in sequence without anything in between. But it's usually translated immediately. Alright, so why isn't immediate in here? Because it's not. So then it's not over. Or he means something else. Or he's slowing down. What I'm trying to say is it causes you to slow down yourself and pay attention. Well, why is this word over there? Okay? In those days, after the tribulation. Not immediately after, just after that tribulation. Okay. When you get to, it's probably somewhere in here. It's really hard to tell exactly when. Probably after. Somewhere like that. Just after the word after. Since Michael has had at this point 1, 2, 3, 4 years. Okay? From 856, it's now 860. Alright? So we'll just say after the days, because 860 is really important to talk about. In 860 AD, a bunch of stuff started happening north and west of Byzantium. There was an influx of people called the Kievan Rus. They were maybe from Scandinavia somewhere. Most people seem to think that's where they came from originally. They were pagans, they were raiders, they were interested in booty, and they sacked Byzantium. Well, not exactly Byzantium. They sacked Byzantium, but not Constantinople. They couldn't get in to sack Constantinople itself. The walls protected it. But outside, they got in. Now, it's real important to talk about the sequence here. This is a real important event in history. 860, they call it the sack, but it's not really a sack of Constantinople itself. It's the surrounding area. And they especially wanted to hit the monasteries. When the Rus do this, they are pagan. They had a whole lot of help from Bulgaria. Bulgaria was pagan. It's real important to talk about that. The Bible makes a big stink of it in the Matthew Gospel. I wonder if I still got it up here. I can show you. Okay, wait a minute. Well, I'll show you when I get to the punchline. Okay, that's 860. So they get raided outside their city, the monasteries mostly. The Rus come in and they take everything they can carry, which includes, and this is really important, the Bibles that those guys had. Because the Bibles in Byzantium were, rich, heavy, covered in velvet and all kinds of, illustration, you just look at it, ooh, this is something expensive I can resell, so you take it. It took a lot, anything gold or brass, or not so much brass, but silver, anything rich that they could find and resell or melt down. They couldn't read what they took of the Bibles. This is really important to the story. They could not read what they took of the Bibles, but they took them. They take them back up to Kiev. Alright? That's 860. Now if you look on a map, you will notice that to the left, depending on the map that you got, but if you look on a map for the 800s, 860s in particular, you'll notice that to the left of Kiev, not too far away, is, at that point, it was called the Kingdom of Moravia. Between 860 and 863, there's a lot of fighting that goes on in that area. I don't know why Moravia was deemed so important, but it was. And during that time, Louis the German, who was the head of the Frankish Empire at that time, they called it then the Holy Roman Empire, he ended up finally winning over Moravia. During that same 3-year period, Michael III had sort of like contact with Louis the German. Alright? And Michael III wanted to evangelize people. Alright? He was sort of continuing the iconoclasm, but he was much more reasoning. And he wanted to evangelize people, and there were 2 people he had some sort of like suzerainty over, named Cyril and Methodius. And Cyril and Methodius were dispatched, somehow in concert with Louis the German, to Moravia. The idea was, and you can understand why they would do this, if we just Christianize these pagans, they'll stop raiding us. Because Louis the German was having the same problem. Well, it turns out that Moravia was kind of like Jonah visiting Assyria. Jonah visits Assyria, who was Israel's worst enemy. God wanted Jonah to go. You can read this in the book of Jonah. Jonah didn't want to go. So he gets on a boat going in the opposite direction, and God decides, okay, well, we'll just have a little, we'll upend the boat. And so the boat is rocking and rocking, and now Jonah knows that he was wrong to do what he did, and he said, just throw me over. And as soon as he gets thrown over, a whale comes up and swallows him. You know that story. And the whale just acts like a little taxi and goes all the way back to Nineveh. Well, not quite to Nineveh. He can't get up that far, but he throws them up on shore. And now Jonah is willing to give the gospel to the Ninevites, even though he hates them. He ends up dying there. Well, this is a story kind of like that. Alright? These guys, Cyril and Methodius, are dispatched, somehow in concert with Louis the German, between Louis the German and Michael III. And during the time that they're on their way, they decide, you know what? We're not just going to give them the Bible in Greek, we're going to translate it into Moravian. And that way, the idea was, if they convert and they believe, then they'll stop raiding. Just like Jonah was sent to Nineveh. Jonah didn't expect everybody in Nineveh to just turn around and believe in Christ. But they did. From the king on down. You can read it in the book of Jonah yourself. Jonah ends up living there for the rest of his life, teaching. Alright, well that's kind of what happened here with Cyril and Methodius. They translate the Bible into Moravian, which ends up using what they call a glass something or other script, which is pretty much the Cyrillic script. And because they translated it that way, not only Moravia goes wildly for it, rapidly converts to Christianity on their own, wanting to, but so do the Russians, who had just finished sacking the area around Constantinople. All of this happens between 860 and 863, and it was so important. I didn't know any of this, by the way. until I started doing the meter. It was so important that it's actually mapped right here. This is Matthew now. We're in Matthew. See this right here? Parousia tu huio tu anthropo. God comes to you through His Word. If you've seen the earlier videos I did on Matthew, I've already covered the importance of the huios anaphora, which is going to matter for Mark too, because Mark is playing on the same meaning. 833 is 863. And I got to tell you, when I came to this and it's 7, I thought, this has to be wrong. I didn't know at that time when I first did the meter on this, I didn't know that this was an anaphora. The only thing I knew about was Amen Lego, Humi. I didn't know about this. And I'm like, what the hell happened in 863? And so I went to Looky, because they like to give you the AD years. I thought, well, I can start here and see if I find anything significant related to the text, knowing that I was looking for something about Bible coming to a people, because that's what parousia means. God comes to you through His Word. That goes all the way back to Numbers 6. God came and visited Moses, and Moses had to wear the veil after he saw God because he was so illuminated. So it came to be shorthand. God comes to you through His Word. You see why? Okay. Well, 863? I'm like, what? And if you looked in Twitter, I had conversations with Cleodum about it, because I'm like, I don't understand what this is. And then as I was, looking up the dates and stuff, I thought, huh? And it was when I learned that this guy Cyril and Methodius wrote up a new alphabet, and the Moravians converted, and that alphabet was Cyrillic. That's why they call it Cyrillic, based on Cyril. I'm like, ding, 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 ding. Because now we're talking about a whole continent converting. Hope you get that. They went for it in a really big way. 3 years after they invaded. 3 years after they invaded. Alright, so that's 863. This is 867 at the end. So now let's count back the syllables. E, kai, ne. 3. Flipsy. In the middle. See? Because 7 minus 4 is 3. And then you add the 30. So at 833, the same meter, the word clipsing is used. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Clipsing is what? How can you call it clipsing? Well, it's first of all, it's after the clipsing. I want you to get the wit here. After the flipsing. Yeah, after the word meta. Okay? See, Hemeros is 860. Well, not actually. Count back to 860. We count back 7. E, kai, ne. That's 3. Flipsing. That's 5. I got 2 more to count back. 10. In the middle of the word after. The middle of it. Well, what's the middle? Well, what's the middle of the year? Summer. That's the time when everybody wars and raids. Do you see the wit here? After that flipsing, they convert. The Moravians convert, so they stop raiding. And I haven't even mentioned the most important portion of it yet. The Russians convert, so they stop raiding, at least other Christians. And most importantly, the nearest neighbor that the Byzantines had always had trouble with, the Bulgarians. They Christianize too. Massive change. Outside of Byzantium. They never become part of Byzantium. But because the word was in Byzantium, and because the Russians had invaded Byzantium and brought back Bibles which Cyril and Methodius would need, hopefully you understand that, if they're going to translate the Bible, and they're coming based on a Latin order from Louis the German, the only Bible they got to compare to is Latin. This gives them the Greek Bibles that they needed. They could read the Greek because they're dispatched from Byzantium. But Byzantium had just had its monasteries raided, so their Greek Bibles were taken. So now what are Cyril and Methodius going to translate from? The Latin? So you see, I mean, it just doesn't get funnier than this. As pagans, they enter and take the Bibles that they, within 3 years, are going to end up believing in. Bibles they can't read. But Cyril and Methodius can read them. But Cyril and Methodius aren't dispatched anywhere. They're in Byzantium. Until 3 years later, Moravia is taken over by the Latin guy, Louis the German, head of the Holy Roman Empire. And he wants them converted. He wants the Bible translated into Moravian. Okay, but the Bible that he wants is in Latin. They need the Greek. And guess where the Greek Bible was? With the Russians, who wanted to sell it anyway, because as far as they're concerned, it's just booty. Yeah, and as soon as they get those Bibles, now they can translate from the Greek so that they're getting a better copy and a better translation. And now the Russians can actually read it in their language. And now the Moravians can read it in their language. And now the Bulgarians can read it in their language. You see how God orchestrated all this? Due to, with. See, meta means either with or after. Here it's got the significance of after, but it also means with. So God is basically saying, hi, when you're going through thlipsis, I'm doing something with it that's going to profit you. See, there's lots of doctrine that tie between the history being prophetically given by the numbers and the actual text. When you start to interrelate it with the actual history, now for us it's history, for these people going into it, can you imagine what Cyril and Methodius must have thought if they knew the meter then, which they didn't? But wouldn't they have been really excited? Oh, wow! Because, I mean, they knew it at the time. Hi, here are these Bibles. We got to translate into Moravian, but all we got is this Latin Bible. Where are we going to get a Greek Bible since the Russians took them? Well, the Russians would be running around looking for a buyer, wouldn't they? Oh, well, here's a Greek Bible. We took it from Byzantium. Oh, we get our Bibles back. They would know that was providence, of course, but they wouldn't know that it was predicted here. You see the satire? You see the wit? That tribulation. Yeah, the one that happened in 860, when the yet pagan Russians sacked the area of the monasteries around Byzantium, just in time to take the Bibles back, just in time for Cyril and Methodius to arrive, and just in time for them to wonder, oh, gee, we've got these Latin manuscripts we've got to translate. Gee, I wish we could have the Greek, but they were sacked by the Russians 3 years ago. Oh, yes, we're the Russians from 3 years ago. We sacked it. Here. Oh, is that what that book says? Oh, it's more valuable than I thought now that I can read it in my own language. See, that tribulation. And of course that's going to bring about a lot of tribulation, and in particular going back to Michael III. He sponsored all that. But he sponsored something else. He sponsored a guy named Basil. He sponsored that guy named Basil because he had a mistress. He didn't like the wife he had. Or he was childless. And so, like Henry VIII, he wants to get a son. So he derives this ruse. Hi, you marry my mistress, but you don't touch her. You can have my sister instead. But you're officially married to my mistress. And that way I can have sex with her, and if she has a kid, it's okay. And Basil says, sure. And Basil keeps being nice to him and being nice to him and being nice to him. And finally Michael says, oh, well, let's go all the way. I'll make you co-emperor, which he does. And that's happening right here too. And then one day, Michael's really nice to another advisor he has. And Basil, that's this guy, Basil gets real upset. You like somebody better than me after all I've done for you? Because one of the other things that happened between Michael and Basil is Basil said, hey, you really ought to get this guy killed. And Michael says, sure, you do it. Basil says, okay. So Basil's pretty ticked off that maybe Michael is going to make somebody else co-emperor because he likes him better than Basil after all that Basil sacrificed. So what does Basil do? Kill him brutally, in his own bed, hacks him to death. That was 867. After that flip scene. And it's a sad story. And yet, at the same time, it's true, Michael was, instrumental in getting Cyril and Methodius to go, at Louis the German's behest, to Moravia to evangelize the Moravians. And it didn't just end up evangelizing the Moravians, it evangelized the Bulgarians and the Russians. So now, instead of having enemies on your north, you have friends. I mean, they're not really that good of friends. They still like to raid and stuff, but they're nicer about it, and they do it less often. Meanwhile, he comes to a bad end. So he got into power because one of his friends, not Basil at that time, one of his friends said, oh, well, let's kill an advisor. And because he starts liking another advisor at the end of his life is ended by his best friend. Sic transit gloria mundi. Okay? Now, this particular verse doesn't have blepete in it, but I had to cover it to show you the outgrowth of blepete. The other reason I had to cover it is because God is centering everything on verse 23, verse 20. See, here's verse 20. That's a kurios reference. See, you can see it up here. This is where it started. Remember, first it sevens, and then we go through a non-7ing period, and then it sevens again. And in this case, it unusually sevens twice, which begs the question, why? All right? And one of the interesting things about that is that when you start with the center of the blepete, see, remember? The center of blepete was verse 9. Whoops, I did it the wrong way. Come on. The center of blepete, right here. It's verse 9, Constantine. And I talked about how you have to rope that to the center of all three anaphoras. So how do you find the center? That's what we're doing here. The center is the first kurios. First, because it's occurring in the center of the text, but more importantly, because of the meaning of it. It goes from verse 20 to verse 35. It's bookended. It doesn't have a third. So what is its center? Its center is going to have to be the first one. It's the same kind of mechanism that Paul uses with the Eudokion, Epainon, and the Temple Trio anaphora that I did in my 150-page long thing on Ephesians 1, which, it'll make you die to read it. Took me 5 years to write it. Okay? But using that same technique is how I found it here. Alright? So that's the start of the center, is verse 20, which is right here. And you can see why it is a start, because it's sevens here, which I thought was really odd. I couldn't understand why it's centered here. That's why I was trying to look for the center. So it's a way of stating, hi, this is the center of history. Everything that's going to happen after this is going to be a result of it. Specifically this period. You know, there are a lot of things. Everything's a result of everything in history, but not everything's a result of something pivotal. This is a pivotal period of history. So it starts at Leo III, and we're coming to our next Blepite after this one, after this one that it centers on, here in verse 23. Okay, so our first one was, you know, our center Blepite. So you're looking for what the center centers on. I'm sorry this is so complicated, but this is how they organized their material. Alright, they didn't have chapters and verses. They didn't have highlight in yellow. So they had to come up with other devices. Okay, that's our center Blepite. So everything is supposed to come from this. Okay, but it's going to have an apex. Alright, the apex is going to be the beginning of the next anaphora, which is right here. Alright, and then the apex of that anaphora, alright, where is it? There's 20. The apex of that anaphora, there isn't. There's only another bookend. So if there's only another bookend, that becomes the place you rope to, and that should be your center. Alright? So then the next question is, alright, that's verse 20, right here. That's the center nexus. Alright, but it's going to have its own center. Where is that? Well, verse 23 is the next Blepite, because see, you got a Blepite on the outside of the center. Kurios is the envelope. So now you got to find another Blepite to tie to the prior Blepite, because the prior Blepite is the center of all the Blepites. So it's got to tie to something on the inside between Kurios and Kurios. Well, here it is, the verse we're talking about. And you see kind of why it would be right to do that? Because you're talking about the conversion. People being saved. Yes, their religion is apostate. Yes, their beliefs were apostate. Yes, they were ignorant. Yes, they had all kinds of goofball things. But if you believe Jesus Christ paid for your sins, you're saved. Even if you don't know that's the gospel. If you do it, you're saved. Well, for all the flaws and problems of the Catholic Church, whether it's Greek Orthodox or Western, Roman, they taught that. Every day, all the time. They used it as a guilt trip. They used it to make money. They used it for all the wrong reasons, but it was the one thing they kept on saying. Jesus Christ is God and He paid for your sins as humanity. They were relentless in saying it. Okay, well, when you believed in Christ the first time, you didn't understand that there were all kinds of false doctrines associated with that claim. Your parents probably had a lot of screwed up doctrines in their head. They didn't know either. Neither did their teachers. This is true for most of history. But did you hear that He paid for your sins? The answer for the world for centuries has been yes. And at some point in your life once, did you ever believe it? And the answer for most people, usually when they were kids, is yes. After that, they started thinking about it, and oh, this can't be true. I'm an atheist, I'm a Buddhist, I believe in the Quran, I don't believe in anything, whatever. But you did it once. So, after the tribulation, that tribulation, the tribulation of being around these people who talk about Christ all the time, and in a weak moment you believe. Okay? You see the kind of wit there? Centering on, really, Theophilus here, not so much, oh crud. centering on Theophilus here, right, at Blepete, not so much on the aftermath, but he did say it in advance. You get the wit there, or am I being too obtuse? Let me know, because I'm going to move faster now after this. Now here's a really sad thing. This same Basil, right here, who killed his best friend out of jealousy, who was Michael III, who died right here at the end. This same guy, just like Constantine, this kills me. This same guy is credited with starting a golden age for Byzantium. Not exactly the words the Bible's using to describe him. After the eclipses of those days. O Helios Scotis Desetai Kai Selene Doze Dofegos Autis. The sun darkened and the moon won't give any light. That's how the Bible's describing him. Basil was a Macedonian. He starts a new dynasty. Whatever the heck history says about him, and all the praises that are put on him, just like the praises put on Constantine, okay? That's not what the Bible thinks. God, because this is his word. That's not a compliment. Okay? So, God is being very satirical here. I hope you get that. If you go to look up Basil the First, starter of I forget what Macedonian dynasty they call it. Oh, it was a golden age under him, and everything came to fruition, and all the Byzantine Empire entered its glory, and all its art, and all its flourishing, and yada yada yada. Doesn't last. Nothing ever does. But it's satire. You see the satire. The very thing that humans say about it. God's saying, no. Darkening of the sun, meaning darkening no Bible doctrine. The moon won't give its light, meaning it's the darkest period. They're not being enlightened. So this is running from 867, really 868 here, to 890, 889. And of course there are no keywords, there's no center. It's part of the total nexus because it's between verse 23 and verse 26. But not. So you can go read up on Basil on your own. The Bible is saying not good. And you'll be surprised at just how positive the reports are about this guy. And, to keep going, and the stars will be actually, falling from heaven. Now that's a euphemism, but in a way it's really not because, excuse me, stars are nicknames for angels because their bodies are made of light. When it says stars fall from the heavens, okay, that language is actually used for Satan in Isaiah 14. in Ezekiel 28, and of course it's used for Satan again in Revelation 9 and 12. Yeah, 12. Angels falling from heaven. We all know that's not good. Alright, and we're past Basil at this point, but it's a dynasty, okay? I don't want to spend much time on it because you can go read it yourself now that I've given you so much about the Nexus period. Because I got to go to this is the second half of the Nexus. The whole Nexus period goes all the way to verse 26. And I want to skip some of it. This is the part I'm skipping. You can see why. Because you can just read about this in the description that you're given. It's just the opposite. Alright? So, I want you to notice the confluence here. Michael III, who was not, he allowed himself to be dictated to by people close to him. He nonetheless, in his lifetime, stuff happened to him such that he wanted the conversion of. And it just so happened that there was a convergence of Louis the German and Moravia, which resulted in the convergence of, from this point, 860, some pagan Russians stealing Bibles and taking them back with them just in time for the conversion of the Moravians via a Bible written in their own language. And therefore the conversion of the Bulgars, who are related, and the conversion of the Russians, who are related. Okay? There's a lot of argument about, what kind of peoples are these? Were the people that came from the north are the same people? Because they tend to call them Slavs, but it isn't really just that. It's really hard to explain. It may be a sort of a mixture. Alright, because this is long before the Mongol raids. Alright? You can call people that are a mix of the Mongol raids and the people who were there at the time, you can call them Slavs. Because there's certain Asian characteristics in common, but this is before that. That was the good of Michael's reign, and that was pretty much, he tried. They didn't have much time. He only started in 56. Alright? Because he was only out from his mother's thumb in 56, but he got out the wrong way, and he dies the wrong way. Meanwhile, God makes good on the bad. In a very humorous way. Okay? But, and this is why it's not 7 here, it wasn't good for Byzantium. It should have been, it could have been, but it wasn't. Because of all the junk that was going on there. In other words, they're alive when all these conversions are going on amongst the Bulgars and the Moravians and the Russians. They're seeing it happen. So why didn't they get serious about God as a result of seeing it? You're talking about, thousands upon thousands of people converting just because they find out about this book. And it doesn't dawn on you that, maybe this is miraculous because so many people are doing it. So maybe we should get serious about God. Oh no, they're too busy fighting with each other over who's top dog. So it doesn't 7 for them. And instead, what happens? Oh, everything goes dark. So just as the lights are turning on in Bulgaria, in Moravia, and Russia, the lights are turning out in Byzantium. All due to this guy and his progeny. And not only that, but it becomes satanic. The stars fall out of heaven. Yeah, because if they're going dark, that's opportunity for the demon boys to play, because after all, there are a whole bunch of Bibles still in Byzantium. We want to do everything we can to get rid of them. Icon worship is one way to get rid of them, by letting them just sit there and nobody reads. But wouldn't it be better to just destroy them altogether? Because at these very years, interest is going higher to get these Bibles, to get the Greek Bibles in, get this, Europe, and especially, this is the killer of all, in Spain. The Arabs that had conquered Spain 100 years ago were mollifying and modifying everything. And there's a rise of a whole dynasty here. And it'll especially be in 928, which is I'm going to come up to because that's one of our key points. There's a rise of sort of like an Arab conversion too, where they don't want to do their little piracy and nasty thing that they've been doing, which is their tradition and their hallmark. They pride themselves on being rapers and raiders and stuff like that. They really do. They pride themselves on stealing. Well, once they'd been around the Christians for a while, they started to modify their thinking on that, and they started becoming kinder, gentler, so much so that they actually befriended the Jews in Spain. Even more than the Christians, because the Christians were trying to take them back over. And they formed alliances with the Jews, and the Jews flourished under them in Spain. And a lot of our manuscripts and the teaching and all this good stuff starts coming out from Spain. And of course, Spain has trade with Byzantium. So if you can darken Byzantium and make it satanic, that cuts off that line of getting Bible information in and out. Because don't forget, Byzantium is in the east. It's got control, sort of. There's a religious understanding with the Arabs there too. It's got some kind of control in Jerusalem. And it's got the Arabs at a standoff. So there's a sort of uneasy peace between them that's now about 100 years old. And in addition to that, Russia, Bulgaria, and Moravia, which are positive to God, are north. So you can cut off from Spain to Byzantium, cut off the flow of Bible info at Byzantium, then how hard is that going to be to make it go north? Because it was a pretty easy sail. You just sail from the Mediterranean up through the Bosphorus and you're there, Jack. But if Byzantium is dark, how are you going to get there? Over land? That's a lot harder. And the two principal ways that people got Bible information was through Paris and through Milan, in addition to through Spain. The people who did it in Spain were doing it because people were willing to pay good money for the Hebrew manuscripts. And they were willing to pay good money to get the Greek manuscripts because that was lucrative trade for them up north to France. You cut that off, oh boy, you make inroads. Now, at this very time, there starts to be another influx of northerners going south called the Vikings. They got other names too. Northmen, Norsemen. And they suddenly get interested in the Bible during this time too. So cutting off Byzantium where the Bible manuscripts are is really important strategically. And that's basically what's being said here. When you got apocalyptic language like this, the sun is darkened and the moon won't give her light. When you got that happening, it's talking about Bible going dark. And stars falling from the heavens, that's talking about demonic activity. Alright? So should you be too surprised that it sevens again at 889, which is 929, 919, 919, 889. This really bothered me when I first got the meter because I had to redo it. When I got to this, I'm like, what? What is it about this period? That was before I knew that it was relating to Byzantine history rather than Western. Look at the text. And all the powers in the heavens are shaken. Yeah, because, see, Satan wins in the trial if nobody wants Bible. And since it's collected mainly in the East, because the West is still living on its Latin, this time from from Jerome, but if they can stop the original from getting out, stop it at Spain, stop it at Byzantium, then yeah, the powers of the heavens are going to be shaken because Satan might actually win in the trial. Now, it's marked with a 70, and you'll notice the difference is 70, that's the number of voting. History is divided into 490 plus 70 plus 490 ever since Adam's fall. And at this point, we're getting close to the end of a 1050. But we're not at a historical 70, we're at a special 70 voting period because of the darkness that enters with Basil. Sun darkened, moon won't give out its light, the stars fall, demonic activity, and the powers of heavens are shaken. Yeah, because everything's depending on those Bibles that are sitting there in Byzantium getting out, and the threat of them not getting out is really strong during this period. So I think what I'm going to ask you to do is read up on the history of Basil, and by the time I next show this video, I'll put a link in here, of Basil and his friends up until 923, because our next, verse 26, Nexus, is coming up in verse 26, and it's going to be real important to understand why is this second Advent language used. And the guy that it's used for himself is a usurper named Romanus. Why is he the guy who's treated with such nice language? Because he's not nice. What's the story here? How did this happen? So read up through 923, 929 rather, 919, I'm sorry, 919. Read up through 919 before you go to the next increment. Peace out. Alright, now we're again back, and where we had left off was at verse 23, with the blepete referencing a guy named Theophilus, okay, who was an iconoclast ruler. He was a little bit rabid about it, and under him, God caused the Arabs to lose again in rather spectacular circumstances because, like the Battle of Baraka, Theophilus didn't actually cause them to lose. They fought amongst themselves. I don't know how much you know about the Battle of Baraka in the Bible, but just go look it up. Basically what happened was the Jews were told to stand still and watch the deliverance of the Lord like they were at the Exodus, and that's what they did. They trained and trained and trained and trained for the battle, but they didn't fight in it. God did. The Arabs, in that case too, there were Arabs there, they all were going to, undo Jerusalem and blah, blah, blah. See, because this isn't really about Islam, it's about Arabs. Alright, that's what God said back when Ishmael was born. And so, this whole Arab thing later, here in 839, is a similar situation. The word is, see, you got to get the main focus of the story here. This is about God appearing to you through His Word. And the tracing of the history, whether it's in Matthew 24:25, or Luke 21, or here in Mark 13, is about what happens when the Word appears to you. First, you get it. Secondly, when you get it, what do you do with it? Do you want it? Do you not want it? If you don't want it, then history turns bad. If you do want it, then history turns good. Well, this was a guy who apparently wanted it. And it is, and the other thing that's a major theme in history, and you could actually verify this, all yourself with the history, is that when bad leaders rise, they don't rise in a vacuum. If a bad leader is at the head of a country, like right now with Donald Trump, it means that the people, it's not just because they voted for him. It could be true in a monarchy, it could be true in a dictatorship, like when Hitler rose. Hitler rose by means of election too, but it doesn't have to be due to election. When a bad leader rises, it means that the people are bad. And by bad, it means they're not interested in Bible. By bad, it means that if you're not interested in Bible, how are you going to be interested in anything else? No offense. The most important question that ought to be in your life is, where am I going to go after I die? I mean, just out of self-interest, you should be concerned with that. And so the idea of maybe God existing should be like a real important question to you personally. If it's not, or if you poo-poo it or laugh at it, or in those days they didn't poo-poo it or laugh at it, they went into religiosity about it. Oh, I'm a good person because I'm being religious. Those are all ways of saying no to God. And you say no to God, and enough people are like that in your area, then there's a bad leader who rises in your area. By contrast, if a lot of people, and by a lot it could be 10%, if like 10% of the people are interested in God, just like the story that, what was it? Abraham, when talking to God about the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Oh, if there are 10 righteous people, righteous means saved. It's a nickname for being saved. Genesis 15:6. Credited to him as righteousness. So that's a nickname for saved. If there are 10 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah, you can still destroy the city. And God said no. But there wasn't. There was only Lot and his wife and his kids. So it brings them out. That's a pattern of history too. Alright, but at this point, there are enough positive people in Byzantium to have a good ruler, and the Bible is located there. So if the Arabs get in, they're going to destroy those Bibles, like they always have, even before Islam. If they're going to get in there, they're going to destroy those Bibles, and then people will be deprived of them. Alright? So what God does is says, okay, I'm going to, Theophilus can't really defend Byzantium against the Arabs, but he's positive to me, so I'll do a Sennacherib thing, I'll do a Battle of Baraka thing, and I'll just wipe them out. Well, how did God wipe them out? Well, he doesn't just necessarily, he can, but he doesn't always do that. He doesn't just strike you. The fact that you're already negative to him, like the Arabs are, not all Arabs, of course, that means that they're gonna have some kind of substitute God, substitute crusading, substitute politics, substitute religiosity, substitute whatever. And whenever you get into substitutes, you get into competition, you get into fighting. So here's what happened. The Arabs fought amongst themselves. Arabs love to fight. They pride themselves. It's the whole Bedouin culture of coming into somebody else's place, taking their stuff. Oh, look how good you are because you took their stuff. And maybe you kill them, and maybe you rape them, and maybe you take their women. And that's manliness to them. That's their culture. Indians in the Americas, not all of them, but a lot of them had a similar culture. They call it counting coup. Alright? So, there are peoples, whole groups of people, alright, that in history, at certain times in history, because it's not true for all the same kind of people at all the time, but there are certain groups of people at certain times in history that this is the way they think. I'm manly if I steal. I'm manly if I kill. I'm manly if I get away with something. And Trump is exactly like that. So you see, it's not restricted to Arabs or the Indians of the Americas. It can be in any soul. Happens to be in these Arabs at this time. And so they all fight with each other. Alright? That's how Theophilus kept his country together. That was the miracle. Alright? Now that's where we left off, and that was right here at this 49, this 41. Right here. Right here at the end of Blepit Day. That's where that happened. Now after that, alright, you got other people coming into power, and the language here in Scripture gets really wacko. First of all, you got the line, see, I told you in advance. So that closes off the point. And the point, of course, being made is of a trend of history that starts in 723, and that was Leo the III, alright? This one is Theophilus, and who comes after him, they've already had advance notice in history and through the word if they knew how to read it, which they would know how to read it, but they weren't reading it. Greek was their native tongue. Granted that to them this is really ancient Greek, and it's hard to read for somebody speaking later, but it's no harder than it would be for us to read the King James, alright? So they could have read it. They could have known about these syllable counts. I'm sure that someday we're going to find manuscripts, ancient manuscripts from the 1st century, which will end up being papyri, that show these meter counts. It's going to happen, because why do I know about these meter counts if God isn't getting ready to roll out the actual manuscript that has them? So we'll know what we're looking at when we get it. Alright? That's what I'm thinking. Now, that's 849 here. After 849, because this is sort of like an interregnum, alright, Michael III ends up coming to power, and he comes to power because he's the kid of Theophilus, so it's a peaceful transition. But once he gets into power after about 7 years, okay, pro ereka humin panta, 8 years. After 8 years, because that's at the beginning of 42. See, that's when our boy dies, January. So we might as well call it 41. There's a sort of 7 years that he gets to be in power, but he's not in power on his own. His mom, okay, and I forget her name. Her name isn't Irene, but she acts like Irene, is basically running the show. So things start to go really bad. Alright? Michael, ostensibly, though, is still the ruler. But he's like 10 years old or something like that. Very young. So he manages to finally overthrow his mother right here. Allah en ekainais 5 etais. He overthrows her there. But he overthrows her because, as I said in the last increment, he overthrows her because he gets one of his advisors killed. Alright? And that sets a really bad pattern for him. And his last advisor who did that kind of dirty work for him was a guy named Basil. Alright? And Basil gets all jealous because Michael III, after Basil had done all kinds of things for him, alright, Basil married Michael's mistress so that Michael could continue to have to procreate with the mistress and actually have kids, because that was one of his problems. And then he made Basil co-emperor, which Basil really liked. Basil was married to Michael's mistress. Michael ended up having a kid by that mistress while the mistress is married to Basil. Maybe. And we're not really 100% sure. But the big sin in Basil's eyes that Michael did is Michael liked another advisor better. So Basil had Michael killed at the end of 867, which is right here. Okay? The text covering that whole period, including his overthrow of his mother through murder, is, but in those days, after the tribulation, that one. And it's like, why are you likening that to tribulation? Okay? I mean, it's like, what? And then it gets even more crazy, because the language says in the San Hogelios, Scotizo, Scotitesete, Scotitesetai, darkens, Kai, and, Hey, the, Selene, moon, won't, doesn't, not, Dose, give, to, the, phagos, autis. Okay, right here at phagos, right here in the middle of the word, you'll notice that there's 3 syllables after it. So this is 889 minus 3, 886. That is when Basil dies. The kid that was supposed to be his wife, that was really Michael's mistress, had a kid. And there's a question whether it was Michael's kid or Basil's kid. That guy's name was called to history Leo the Fourth, or Leo the Fifth, or Sixth. We'll get to him in a minute. He ends up taking over at that point, and he and his dad, his ostensible dad, Basil, never got along. Basil's light, get this word means light. See, the moon, not, give, its, to is really a definite article, but you can translate it as possessive, light, hers, because Selene is a female noun. Alright? Light. In the middle of the word light, the lights go out on Basil. Do you see the wit there? In the middle of the lights go out on Basil. In the middle of the word light, his lights go out. Now, he had a pretty nasty end. He dies of a sickness of some kind, nobody knows. They like to think, or they like to tell you, that, first of all, that Basil was a good ruler, which he really wasn't. And they like to tell you that Basil died because he was heartsick, that his favorite son, Constantine, died instead of Leo, who was the guy who ends up inheriting the emperorship because Basil dies there. That Constantine died sometime before Basil died, and Basil just never recovered from that, and therefore he got sick and he died in 886, which is depicted there by this middle of the word, phagos. Okay? Now, however he died, he didn't get murdered. However he died, whatever he died, he's dead now, his lights are out. But what's really remarkable about this whole stretch of text is that it's depicting Basil's reign as the sun darkening and the moon not giving its light. But if you talk to historians, or especially if you talk to the Greek Orthodox, because they like to glorify their emperors too, they say, oh, this was the greatest time. Basil united everybody and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, but the Bible doesn't think that that's such a good idea. Why? Well, if you go read up on Basil, which maybe you've done already, you find out, oh, he tried to do a rapprochement with our friend, the popes in Rome. And he tried to do a rapprochement with what was it, Louis II, or whoever was ruling the Holy Roman Empire at that time. They were trying to unite. Okay, but see, the big problem is that if you got a guy who's claiming to be the head of the church, ruling over the church, uniting with another guy who claims to be the head of the church, although in the West they didn't call it that way, the papacy was separate, then what's going to happen to the Bible? It's going to go down. The sun, light of Scripture, darkens, and the moon doesn't give its light. It's a threat to Scripture. It was just like the Tower of Babel. This has been the same story Scripture's been telling since Genesis. Do not unite church and state. And we have the very same problem right now in Washington, in the White House. The group backing Trump is Seven Mountains, and their whole goal is to unite church and state, in total contravention to the Constitution. And to justify that treasonous action to themselves, they claim that the Constitution never meant to separate church and state. I don't know about you, but it's pretty obvious to me that if there's no rule that Congress can make respecting religion, that's separation of church and state. It says so in our Constitution. But they're reversing Revelation 17, so why not reverse the Constitution? Revelation 17 has a phrase in it called Seven Mountains. And they're reversing what Revelation 17 says, which is a condemnation of uniting church and state. The Mosaic Law was not a uniting of church and state. It was a separation. Moses was the state. Aaron, his brother, was the religion. Aaron did not have any state powers. Moses didn't have any priestly powers. I don't know, you have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to read that. Alright, well, they are deaf, dumb, and blind, and this is what he's talking about, is everybody's going to be blinded because they're going dark. The sun darkens, and the moon won't give its light. That's the first meaning. Is by trying to unite the West and the East, you're going to be crushing the freedom of Bible to move in either direction. Because so long as they're not united, so long as there's competition, then there is a motive on behalf of the secular rulers and the religious rulers to leave you alone, because they don't know if they're going to need you as allies against one of their enemies. That's the beauty of competition. So, yeah, you're a Bible reader, and yeah, we hate you and we think you're a heretic, but we're not going to do anything, because what if we need you to help us against some Arab that's invading, or some, Goth that's invading, or somebody else that's invading? So we're going to leave you alone, but we hate you. Okay, fine, hate me. Just leave me alone. Alright? So once they get all united under one head, which was the attempt that was made by Diocletian that Constantine actually consummated, but it's broken up now. But if they go back to that, it's really bad. And going back to that is exactly what this meter is telling you, because there's a 511 distance between the time of Constantine, which is right here at 298, and 209. So when Theophilus dies, the trend of going back to Constantine starts up again, which is illustrated by Michael's mom trying to take over everything and unite everything under her. And then, of course, he overthrows her thanks to Basil and others right here. But then Basil, then Basil gets upset, murders Michael III here, and then Basil himself dies here. Basil was the one trying to unite everything under one head. Basil was like trying to be Diocletian. Basil actually talked like and said he wanted to emulate Justinian I. Justinian I is the guy who brought the Byzantine Empire to its greatest extent and was one of the most evil rulers we ever had. He created a code, which was basically, if you aren't part of my brand of Christianity, then you have to die. That's what his code says. You can read it yourself at 4thcentury.com. It's horrible. And it's all over the place in the internet, in Latin. I want to say also in Greek. But it's translated also into English. It's horrible. The Justinian Code is what it's called. Basil wanted to take everybody back to that. So do you see why the Lord is using such bad language? And the sun is darkened, the moon won't give out her light. Yeah. Because you're going to try and tyrannize everybody over how they should study Scripture. No. Because what that's going to end up leading to is if your version of Christianity is different from my version of Christianity, and you have a Bible, well, I'm going to think that you tainted that Bible somehow, and I'm going to destroy it. Well, then that means that Scripture is less available to all. You see the point? It's really bad. That's why this language is really bad. Now, there's another meaning to it that's satirical, right here. And that is, oh, our boy Basil has died. This Greek drama is really very melodramatic. I hate it, actually. It's witty, but it's also melodramatic. Hi! There's always some chorus chanting these too many word things. Oh, the sun and the moon, the sun and the moon have now gone out of our life because Basil has died. That's the point. The sun is darkened now, and the moon won't give out her light, because the light of our life who made our empire great again, Basil, is dead. Oh, I. So he's making fun of what they're going to say about Basil at that point. Okay. They're real proud of themselves, because under Michael III, what ended up happening is the evangelization of the Bulgars, the Moravians, and the Russians. So they're like, see, we're right. They all believe in the same thing we do. So therefore we're right. More numbers means better. More numbers means more right. And where have you heard that before? So Basil comes to the throne and they're like, oh, see, we're the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then Basil wants to unite with the West. And it's like, yeah, empire. And then he dies. Oh, why? Oh, the sun is darkened now, and the moon won't give out her light, because the light of our life, Basil, our emperor, dies, and there's no such thing as Christianity without the emperor. That was actually a saying at the time. Can you imagine? Christianity it only exists because of the emperor? Whatever happened to Christ? So you see, they were really already darkened. The sun of their life was already darkened, S-O-N. And the moon of their life was already darkened. And so it's not giving out any light. You see? So that's why that's valid. Now, following Basil was the son he didn't like, who might have been Michael III's kid, Leo. And Leo rules until 912, which brings us down here 7 syllables short. Okay, which is kind of funny, because this is salutation, 5 syllables. This means shaken, like an earthquake shaken. Okay, and this is Uranos. Okay, Leo dies right here. See, because, well, no, he dies right here, right? Let's see. Ranoi salutation, yeah. Leo dies right here at U. Now, in Greek, the word U means not. So, yep, he's not here anymore. Whether he went up to heaven, see, Uranos means to heaven. Whether he went to heaven or not, who knows? It's likely that he did believe that Jesus Christ paid for his sins at some point, because he heard about him all his life. So he might have gone to heaven. See, his dative case, so it means to. To heaven. In classical Greek, they didn't use prepositions, so they just changed the case ending to mean the preposition. So that would be to heaven in classical Greek. And just cut off here at ooh, not. So he is not anymore. And the heavens are shaken. Yeah, that's what people will be saying about him when he dies. In the overdramatic Greek way of overdramatizing things. The Romans were just as bad. And the powers and of the heavens are all shaken like an earthquake. Right here, though, is when he died. So the heavens and being shaken is occurring after he dies. Well, what happened after he dies? Well, he had a kid through his mistress, which the head of Constantinople, or priesthood, didn't like. Well, the head of the priesthood liked the kid, but didn't like the fact that Leo, who had really bad luck in marriages, he didn't like the fact that Leo had married this other woman in 901. And the stories about this disagreed violently. Leo married his mistress in 901. The reason he married his mistress in 901, this is really sad. The previous 3 women that he married, they all died. It's kind of like, oh, if you're going to marry Leo, you're going to die. So let's have him, I'd rather be your mistress instead, okay? Okay, but the 3 women die. And so he's got to marry a 4th one. And he says, well, to hell with this. I'm just going to marry my mistress. She's been his mistress all along. I want to marry her. Well, the priest at the time, named Nicholas Mystikos, crazy name, he said, no, not going to consecrate your marriage in 901, sorry. And Leo said, okay, fine, I'm deposing you and I'm putting somebody else in your place. He married her, he has his kid. And that's born. The kid is born 4 years later in 905. Kid's name is Constantine the Seventh. Makes him co-emperor almost right away. And Constantine, therefore, at this moment that Leo dies in 912, comes to power. But he's a kid. He's a little kid. So now we have to enter verse 26, and what happens as a result of that, and I'll cover that in the next increment. Isn't this a soap opera? Alright, we'd stopped at the death of Leo, right here. Ooh, he doesn't live anymore. And his son, Constantine the Seventh, story starts down here in verse 26, ends up being, what do you want to call it? He's crowned as emperor, but he's a kid. That always warns you in history. And Bible makes a lot of issue about that. So he's crowned, but he's a kid. And what was put up to help him learn how to rule was a 7-person regency. And the 7-person regency, of course, is just as bad as a 1-person regency. The regents, exercise the power and they grow to like it. Okay? They grow to like it. And so when he reaches his own age of majority, they don't want to let him rule. Okay? So that's the story of this period. So what we saw from Basil to Leo was the stars are falling from the heavens. As soon as Leo comes up, the stars are falling from the heavens. That was the attitude of a whole lot of people toward Leo. Because he was bookish, because he wasn't doing too well with his military expeditions. He did do some really good reforms, and he did sort of help out the churches and stuff. But, he wasn't Basil. And there was always this cloud over him as to who his dad was. So there was a certain amount of, what do you want to call it, unrest during his time. At the same time, he did do an awful lot of writing, which was admired. So, the powers of the heavens are shaken when he's dead is true from their perspective, both negative and positive. Negative because they didn't like Leo, or positive because they did. And now he's dead, and the problem is that the kid that he has is like under a cloud also. Because his kid, Constantine the Seventh, down here, his kid Constantine the Seventh, it's like, whose kid was he? How do I want to put this? Constantine the Seventh was the son of Leo and his mistress. He was born in the Purple Room, but was the marriage actually legal? And when you're living around a bunch of religious people, they tend to get superstitious too. And it's like, oh, well, if you weren't legally married at the time, and in their minds, legal meant that it had to be blessed. Okay, and this was the guy who was supposed to bless it. But he didn't. Alright? He liked the kid, but he wouldn't bless the marriage. So, in a way, that makes Constantine an illegitimate kid. So he's under a cloud when he starts out, too. That's the first problem. So, oh, the heavens are shaken because maybe we don't have a legitimate ruler on the throne now. Okay? And, oh, the heavens are shaken because now we got a 7-man regency and they're all jockeying for power with each other. Okay? On top of that, and it ends up characterizing his own reign, this whole thing. It's so hysterical. And then they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. That's pretty, Second Advent language, really dramatic. Sounds like it ought to be a good thing. Okay? But the verse that is being referred to here by the Lord doesn't just say they will see. It's going to, I forget where it is in the Old Testament, but it's they will see and mourn. I wonder if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Alright, good. Let's try to find it. There we go. He's quoting. Let me show you. It's right here. Christ is quoting Zechariah 12:10. Oh, bloody hell. Okay, well, let's see if I can. Bible Works did not have the best. Here we go. I can't click on it. You can see it down here at the bottom. Dang. Bottom right corner. Bible Works 5 is much better at this function. See where it says, they will look on me whom they have. Look in the lower right hand corner where my cursor is moving around. I can't click on it, so you're going to have to just look in the lower right hand corner. They will look on me whom they have pierced, and they will mourn for him. Okay? See, he's coming in the clouds. This is all related. This is all Second Advent. What people are going to do at the Second Advent. So that's Matthew 24:30, which of course Mark is actually tying to. But he's not using the word mourn. He's just saying they'll see him. Okay, because he's expecting you to know that mourn is included in there. Alright? Because the Matthew verse, I don't remember quite where Upsontai is used. 24:30, I guess. So let's look there. Okay, I've made some big changes to the spreadsheet now. I mean the writing now, as far as organization and stuff like that. 25:30. Oh, that'll take me close. Take me to 26. Oh, it's 24:30. That'll still be close enough. Alright. Here we go. 24:30. Coming up, coming up, coming up, coming up. See? Upsontai. I haven't tested the seeing verbs yet in Matthew like I'm doing in Mark. They'll see him. This is what's being quoted. Alright. They're going to see him and mourn. Alright. And that the verb for mourn here is really here. Alright. All the tribes are going to mourn him when they see him in the clouds. That's the actual Matthew verse that Mark is using or tagging to when he writes his own. What happened? 26. There's 26. When he writes his own Upsontai here, he's tagging Matthew there. See, Matthew 24:30. So the big key point here that's so satirical is that Constantine VII, they'd look at him and they didn't like the way he looked. He looked morose. He looked, unhappy. Somebody didn't want to be around. So when they looked at Constantine VII, when they looked at him, Upsontai, they mourned. Oh, we don't have a good ruler now. Okay, so that's what's so funny about this. See, son is being used, and this is all about a son that was a ruler, technically speaking, but he was too young, and then when they looked at him, they mourned. So son of the master who died up here. Well, they didn't much like that way. He wasn't as good as Basil in their eyes. And this son, oh man, we look at him and we're gonna mourn, baby. All right. It's got more meanings than that. That's what the wit of this over the actual history is just killing me when I look at it. Okay, so that's the story of Constantine the Seventh, who ends up dying at 959, which is 951, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. He dies at Ang. Well, you really would split it right there. Two G's is pronounced like A-N-G. That's where we get the word angel. Angelus. Okay, it's spelled Agelus, but you say it Angelus. Alright, that's where this boy, Constantine V, dies. Alright, so God has a kind of good opinion of him if he's going to stick him in the middle of Angelus. Alright, messenger, angel, of course, is what we automatically think of. And so, the characterization of his reign between here and here, which is, unusually long because he comes to the throne as a kid, is satirical, more about how the people think about him. Alright? But that's not the only layer of meaning here, because there's more than one person being referenced. But that gives you some flavor of it with respect to Constantine the Seventh. Now, in his later reign, which ends up coming, let's see, that's 940, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Right here at Dunameos, okay, right, the Os. There were his regency ends there. But it ends due to a kind of civil war that I'm going to have to talk about, because that plays to these words too. Once he gets in power here, really in power, himself, alone, as emperor, with his wife, he's 39 years old at that time, and his wife really loves him. She's the daughter of the guy who was one of the regents who was basically keeping Constantine VII under wraps. Okay? So from here to here when he dies, it's better. I mean, a lot better. So there's certain like coming in power with glory. Yeah, he comes into power right here. And largely through the work of his wife, which I'll explain in a few minutes. So it's as if he sent angels, as if angels were sent for him to help him to get out from underneath the regency that was crippling his ability to rule. Okay? Through his wife. So it's kind of cute about that. But now I got to tell you the rest of the story. Ooh, here, this is when Leo, his dad, dies. When his dad dies, he's too young, so there's another guy, Romanus the First Lectipanos. Alright? And he's kind of like Stilicho. I don't know if you know much about Stilicho or Belisarius and the Roman history of the 400s. But they basically saved Rome. Okay? And that was kind of the problem here, because as soon as Leo dies, there's the unrest. That's what, the heavens are shaken. There's unrest in the polity. And there are all kinds of problems that happen. Okay? And because of those problems that happen, in rides our boy Romanus the First to save the day. So that's why this is also satirical. And then they will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Yeah, clouds always means lots of people, lots of witnesses. And that's basically how Romanus takes power. He was there already, alright? But he sort of wiggles his way to the top. And by wiggling his way to the top, once he gets in power, he won't let it go. And he has a lot of sons. This is real important. He has a lot of sons and he has one daughter. The one daughter he has, just like Stilicho had done, okay, the one daughter he has, he marries off to the emperor. Which immediately, of course, creates all kinds of problems with the other regents. Because, hi, now you're more important than we are. And that created a lot of problems with his sons. Because now whoever is born to the couple is going to be next in line. And that keeps the sons out. The sons don't like it. So by the time we get here, 910, which is 940 AD, oh yeah, he came in the clouds. And by the time he's actually done that, the clouds, including his sons and his daughter, and he's married her off, and given the sons nice positions. I mean, the guy was true nepotism incarnate. I mean, he's got one of his sons is named Theophylactos. And the kid was literally a kid. And he replaced the Patriarch of Constantinople. Well, actually, Stephen died in 928, and that's kind of important because that's the end point here, being stressed. He was replaced, Romanus replaced him with a guy named Tryphon. The idea being that, hi, when my son Theophylactos reaches the ripe old age of 16, you have to step down and make him Patriarch of Constantinople at 16. And just to show how important this is, Romanus had his own son castrated. Hopefully you know what that means. Go look it up if you don't. And that would allegedly help his career in the church. Before he's 16, he's castrated. Well, he keeps his voice high. I mean, this is ridiculous. That's what kind of, manipulator Romanus I was. So there was no way he was going to let Constantine VII, the rightful heir, there's no way he was going to let him rule. Okay, but besides what he did with Theophylactos, alright, he had 2 or 3 other sons. I forget if it was 2 or 3. And they're like, you SOB, you married off our sister to the rightful heir, so, the people are going to probably side with them, not us. So we can't succeed you like we want to. And we're really ticked off at you. So from 940 AD, for the next 4 years, meta to duna me. Okay, metaduna. Okay, right here. So there's going to be a 1-year interregnum. They depose him. His own sons depose him. And in order to escape being, blinded, which was the normal stupid Byzantine practice, he decides to become a monk and retire. So he escapes death that way. So Romanus doesn't die, but he is deposed. And then for the next year, the boy's sister, who is the daughter, who is the wife now of Constantine VII, manages to expose them and oust them during this May period. So that the Os, that's when the sons are deposed also. And Romanus, having retired, not going to try and get out of retirement, Constantine VII is finally in full rule. So isn't that cute? So we got the Opsontai, and you don't have the word mourn here, but it was in the Matthew text as you saw. So it's implicit. And that's exactly what people were doing. They were mourning over oh, we don't really want Constantine the Seventh. Yeah, and that's how Romanus got in. And then he was so power mad and nepotic, putting in all of his kids in power and all of his favorites in power. They got tired of him too, and his own kids got tired of him more, and they start to overthrow him starting in 940 AD, and they managed to do it by Metaduna. And they get their own father deposed. Meanwhile, their own sister, married to this guy, gets them deposed during the Meh, right here. So now Constantine is alone with his wife, and she's very headstrong like Irene was. And Constantine is 39 at this point, and he says, you know what, I really don't have any experience ruling. Why don't you do it, wife? So she did. See? With much power and glory. Yeah, much power and glory now. But it's sort of satirical. You see why? Because he never really is in power, and it isn't really his glory, but it's built out that way. And it's not like he didn't do some good things. They all do some good things. But boy, oh boy. It's like Saturday Night Live here, this kind of language. And then he will send his messengers. Yeah, that's pretty much all he did was send messengers. So he dies as a messenger. And that's what he did do. His whole life he wrote books that were messages. Okay, you see how apt this is? See how satirical this is? So much for Constantine the Seventh. Alright, now, the question is, why is Huion specifically targeting 926 through 28? So I wrote that up here, and you can read it. Okay, and if you think that there's something more I should have said, because I spent a lot of time writing up the significance of this time period. Because it's coupled with the Ide anaphora. So it really runs from 923 to 928. And, because it's Second Advent language, it deserves some kind of explanation, and I've just given you one that's not written in here. So if you want to mix that with what's written in here and you agree with it, fine, let me know. If you disagree with it, fine, let me know. Because something about verse 26 is central. And I'm going to cover that as soon as I figure out what that center is. There's something about this whole period. There's something about this whole period from verse 20 to verse 26 that's being centered on in the meter as definitive for the time. It's like everything that happens here is a product of what went before, of course, but it's like everything that comes after is due to this period. So it's from, you see, because it's sevens. And in particular, at 9:10, if we just take it from the meter without looking at the years, because it doesn't matter with the years. That's 217. That's a pretty significant number in the Bible meter. 217 is the meter that Mary used in her Magnificat, which had a Hanukkah theme of being enslaved and then being set free, because that's what Hanukkah meant. And the 217 that she used is based on Daniel 9:24 through 26, which of course was about the temple also. But it subtracted the 14 years that Israel was over budget by the time the first temple went down. And Mary's basically accounting for that. How Christ's birth is going to make up for that, assuming he lives a full 40 years, but he didn't. So this is somehow related to that as a trend of history, and specifically here as a trend of Byzantine history. Because Byzantine history is still going on. They call it Russia now. but it's still really the same thing. Everybody that's in the lands of the Byzantine, which includes Bulgaria, Hungary, the Balkan countries, the underbelly of Russia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Baluchistan, all those now calling themselves separate, they still have the same mindset as was applicable during this time. It's a lot more sophisticated or slow or less inclined to fight, but still inclined to fight, just not as bad as before because they're tired now. So this is like preview of coming attraction. And since, we got this problem with Putin now, rattling the sabers of empire, which has always been the big draw, the big emotional draw to the Byzantines has always been empire, 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 empire. And that's essentially what Putin is selling to his own people. He's going to recreate the Russian Empire. So you see, that's really coming out of this period. I mean, factually I can say it. But I don't know why the Bible is picking these particular years with this particular language, and what are we supposed to discern from it? So I'm going to have to go talk to God about it. So we'll cover and pick up with the next guy after Constantine VII, which is right, I say he dies right here, once I know about that. Okay? Peace out. At this point, there's not a whole lot to go on with until we get to verse 29. But basically what happens after Constantine VII dies is his wife takes up with two guys in order to protect her sons, who are also young, when Constantine VII dies. So she takes up, as lovers, actually marries one of them, takes up with two guys in order to keep the empire going and keep herself protected. And that takes until here. So the oddity is, why this text? Okay, messengers has the idea of servants, people who represent you and give out your message. And the text is basically saying that it's really the Lord, but here it's like the ruler, sends his messengers and collects all of the elect. And in my earlier videos, I had excluded this out to and included this out to, saying that you don't need to say it twice. And that's true, but if you include it, you get a paired clause. That makes it poetic. And there are a lot of paired clauses in Mark, just like there are a lot of paired clauses in Matthew. So I now am pretty convinced he's doing that on purpose. By doing it this way, you're stressing that the angels, who we consider higher, that we are just as much his as the angels. The original autos in classical Greek was not a what do I call it, a possessive pronoun. Alright, it was considered an intensive pronoun, which is like if I say, I myself went. The myself is an intensive pronoun, has the same kind of function and meaning in Greek, except autos means himself. So he himself went, not somebody else. Okay? He himself went to the store. If you wanted to translate himself in the Greek, you'd say autos. Alright? So that's the kind of meaning that's being used here. The angels themselves, the angels of himself, not of somebody else, the elect of himself. It's stressing the possessiveness. it's stressing, yes, you are his. So in English you might say, and then he sent all, actually two can be a possessive pronoun also, sent the angels, his angels. Even though we already know that they're his, he's stressing they're his. And then that's why this becomes so meaningful. And they gathered together all the elect his, stressing you belong to him. And the 12, of course, is the meter for Israel. And you know, Christ is talking to Israel. There might not have been a church if enough of them had accepted them, and he would have been his, and he would have, you know, the whole timeline was supposed to be he lives to 40 years, and then he still dies on the cross, but it would have not have been instigated by the Jews, it would have been instigated by the Romans. He still would have died, and then there would have been all this uproar for 50 years, and the Gentiles would have been evangelized through the uproar, and the last 7 years would have culminated in the temple's destruction sometime by that end of that 50 years. And then, you know, the tribulation would happen anyway. This was already scheduled. It was just a question of how. And so he's stressing that however it happens, because it was technically still in doubt whether or not they would believe in him once he died, which would only be a couple weeks later. You know, you're his. Of course, he's the one who's the owner talking. So it comes to have a meaning when you're playing it to the history, paradimally. Okay? Because the idea is to know what time it is, history is going to play, and this helps you better understand the future. Because these are like little dress rehearsals for the tribulation to come. That's why this language is used. So during this time, from between the time Constantine the Seventh dies here to 945, 946, this is 976 AD here, which is clever, Eck. Basically, Constantine's mom bedded and wedded two guys in order to keep her empire together and protect her sons. And that turned out to be a pretty shrewd thing. She turned out to have picked two really good guys. Okay. Never mind how she did it. I mean, you should mind. The right thing has to be done the right way. But she picked two guys who were really good at keeping the enemy at bay, both external and internal. So there's a certain amount of prosperity. They're still fighting and stuff, but there's a certain amount of prosperity, victory in war that occurs during this time. And this guy, Romanus, he also had some victory in war. Okay? There's a guy coming later on who's going to call himself Nikephoros. And that one of them is coming here. The other Nikephoros, I think he died 7 years prior, somewhere around here. Okay, he was gathered home. Alright. But Nikephoros means, because of the sound play on false, it's easy to think that it means, being enlightened. Conqueror, the enlightened conqueror, light within him, blah, blah, blah. But there's another verb called pharaoh, which means to carry, to bear. And Nike means to win, to conquer, to beat. So the term can also mean bearer of victory, which is how a lot of people think it means. The thing I know about Greek is that it's always dual entendre, so I'd read it both ways, but you decide. Anyway, the last of them dies here. And that's kind of cute, because ek is a birthing preposition, and death is birthing you to eternity. So It's not exactly uncomplimentary to either one of them, the way this happened. But at the same time, you know, it's an outgrowth of the son who was Constantine the Seventh. So this is kind of funny that Constantine the Seventh is being specified here, and the guy who usurped the power essentially from him by being regent, Romanus I Lecapenus, right here. He ended up being put down by his sons. All right, so it was all a family thing. And so if you're not worshiping the real son, or you're not learning the real son, then you're going to have family squabbles, and they won't end well. Yeah, we can all talk about that. Everybody's got family problems. Okay? So, I don't have anything much to say about this. You can go read them up. You know, just search here on Constantine. And then in each section in Wiki, they've got a successor link. So click on the successor links and read the story. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of time fact-checking Wiki. A lot of times I find it's wrong. But you can just Google on this. And you can click on the links for their external sources at the bottom. And, you know, see what you think. And if you've got some, you know, stuff that you think that I left out that's too important and shouldn't be left out, let me know. Okay, so I'm signing off for now. My voice is beginning to go. Alright, we pretty much stopped with some epilogue comment on Constantine VII. Right here. He dies in 959. And basically what happens is his wife has 2 kids. They're very young. And in order to protect herself and them, she quickly finds some capable generals that she marries or beds or does something with in order to protect herself and her kids. And that doesn't end up working out. But the empire's in, as far as being protected from the invaders that were going on. And you had basically 3 types. You had the Arabs, you had this, you know, sort of off again, on again from the north of the Byzantine Empire. Sometimes Hungarians, sometimes Bulgars, sometimes Russians, but generally not, because they pretty much had made, under Constantine VII, they pretty much made peace. But you still had problems with the Arabs, but you also had problems with a new group of folks who were invading all over Europe and had just come into Italy, the Normans. And that kind of provoked a sort of desire for unity between the Holy Roman Empire and Byzantium, as I had mentioned earlier with Basil. So, you know, it's kind of like his wife ends up with her 2 kids, and she gets some generals so that she can protect the empire, and they do a really good job of protecting the empire from invaders. Not so good a job when it comes to, you know, what do you want to call it, proper domestic policy. You know, it was sort of uneven there. Wait a minute. It was sort of uneven there. But basically, it's kind of like the same old, same old. One guy's got a brother and he puts him in a position of power, and the brother gets fancy ideas, or he's got kids, and they get fancy ideas, and yada, 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 all this musical chairs at the top. And that basically goes on until here. The last of the guys, and at this point there's nobody really related anymore. Okay? The last of the guys dies in 1041 AD. And so it's kind of interesting that this language would be used. Know that the summer is near. Yeah, summer is the time for war. Okay? And what they'd been going through was mostly, you know, the kind of garbage that people go through up at the top of power. I don't know, it's like they all get drunk, and they hyperventilate and hallucinate that power actually means something. Frankly, if you just look at history, the last thing on earth you'd ever want to do is rule a country or be at the top of the heap in anything. You'd want to still do a good job and you'd want to achieve something, but you wouldn't want to be famous. You wouldn't want to be known. You just want to do a good job. Yeah, you might want to make some money, so you can be comfortable, but as far as gaining anything, and fancying yourself making a big change in history, guess what? Whatever you've done has already been done before, and somebody tried to beat whoever did it. I don't see anybody being happy who's at the top. So know that war is near. Know that summer is near. This is the word for summer, veros. Okay? So yeah, summer's very near for the guy who died. I forget his name. He gave himself some fancy name. Okay? He dies. At this point, the empire begins to dishevel. Okay? It had been held together because it had good generals, it had good troops, it had good practices, and enough things. But by this point, those good things aren't holding up anymore, despite the top being so screwed up. So between the screw up of the top, staying screwed up, and the dishevelment at the bottom, the empire starts to crack. Big time. So that's when we're going to have to come into here. It says the ones, even you, the ones who see all this come to pass, know that, and this is the word for door, know that the door is near. In other words, here we're talking about the door of destruction. And at this point it's 1071, and that is exactly what happened in 1071. Between 1041 and 1071, the empire went into a lot of disarray. And in 1071, what happened was, I forget the guy's name, he was one of your interesting Arab rulers. I can't remember his name. But he actually beat the Byzantine army in the field. He captured the Byzantine Emperor, and the question he asked him was, well, what should I do? Should I kill you or send you back? The idea being, hi, if I send you back, it's kind of understood that you're not going to go attack my stuff. And the Byzantine Emperor said, I don't know. Do what you want with me, or it'd probably be better that you kill me. Or I'm not sure what his reply was, but the Arab who beat him, the Caliph who beat him, said, okay, I'm sending you back. So he sent him back to Byzantium in 1071, and they killed him. The town, the city of Byzantium, they killed him. They were so mad at him for losing. This is the kind of generation that occurred from the time we go back up here, and it wasn't too good then. Okay, in 959 with Constantine VII, and then there was a denouement of the empire itself, not just the people fighting at the top. The empire itself started to erode, and 40 years later, or 30 years later, it was so bad that they got beaten in the field finally, and by the Arabs, who they had been beating the Arabs. Remember when we were looking at verse 26? They were the ones who had been beating the Arabs. Or was it verse 21? Yeah, verse 21. Okay? Or verse 20. Verse 20. I always get confused. Yeah. Verse 20. I've added a lot of text now, so you have to get into here. Starting with Leo III. They were winning wars. Okay? And then here you had Constantine winning wars. And then here at verse 23, you have Theophilus winning wars in a sort of miraculous manner. But that ain't happening anymore. Oops. That ain't happening anymore by the time you get here. Byzantium was really at one of its weakest points. And to add insult to injury, they're going to have, 4 years after the 1050, they're going to have the great, no, that's 1071. The Great Schism occurred 9 years after, 1054, this is 1041, so it's 13 years after. So basically, omina. So the Great Schism is, schism meaning the word to become. The opposite of becoming is to schism. And that's the Great Schism right there. It's kind of funny, that the one who sees all this stuff coming to pass. When you see, really. Hotan means when. See, in the same manner, even you, when you see all this coming to pass. And here, the coming is this great schism between Latin and Greek church, that we hate each other so much, we just excommunicate each other. Okay, when you see all that coming to pass, that's 1057 there, so minus 3 is 1054, yeah. When you see all this coming to pass, know that the door to the eclipsis, the door to the rapture, the door to destruction, the door to bad times is next. It's got a lot of, first of all, this whole text is, first of all, what are the signs of the coming of tribulation? Okay? And it's not a timed thing. That's what he's trying to explain to them. He's using the language of the tribulation to show that it's not the tribulation, but it's like dress rehearsal, constant dress rehearsal, because Satan doesn't know when it's going to happen either. So he keeps trying to jockey history so that it'll be ready for when it happens. Okay? So know that, the trib or the bad times are next. And at the door is what this is. And the other time at the door was used is in Matthew. And unfortunately, it's our what the hell? What the? Try again. Is in Matthew. I've spiffed up the Matthew thing. You'll be able to download this once I post this video. Down here, this is our time, and I've really remapped it. Let's see, where are we? Here we are. Okay, he closes the door right here. That was 1998, our 1998. Now, it's a parable of the wedding supper, but it's got still the similar connotation. Door opens, door closes. It opens onto something bad or something good. It closes here on something good. And this is a really bad period of history that we're coming into. Which is why I'm doing so many of these videos now. Because I didn't know anything about this until February. Anoninomenon found it. And he kept bugging me to look at it. And I was stubborn and wouldn't look at it. Well, now I'm not stubborn. I'm trying to make up for lost time. There's something really, truly bad. Just so happens it's going to be under Trump now. We know that much about it. There's something truly bad that's going to start happening in 2023. And it could be due to Trump. It could be due to things other. But this is bad period history coming up. When Christ says to the pro-lifers, I don't know you, if he's got to predict it, that's what he's doing, and he did, using the keywords we need to know who it was and what it's about in advance, because that's what prophecy is for, then it's going to be bad. And we're still trying to figure out how bad and what it is and all that stuff, because you're supposed to know what time it is. Okay, the rapture is the rapture is the rapture. It can hit any time. But meanwhile, if you're still on this earth, you're supposed to know what time it is, and he's mapped it out. So do you know? Did you bother to learn? Did you study Scripture? If not, guess what? When the disaster hits, you're going to get swept away. That has always been the message of the Bible from Genesis to Revelation. It's not any different now. It just so happens that, well, Trump is the guy that's being used. There's also some kind of big Bible manuscript find going on right now. These are our years. This is 2015, 2016. This is 2017 to 2018. And that's all I can tell you. You know, and you'll know if it's right if, you know, tomorrow you wake up in the news and somebody announces some great big find in some monastery somewhere. Meanwhile, we go back to ancient history. And in ancient history, the turning point for the Byzantine Empire pretty much had started back here with Constantine VII. Alright? And his start is documented and kept here. This is when his son Romanus II is born, and that's what undoes Romanus I, because his kids get all jealous and worried that Constantine VII's kid, who's named after the dad, and the dad's starting to say, oh, I shouldn't have been so mean to Constantine VII because he's doting on his grandkid, or he just is waking up. This one hell starts to break loose. And their sister is married to Constantine VII, and so there's civil war in the family, and daddy ends up, you know, getting tonsured and becomes a monk, and, you know, just drops out. Alright, and then Constantine himself lives that long, and then his wife, with her kids, I want to say that they last until this long. And then after that, it's like one long series of baloney stuff going on. Until here. And then here, even the baloney stuff isn't working anymore, and the Byzantine Empire is starting to lose in its endeavors. So much so that they get beaten by the Arabs here, which had not happened before. I mean, seriously beaten. Okay, so then we have to pick up at sort of like the prequel to this. The prequel to the losing in Byzantium at 1071. You can go look it up in Google. Because this is an Editables. And the question is, does it fit somehow with 26? Is it part of some kind of loop, or part of some kind of nest, or some kind of center? But I have to also explain to you what center means. Center means a bunch of turning points in history. They're all foretold. And they were, but I haven't covered them to you yet. They're all in here. So what does this mean relative to that? Well, what was that? So I got to explain all that to you in the next increment. So just for now, we stopped at 1041 AD, with Byzantium starting to fall apart at this point. And where we're going is Byzantium losing against the Arabs big time, such that the emperor, when he returns to Byzantium, having been defeated, is killed by his own people in Byzantium. So from there on, it's not going to be good. Now, the only last comment I want to quickly make is what bothered me, and still does, but it's some kind of style. Mark is 7ing these parts. This is like, you know, there's going to be signs and wonders by the fake Christs. Why would you 7 that? Okay? He's 7'd it here just before the verse that says if the Lord didn't cut those days short, nobody would survive. Why did he 7 that? Alright? And then this one is standing by itself. Okay? Just see to it, I told you in advance, and he 7's that. I don't understand. But it's like back to back. Alright? And then he does it again. And I tried revising this. I looked at variants. I tried doing everything I could to change these numbers. Alright? And I even tried taking this out. This is a Crassus. And here's how you'd say it. Chi. Chi. See, this is high by itself. It's high dunamis. High dunamis. High en tois uranois. Remember when I talked about that? Salute sontai. Okay? So you don't say kai high. That makes you sound drunk. It's inelegant Greek in those days. Today's Greek, forget it. Kai. It's like K-H-A-I in its sound with you a lot of breath. Kai. Kai dynamis. Dynamis. Okay? Alright, what this says is, and the powers in the heavens are shaking like an earthquake. I've covered that before. It has to be that. Because this is 15 to go with that at 15. They're deliberately paired clauses. Alright? Why is this 7th? And then next, kai tot opsonte. I'm not sure if this is tot or tote. But I think if they're being dramatic, they're not going to elide it. Kai tote opsonte ton huion tu anthropu erhomenon enepheles. Okay? That's a 21. That's 910. I mean, I can see kind of like why the sarcasm reason for this is pretty bald. Okay? Because everybody who looked on, see, opsonte means to look upon. And the whole verse that Christ actually said is they will mourn when they look upon him. Mark is leaving out the word mourn. When people looked on Constantine VII, who's alive here, and under the regency of Romanus I, they didn't like him. He was ugly. He was sort of like taciturn, which means he didn't say much. You know how annoying that is when you talk to somebody, you try to have a conversation, they go, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. And finally you give up trying to have a conversation. He was like that. It wasn't that he was a bad person, or I don't even know, maybe he was, but it just wasn't sociable. And you can argue all day about, well, you know, if you were raised like he did, he had a pretty bad childhood, then you'd be that way too. But the point is that he wasn't, so they mourned to look at him. And he's the son. See, he's the son, the ruler. And remember, in their own terms, the emperor and the church are indissoluble. This is what's so wrong with the Byzantine mindset, and the Byzantine Empire and the Byzantine religion. The empire and the emperor and the church are one. So Christ is like not important. So you see the satire by using son here. Oh, you're going to treat the emperor and me, and I will get relegated to the background, even though I'm the guy who paid for your sins. Okay, well then you can look on him and you can call him the Son of Man. Good luck with that. Coming in the clouds, yeah, witnesses and clouds of hoofs of horses later on. Which is what happened, because by 940 AD, our boy Constantine VII had a kid. And when he had a kid, Romulus I, his regent, starts to have second thoughts about being regent. And then his own kids say, oh no, Daddy, if you do that, then now that there's a real heir that's from a real sitting guy, and then we get cut out. So then they take Daddy down. And their sister stays with her husband, who's Constantine VII, and her son, see, because she's now got a son, born just about at the end here. The scholars are not sure. It's either 938, 939, 940. Alright, well that upsets the plans of Romanus first, the kids who all wanted to take over after Daddy died and depose Constantine VII. So all that kind of wordplay is very satirical and makes sense. What doesn't make sense to me is, why is it 70? I don't know, but I can't come up with any way to change the number. The closest thing I might be able to do is call this Crassus, or not Crassus, but elision, so it would sound like kai totopsonte. But this is such a dramatic phrase, and it's a quote from the Bible. Actually, it's from the Old Testament. It's like, Kaitote, opsonte ton huion tu anthropu, erkomenon nephelais. You see, so I think there's a pause here. I don't think they're going to run it together. Alright, so then it gets weirder, because then it's like, well, what about here? Why is this 70? And I can't change the numbers here. The reason why you have to include the autus is because it's shown for equality and drama. Yes, the angels are just as important to God as you are. Because, we'd look at them and think, oh, you're so beautiful, I shouldn't even count. Why do I count? It can't be true. So I had to actually do the tote elision here in order to get the euphony that clearly Mark's intending. Okay, look how it sounds. Kaitota posteli tus angelus autu. Okay, that's the first line up here. Second line, kaepisunaxe tu eclectus autu. See, it's meant to have the same flow and sound at the end, to show equality. Kaepisunaxe tu eclectus autu. See, it's meant to be 12 each. Alright, I mean, you could take the autus out of both of them, but not just out of one of them. And too many manuscripts include at least one of them. So I'm saying the one, so, every manuscript has at least one of these two. And some have only this one, and some have only this one, and some have both of them. Well, both of them. Okay? So that has to be right. Okay, so then why does it 7? Who is he get? This is saying, and the thing is that this clause belongs to the prior clause. So why doesn't it 7? It's because this is saying, and then everyone will see him coming in the clouds. This says, with great power. This is the word for great, police. Also sort of stands for people. And glory. Okay. So the great this is like an adjectival clause or adverbial clause for how he comes. So it belongs to this verb. Well, I mean, it does. It belongs to it. Okay, so why is it beginning a new 70? Now you could, but it's just not normal here. With great power and glory, and that breaks the cadence. With great power and glory, and then he sends his angels, and then they collect all the elect, his elect, and they from the four corners of the world, from one end of heaven to the other. But this doesn't 7? It 7's here? How come? I don't have an answer for that. I mean, the numbers belong to specific dates of what was happening in the Byzantine Empire, and the text belongs to those events in a very biting fashion. I just don't choose to cover them now because I've already made so many videos. You can check it yourself now that you know how it works. The dates fit, the years fit, the text fit, the history. But does it have to 7? What does it mean if it's 7? And the answer is I don't know. Okay? Maybe you'll find out and you'll tell me. I'd really appreciate it if you do, because it's driving me nuts. Okay, so again, after our boy Constantine VII dies, it's sort of a musical chairs thing. His wife and her 2 kids survive, and they each get a chance to rule, and she's married 2 other guys in the meantime, and they've had a chance to rule, and by the time we get down here, all those chances are up. And the Byzantine Empire starts to crumble, literally starts to crumble. The territories start to break away. People don't respect the rule anymore. There's too much infighting at the top. All the signs of a disintegrating empire are here, starting here, when the last smart guy dies. Okay? So we're now in descent, and then this is where Byzantium is taken over by the Arabs. Well, not taken over, but beaten, and he didn't even bother to take it over. So it's dark. So at the door, yeah, right at the door of Byzantium were the Arabs, and the guy didn't even want to take it. He just sent the emperor back. And right at the door, as soon as he gets in the door of the fortified city, when he gets back, they kill him. So you see, it's still biting for the history. It's amazing how biting this is and how accurate it is. Okay, so what do we say about Editables? The prequel to this is where we'll come back. And what am I supposed to say about Amen Lego Humin Hoti? And why is it Amen Da? Preview of coming attractions. Because Mark uses it in 14.9. So he's making a bookend with 14.9 when he does this. Peace out for now. Last increment had stopped here at 1041 because that was the end of, I forget the name of the guy now. That was the end of the reign of the last guy. But it was not the end of the reign of the descendants of this guy, Constantine VII. Let me show you. Let's put it, I guess, right here. Constantine VII is still the focus in verse 26. Okay, Constantine VII. By 1041, his descendants, other than 2 gals, have pretty much finished. The 2 gals were great-granddaughters of his. The sons were done by here, by 1041. So now we have the daughters left. And that's why there is a new, see, verse 29. Whoops, it's not in here, it's in Editables. Let's just go to it. So now, this is one of the great-granddaughters. And that was one of his sons. Okay, her particular rule was off again and on again because a son would die, and then she was left, and she had a sister named Theodora. And so they'd come to the throne for a little while, and they'd realize, oh, we better marry. So they'd marry, and then the guy they married ends up ruling in their name. Constantine happened to be, the guy who she became. See, her actual name was Porphyrogenitus, however you want to pronounce it. She was born in the Purple Room. That's a very important term. She was born while her father, who was a descendant of Constantine VII, obviously, had kids. And she was one of the kids. She was not the oldest of the kids. Okay, so you're talking about Constantine VII's sons, and then their sons' sons, alright? And the sons had daughters too. In this particular case, one of the sons, Constantine VIII, had a daughter, Zoe. Alright, Zoe means life. This particular gal was really, she was pretty long-lived. She was born in 978, which is right here. Okay, so she was born after our boy died. Okay? So he didn't get to see they have daughters too. And she's born right about here. It means really kind of egg, tone, test. And it's kind of funny here, and I'm not going to spend time on it because there were 4 kids involved in this. But the point I want to get at is that starting here, the boys are dead. So now it's up to the girls. And the girls, who are great-grandkids at this time, including Zoe, are her and her sister Theodora. And I don't understand why, but they were very popular with the people. Zoe and Theodora hated each other. And they were tried in and out and in and out of power, depending on who they married. But with the people, they remained popular. So on occasion, these women, at least Zoe did, married several times. On occasion, the person that she married wanted to just throw her away and tried to do that, and the people rejected it. Okay, so he had to bring her back out. She ends up living till 1050. So she's like 78 years old when she dies. So that's why this text is focusing on this, because her sister, Theodora, dies 6 years later. So that's right here. So the whole line of Constantine VII basically lasted 4 generations, 4-generation curse, and is dead at this point. Now, in the meanwhile, there were lesser kids who were married off to other rulers or married off to other nobles in the empire. And at the same time, one of the good things about this period is that there was a rise of a fair amount of military competence to keep out the Arabs. And increasingly to keep out the Normans, because at this point, and it started earlier, it started under Constantine VII. Not right sure where. That's 959. It was already a problem in his day. So maybe because of that, the Normans had started making inroads all over Europe, and they were good at sailing, so they started making inroads in Italy, the parts of Italy that were under Byzantine control versus the parts of Italy that were under Latin Rome control. But they were making trouble for the Latin Romans too at this point. And this is 1057, don't forget, 1057 AD. Remember, the Norman invasion is going to be 1066 into Britain. So that gives you an idea of just how far-ranging these guys were. And they come from Scandinavian area. And so the military sort of grew up a little bit during this time. Not for very long. But by the time Theodora, who dies right at the end here, by the time Theodora dies, right here, by the time she dies, the military had gone into a series of decline because they had been so successful. They stopped, taking care of their army. This is like Latin Rome playing all over again. The same thing that happened in Latin Rome happens in Byzantine Empire, but it takes a little longer to happen. So here we're at 1057 AD, and at this point the empire has started to markedly decline. After the sons die, the military rulers the military guys are still good, and they marry Zoe, okay, and they marry more than one, and they marry Theodora, or I'm not sure if Theodora got married, but she used them. They used them as lovers, or they used them as advisors, or they married them. Okay, so they were still there, but they were so resting on their laurels against their victories against the Arabs and their victories against the Normans that they were starting to get slack. Okay, so the text here is really pretty apt because it says by the, through this, even, Chi sometimes is translated even, and that's what it is here. Through this, even you, when you see all this come to pass, know that next. Engus is usually translated near, or soon, or immediately, but it means next in order. It means next in occurrence. There's nothing in between, so you don't know when it's going to happen. Next, estin, is epi, at, turais, the door. Now Matthew had used that same phrase, but he used it in a different location. Down here, I've greatly changed the Matthew. Well, by the time you see this, you'll know that, because I'll have to start doing those videos. That same text, see, next is near at the door, was back up here. I'm not used to the new format yet. It was back up here, see? Hoti hoengus estin turais. Alright, so that's the same language as we got here in Mark. See? Hoti, but the order of the words is reversed. Hoti angus estin epi turais. Now, I don't know why the order of the words is reversed, and it doesn't really matter in Greek, really. It might have some nuance in grammar, or it might be the copier just put it in the wrong order. I'm not really concerned about that because it has the same meaning and the same syllable count. So whether it's estin angus or angus estin, take your pick. Alright, so from 1057 until our downfall at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071, the decline of the Byzantine armies was really severe. And so when he says, by this, whoever sees all this happen, in other words, the ones seeing it all happen, I mean, it's really pretty bald, actually. The ones seeing it all happen are Zoe and Theodora, their generation. Okay, Zoe's 78, Theodora's a little bit younger. Alright? And you can argue, well, they're not seeing anything by 1057, they're both dead. Okay, but not all of their generation is dead, and in any given time on this planet, you have 4 generations alive. Okay, so the generation that saw the changeover from 1041 to 1057, that's only 17 years. So anybody from who was 20 years or older would be the topic of, by this, when you see all this stuff happen, know that the door is near. Okay, well, what's so shocking about that? The word door is the last word in the phrase, and that was basically the end of the Byzantine Empire. Because that's 1071. That's the Battle of Manzikert. The Arab that was fighting it, he's known to history as Alp Arslan, and the counterpart Byzantine Emperor at the time is known to history as Romanus IV, and both of them end up dying the following year, right here at which is really hysterical when you stop to think about it, because is Hebrew for people, and Arab is similar. They call it instead of When you hear the Arabs say Ummah, it means the people. Okay? When you hear Jews say Israel, it means the people of Israel. Alright? So the people, both of the sides, die at for Amen Lego Humi. Okay, that's 1072. They both died same year. They were pretty honorable with each other. There was a certain amount of money that Alp Arslan demanded as a payment so I wouldn't sack Constantinople. And Romanus IV promised he would do it. He no sooner gets home than he's been deposed. They blind him. They make him go, of course, to a monastery, their typical punishment. But before they manage to do that, once he realizes what's going on as soon as he gets home, he realizes he can't get the money that he promised to pay off Arslan. So he goes into his own personal coffers, and he takes as much as he's got, and he manages to send it to Alp Arslan with an apology, saying, "Hi, I've been deposed as much as I have. Thank you for being so kind." And then they blind him, and put him in a monastery. And the way they blinded him was so brutal that he dies of the wounds in the following year. Alp Arslan gets sick the following year. I didn't watch to see if they both died nearly the same month or day, but Alp Arslan gets sick the following year. Now, I hope you get a message out of that. All these people who think they're the movers and shakers of history, they're just cannon fodder. If you don't get with Christ, God's going to use you anyhow. And then when your job is done, you're done. Their job was to make this problem of the Battle of Manzikert happen, because that proved the decline of the Byzantine army. And historians, if you talk to anybody who's a historian in Byzantine history, they'll tell you that they mark the decline of Byzantium right here. Now that matters a bunch, because back here, Latin, Rome, popes, that's when their decline really became pronounced. And the funny thing about that is it happens right here. Genomina comes from genomai, means to become or happen. Right here at the Gen, that's when the Great Schism occurs between the Latins and the Greeks. Byzantium splits from Latin Rome. That's one reason why they lost later, because they don't want to help the Latins. They each excommunicate each other, and so now they're enemies of each other, essentially, as of 1054, which is what this Gen marks. And so it's like, hi, you don't like us, we don't like you. Oh, gee, Byzantium, you're in trouble. Well, guess what? We're not going to help you. We don't care if you call yourself Christian. And so, of course, that was a big sign for the enemies of Byzantium and Latin. Like, oh, good, they hate each other. Now we can attack either one of them, and the other guy won't come to their aid. So that's what happened. The Normans started attacking more of the Latins, and they started attacking more of the Byzantines, knowing full well that the Latins wouldn't come to the aid of the Byzantines, and the Byzantines wouldn't come to the aid of the Latins. So chip, 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 they tick off territory from each side. And the Arabs, of course, did the same thing. Okay, which resulted in the Battle of Manzikert. You can go look it up. K-E-R-T is how it ends. Battle of Manzikert, Alp Arslan versus Romanus IV. And then both of them, they've done their job. Alright? And so they die. Now, what was their job? Their job was to exploit and show the weakness of each side, the Latin side and the Greek side. And also, one of the primary reasons God allows war and conflict is that it breaks up the monopoly of power in the area where the conflict occurs. And so, if you're not on either side, you got room to get out. That's going to happen during the tribulation, too. Right at the middle of the tribulation. In Revelation chapter 11, where the two witnesses are killed and the earthquake occurs, that gives everybody an exit window, which Daniel 12 had mapped, of 45 to 75 days. First 45 days are better, but you can still get out up until 75 days. And nobody in Christendom has mapped it rightly. I don't know what's wrong with Christians, that their math is just so bad. But it took me like 10 years to work out all the math because of all the errors that were in the hoary heads of the scholars. I mean, I'm sure they're really good scholars, and I wish every scholar be paid $1 million a year. But honey, they can't add and subtract to save their life. Alright, well, that same thing here is being mapped. Hi, if you're in Byzantium and you hear about this 1071, I mean, you're being told of it in advance, as far in advance as 1057. Look, know that the door, see, door of exit, the door is next. So you're in 1057, pretend you're one of the 2 people on earth who actually remembered that you're supposed to read the Bible this way, and say, oh, I'm at 1057 now. Whatever's going to happen, I am to know that the door is next. Door. Why is it called a door? Oh, that must mean I need to get out. It's not too hard to figure this out when you're near the event. It wasn't at all hard for me to figure out that Matthew 25:11 is talking against Trump and warning against a really bad thing that's going to happen as a result of that. And that's why we're doing those videos, to say, well, okay, how good is that interpretation? You have to look at the other chapters that reference the same text, which are Luke 21 and here Matthew 13. But they don't go to the same destination as our year 2015 through 18. But at the same time, the text and its meaning and the way you interpret it has this long history, and if I know what that history is, I know what kind of history I'm supposed to read into the text that's referenced by the text. And you'll notice it's the same theme. Here's the door. There's this door that's going to come up in 2070 to 2071. Take it. Because the same thing, all these nasty things I've been talking about, are going to happen starting here. And you say, well, but Brainout, the text already depicted stuff that was supposed to be, paradigmal to happening before. Yeah, dress rehearsal. Okay? So it's going to happen again. Wash, rinse, repeat. And that's why you have Amen Lego Humi next. And this is at 1080, which is the end of the historical voting period. This 1050 is the same text in Matthew 21 and in Luke 21 and in Matthew 24 at the end of it. See? See right here? Yeah, see? Mark doesn't play on 1036, but he does play on 1051 and 1071 right here. See? So he's balancing to Matthew, just like Luke balanced to Matthew. So there's your big clue. Matthew's the first gospel. Duh. Alright, so then what we've basically seen is that the two gals, I don't know why when I come back to the window it screws up. The two gals, Zoe and Theodora, were the last of the line for Constantine's, progeny, in ruling progeny, okay? So that kind of means that it's a 4-generation curse. And at the same time, it means that something was good about Constantine, that he'd even have 4 generations, because Constantine is 7th, because the first Constantine did not. The first Constantine's kids couldn't have kids, largely. One of them finally did, and then the granddaughter either didn't have kids or died, or something bad happened to her. I think maybe there were 2 granddaughters. And it didn't turn out. They didn't end up going to even 3 generations, those kids. Whereas Constantine's kids go to at least the 4th generation, and there are more kids, but they aren't rulers. They aren't eligible to be rulers. They were married off to noblemen or this or that or the other thing. And from this point on, starting with Romanus IV, they don't really get back in power. It's the end of their dynasty. And you can just look that up on the internet. I mean, that's how I learned it. I was trying to figure out, well, what's the significance of saying, that both of the daughters died here? Well, because it's the end of the line. And next thing that happens is another guy, Romanus IV, who's not at all related to them. He ends up taking over. And he himself was a really good military man. But he didn't do his homework when it came to the readiness of his forces, and that's why he lost at the Battle of Manzikert to Alp Arslan. Alp Arslan then and him both died the following year. Their job is done. Byzantine has been shown up for the weak peach that it is. And the guy who's the son of Alp Arslan ends up getting into cattywampus with his uncle, who tried to take over after Alp Arslan during the same time. And that guy's name was Malik Shah, and he will end up, through one of his emirs, taking over Jerusalem in 1073, which is right here. Okay, that's 1072, 73. So Ain, which is hysterical that's the syllable that God would use, because Ain in Greek also means being. Okay, from the verb eimi, to be. Okay, and it's famously used by John in John 1. The Lord always is, always will be, and it's the Lord that's talking here. So it's kind of funny. So his territory, Israel, is being overrun by an Arab Malik Shah at the same time. So you get a lot of meaning out of that if you knew how to read the meter in that year. Alright, so all that stuff is going on. Now from this point forward, therefore, the Byzantine Empire is effectively in a state of decline. And it's going to take all the way until down here, 1304, before that it's essentially finished. And during this time, from 1071 onward, it just keeps losing more and more territory. More and more and more. It is not at all, I mean, at this point it still has nominal suzerainty over the territory. But from this point on, it just loses chips and chips and chips and chips and chips. And by the time the Komnenoi come in, which is pretty much at this time, by the time they start up and they start ruling, the empire breaks. It breaks up. The Arabs just have one success after the next success after the next success, and that's what, fosters the Crusades. Because Jerusalem is taken again in 1073, which is right here, I'm sorry. And then they say, oh, we got to do something to take back Jerusalem. What they're really trying to do is shore up their own crumbling empire. And in that case, finally the Latins get back together with the Byzantines to actually have these crusades, and then they eat each other. And that's another story that can be just researched. It'd be better to just read it. Because I'm not sure how to explain right now how this text interrelates to the Byzantine Empire. Okay? What I really need to do is take a side trip and explain to you why these are shaded. What does it mean, center? Because Bible is basically saying the center of history for Byzantine Empire, and it is prototype for the world, ends right here at 940. And I really need to spend the next increment on explaining what that means, so that you can test it, and then if you disagree, of course, then you'll hopefully tell me why. Peace out. Alright, so now I have to take a little side trip and explain what it means to say center. Each of these phrases is an anaphora. It is repeated at specific places to bookend parts of history, so that when you read these words, they aren't just like vague. Prophecy is not supposed to be vague. If it's vague, then it's not really helpful. Okay, see, when it says, and then all will see, and he's leaving out the word mourn, the son of the man, and it's only a Daniel 7:13 translation. All will see, and the word mourn is omitted. The son of man, the son of the man. Okay, because it's got the in there. It's monadic. It means unique. The unique man coming in the clouds. Now that's used in Hebrews 11 too, also, which really begs the question about who wrote the book of Hebrews, and I'm now betting that it's Mark. But that's a side trip I can't afford to get into right now. The point is that that's a phrase that's used. It's actually been predicted since the Old Testament, and it's like, okay, I know this already. Why are you telling me after the tribulation of those days, the sun will darken and the moon won't give off its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens will be, like an earthquake. Shaken is not a good translation. Shaken like an earthquake shakes. Okay. And you're left with this sort of vague sense, okay, sometime in the future there's a 7-year tribulation. Yes, that's true. And all these terrible things will happen. So why do I need this now? Because I'm not going to be in it. Okay, but you are in it. That's the whole point of the text. Is that what we're going through now is a dress rehearsal, a series of wash, rinse, repeat dress rehearsals for that 7-year tribulation, because Israel rejected Christ. He died 7 years early. So the historical trend that was supposed to occur as a result of him being accepted is now prolonged. Had he been accepted, he would have died at age 40. There would have been 50 years of evangelizing the Gentiles, an intensive one. And the Gentiles would reject him. Not all of them, of course, but many. As a result of which the temple was going to go down anyway. And during that last 7 years, all this was going to happen. That was when the demons were going to return and all that other stuff that Revelation ends up talking about. But he didn't die on time. He died 7 years early. And the scholars missed that because they used lunar years in Daniel 9:26, rather than solar years. The Bible only uses solar years. So they don't recognize that he died early. He was on a schedule to die at age 40. Even Sanhedrin in the Talmud, even Sanhedrin 97 through 99 recognizes that. But he died at age 33. One of the reasons the Jews don't believe Jesus is the Christ is because he didn't die at age 40. And this is explaining why he's not going to die at age 40. He's the one talking. This is his deathbed prophecy for the history of the world. And it's a tradition that goes all the way back to Jacob in Genesis 49. So the Jews should recognize it from the text, but they won't read it. Okay, fine. We know that much. Alright, but why is somebody, therefore, in church who isn't going to go through this, getting this now? Well, first of all, you could argue, well, it's because it's really for the trib people. But then that tempts you to think, well, it doesn't apply now. Yes, it does apply now, because the rapture can happen at any time. Satan doesn't know when it's going to happen. So he's constantly orchestrating history to tribulation conditions in case the rapture happens. Alright, he's always orchestrating to make tribulation conditions. And what that helps him do is that helps him discredit God, that helps him discredit the Bible, that helps him make it really hard for any believers who do believe in him to actually study and learn Scripture. And he's had phenomenal success. At this point, we're at 900 years of success. So here's the current dress rehearsal in the form of our boy Constantine VII. And his son, Romanus II, is born right here, 938, 939, 940. The historians disagree about which year, but it's by 940 at the latest. Okay. And that makes his grandpa, Romanus I, who is still acting as regent and emperor, that makes him decide he wants to change his mind about not letting Constantine VII rule. So yeah, that's shaking up the powers in the heavens, because per the Byzantines, their own idea was that the empire, the emperor, was indissoluble, indivisible from Christianity itself. It's a total satanic doctrine that, of course, they don't read Revelation 17 to find out it was satanic. But it's a satanic doctrine that unify church and state. Always been. Moses was never a priest. The Bible makes a big stink about that. Separation of the secular rule, okay, from religious rule, because religious rule is voluntary. You believe in God or you don't. You believe in a certain version of your vision of God or you don't. That's freedom. Okay, but they didn't believe in that in the Byzantine Empire. They wanted everybody to have to conform to their apostate brand of Christianity. So this is shaking up the emperor, so it's shaking up Christianity, so it's shaking up the heavens. You get that? Okay? That's what's so cute about this. Now, the question is, what does this period from here, 940 AD, back to here, when Leo III started, 723 BC, why is it a center? And how do I know that that is the center? Well, what you do, we have to go back to 20, which is where I'm saying the center starts. Now look in the middle of the screen where the introdoc links are, right here. I don't dare click too much because it'll click on them and then this whole screen will move. Okay. You have a series of anaphora in Mark. You have the blepo anaphora. You have the Jesus Christos anaphora, which is right here. I didn't separately make a section on it because it has the same verses as blepo. And then you have a kurios anaphora, and then a subset of the kurios anaphora is huios. Okay, so Jesus and kurios and huios are all the same person. Blepo and ide are two versions of the same verb. Blepo has the sense of paying attention to something. Ide from horaho has the connotation of just seeing something or observing something, whether you're paying attention to it or not. Okay, so when we say pay attention or look, we mean pay attention. Look at something and focus on it. Horao just means, oh, I'm watching TV. You're paying attention, but not very much. Okay? But it's still a form of seeing. So these are two synonyms that are repeated at specific times to show specific events in history that are important in the narrative, because that's what this really ends up being, a prophetical narrative of history, a prophetical satirical narrative. And then our second, as it were, set of anaphora has to do with the sort of like nicknames of Christ. He's Jesus, he's Christos. Jesus means Savior, Christos means anointed. He's Kurios, he's Lord. He's Huios, he's the Son. Son of Man, Daniel 7:13. So what you do, and I learned this when I did it with Paul, because Paul does the same thing, and I wondered where he got it from, is you first map out where, at what syllable counts are each of the occurrences of these words. And that's what each of these notes shows you. Okay? So for Jesus, it's verse 2, verse 5, and going in order, verse 20, verse 21, then verse 26, then verse 32, 34, 35. Now, since seeing is important, but not as important as Christ, then your center is going to have to be the most important of the anaphora you find. So, obviously, it's Christ. The first time his name appears is in verse 2. Second time is in verse 5. Then he's referenced instead as Kurios in verse 20. Referenced as Christos in verse 21. Referenced as Huios in verse 26, and again in verse 32 and 34, except it's using the word anthropou there, Son of Man, so just use man as shorthand. And then finally he's referenced as Kurios again in verse 35. So what you do is you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The references of the anaphora to Jesus are 8 in number. And those are where the references are located. Okay, well if it's 8, then you're looking for the center, because this is how Paul did it with Ephesians 1, to focus on Constantine. The center of 8 means that you have to pick 2. Okay, so going in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, if it's 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you have to pick this one and this one, or you could say this one really, in verse 21, yeah, as Christos, right here, see? Upper window, upper left. Christos. So it's really 21 and 26. Because before 21, you got 1, 2, 3. After 26, you got 1, 2, and 3. So that's the center. The center is really 21 and 26. However, Kurios houses Huios. So if Huios is the center, Christos, Kurios comes before this. So it's kind of like an envelope, because it starts at 20, which includes 21 and 26, and it ends at 35, which includes 32 and 34. You say, well, but it doesn't include verses 2 and 5. Well, yeah, that's important for a different reason, which we're going to see in a minute. So the center of all the references to Christ is verse 21 and verse 26. So it's like a little paragraph running from verse 21 here to 26 here, and what you're supposed to interpret from that is that the key turning point in history that makes it turn out the way it does is happening from verse 21 to verse 26. It's not quite verse 20, but verse 20 is like the envelope for it, the house. Okay, well, verse 21 is still part of that same house. Alright, because Leo III had married this gal Irene, who causes so much trouble, off to his son. And that's why the problems are going to happen. And this thing that she does by being dominating mother, trying to take control of it herself, that's a recurring theme in Byzantine history. It's a recurring theme in history too, but it's a particularly prominent theme in Byzantine history. For the women to take over and try to do something. They don't want to be behind in the gymnasium anymore. It's like a separate room where all the royal women were kept. It's not really just a room, it's a separate palace. Oriental monarchy is very distant, and it's patterned after Diocletian. It's very distant, it's very high. You didn't see your monarch parading in the streets or on TV. There was this mysticism, this myth that was, created about the monarch, and you never actually saw the monarch. So you were just believing in hearsay the whole time. And the women in particular were walled off. And so they didn't like it at times. And this woman Irene, she didn't like it. And so when Leo III died, and her son was still too young, she just said, you know what, I'm regent. And she didn't marry anybody. Okay? Well, not at first, anyway. So that was a big deal. So that's a trend of history that's central to Byzantine history. And it's being marked here by verse 21, and then verse 26 is the same kind of story with Constantine VII, only this time the regent is a male, Romanus I. And that regency was actually appointed for him, for Constantine VII, before his dad died, or when his dad died, or as a result of his dad's order at the time his dad died. So you don't have the woman front and center, really. Well, I mean, she's active, but you don't have her really front and center here. Okay? So the center point of history is depicted by the center anaphora. And the center, most important anaphora, is Christ. And so the center is here to here, as shown on screen. Here's verse 26, which is the end of it, and verse 21, which is the start. Now, that's not all the story, because you say, well, okay, fine, what about Blepo? What about the Blepo anaphora? Well, it just so happens that when you count the Blepo the same way we just did Christ, you get verse 21 also as the center of Blepo, which is what you're looking for. You're looking for convergence of the anaphoras. So here's Blepo. We have 1, 2, third occurrence, fourth occurrence, fifth occurrence, sixth occurrence, seventh occurrence, eighth occurrence, ninth occurrence, 10th occurrence, but this has 2 in it, paired. It's a total of 11. Now, depending on how you want to decide and say, okay, if there are 11, there have to be 5 on either side. Which side do you pick? The most accurate would be to pick this one. Okay? But there are 2 of them. So if you counted it as 10, then you need a pair, and here's your pair right in verse 21. If you counted them as 11, then you'd be counting this one. And then that would be 1 to the left, 2 to the left, 3 to the left, 4 to the left, 5 to the left, 6 to the left. So that's why that's kind of not a good idea. So again, you almost have to pick 2 of them. Because if you pick this one, then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the left. Okay, but you only got 1, 2, 3, 4 to the right. This makes the 5th one. So, you decide whether you want to pick this one as the real center. Oh, crud. I hate that. I shouldn't have clicked on it. Whether you want to pick on the first here as the real center, or this one as the real center. I could go either way. Personally, I think we should pick on this one because of the whole cadence of it. Because they're 7 apart, these 2. Alright, so that's the center of blepo. So see, the center of the blepo anaphora is the same as the center of the Christ anaphora. So that's your true starting point, no matter how you count it. And it goes at least to verse 26 as your end. So between 21 and 26, that's the center of history for the Byzantine Empire. Now, the reason why I'm saying we should go back to 20 also is because, yeah, this is the center, because I said, Christ anaphora, but Huios is totally contained within the Kurios text. The Kurios text is 20 and 35. We got 26, 32, and 34. All of it inside, in the middle. So we ought to pay attention to verse 20. And if we do, then we'll include 20 and 21. So here's 20, 21 through 26. Then we'll be sure to include all the keywords. Otherwise, you're leaving out Kurios. You say, well, but you're leaving out. Well, you're not. You're not leaving out Huios because it starts there. So if we go back to verse 20, we see that the center of history, including all the keywords, all of them, is between 20 and 26. Now, maybe you want to say, well, no, I'm gonna go vote for 21 through 26. Okay, but you see why I picked 20, because I think it's an important thing that Huios is totally ensconced inside Kurios. I think you're supposed to go back 1. And you end up going back 1 anyway, because the lady who's causing this trouble was married to and has now a son of the guy who started the ball rolling here, Leo III. Okay, well, she's actually married to the son of. And then he dies, and there's another son. So that's how she gets into power, is because her son is below age. And her husband was the son of Leo III here. So in order to get the context for her, you kind of have to go back in time. And since the Bible 7's right here, beginning here, it seems to me arguably correct that we shouldn't just start at verse 21. We should start at verse 20. That way we're including all the keywords. Alright. And in this case, it ends up, if it ends at 26, it ends up with Kurios starting it and Huios ending it. And they're both 7. All these things are 7 distances from each other. And when you go check in Byzantine history, you can very well argue that, well, everything that happens in Byzantium after 940 AD is thoroughly a product of it, and the same trends that occur between 723 and 940 just recur with progressively greater weakness. In other words, if the time to solve the problem of the woman taking power was right here. Okay? And it's not against women to say that. It's a phenomenon of society that when women are ruling in society, it's a bad time for society. Okay? It doesn't really have anything to do with women. It has to do with how society regards women. Society typically does not regard women well. Alright, so then if society doesn't regard women well, they tend to rebel, they tend to go off on their own, they tend to play games, and, all that other stuff. So it's really not a good idea for women to have political power at that level, at that kind, monarch. I'm not so sure it's bad for a woman to be a senator or something. I would never want it, but definitely not, like the head of the empire. Alright, although England seems to be having a pretty good time of it, and Christ is praising the one person who did, and that one person happened to be a woman, so, take my words, my own personal attitude, grain of salt, or pound of salt. Alright, so 21 and 26 look like it's pretty defensible as the center. I would argue 20 to 26 for the reasons therefore given. And then go study that period to see, oh wow, no wonder Christ centers it here. Because this bothers me a great deal. I don't like seeing it 7 here, and here, and here, and here. I don't understand why it's doing that, but it's very clearly intended because I tried like hell to come up with other ways to meter this. And I can't. If you can, let me know. Alright? You say, well, what about this chi here? Or what about this idu here? It's grammatically incorrect. I mean, this is in the Matthew text. Okay? But he's pairing 25s. And he pairs his clauses. Alright, let me show you. Well, there's a 26, and there's a 24. See, paired 23s. But I saw a pairing 25 before. That looks like it's out of place. Maybe it's you who's out of place. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe that should be... I don't know why this changed width. I don't know what makes it change like that. BibleWorks says this doesn't belong in the text. The UBS text doesn't contain it. The MT and the TR are critical editions, so you can't go by them. You have to use the actual manuscripts. So, in a way, that's kind of like the only time there is a 25 in there. Wait a minute, wait. I didn't look at the top. There's a lot of 24s. Play on 24 hours. Here's a 27. That's unique. 26 and 24. 2 23s. 2 16s. See, he likes to pair text when he can. A lot of 24s. Moses liked using 17. 9 and 7. 16. 9 and 7. So did Isaiah. Okay, well that's the only 25 in there, so you might be able to make some kind of argument with that, but you're going to have to argue with the scholars who say that chi doesn't belong. And I don't have a good argument to say it does belong. It is in Matthew. And what the scholars thought was that somebody was inserting the chi there because it is in Matthew. But it's not actually in the manuscripts that were behind it, so that they think that it was a scholar insertion rather than an actual word Mark wrote. That works. And the reason why that works is because all the rest of this works, and you'll notice there's a pattern here. 7, 7. 7, 7. It's like it's saying, hi, you're coming to the nexus. This is a nexus. Alright? And it starts here, and then I'm going to really center on this, because behold, I told you in advance. Maybe that ought to be 7. I mean, it certainly stresses it. I mean, that's probably the idea. And then he's like bracketing. He's saying, okay, there's some kind of big change that happens after this, which we've already gone through what the change was. So that's how come I'm coming up with the center. Now, you might want to say something else, but at least now you know the mechanics. You count you first of all determine all the occurrences, including synonyms. And then you count them, and then it's like if there are 11, like here, there are 11, because there's 2 of them in here. Then you end up having 1 that's the center, which out of 11 will be the 6th one. Because if it's the 6th one, then the 5 after that totals 11, and it's 5 on one side, 5 on the other side. The Bible's real big on equidistance. And they didn't use verses like we do, but we're talking about the occurrence of the word. It's not how many syllable counts after and how many syllable counts before. It's how many occurrences after, how many occurrences before. And do this yourself, and if you come up with a different answer, let me know. So the nexus of history for the Byzantines is, as I'm learning it now, barring some correction, from 723 with Leo III starting right here, until 940 with the change of heart in Romanus I over his new kid, Romanus II, who's the kid of Constantine VII, who's responsible for these women, Zoe and Theodora, both managing to help, keep the empire running with all their friendships and marriages and loverness of military rulers, important military guys in the Byzantine Empire, all the way through 1057, after which it falls apart, and that's when you have the Battle of Manzikert, with Alp Arslan defeating Romanus IV, and both of them die the following year, people in Hebrew. Okay? Very clever. Your job's done. You're dead now. And that's the way it ends up going. Now, if you got a different interpretation, let me know. Because I'm just trying to show you the methodology. I'm not really claiming that it's 100% right. Some of it's right. But if you don't know the methodology, then it's like pointless to even talk about this stuff. Because the methodology will help you find it yourself, not only in this passage, but any Bible passage. Peace out.